Thank you. Well, good morning all. I declare open this first hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind any media in the room or media entering the room that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false and misleading evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. The Senate has resolved that an officer or a department of the Commonwealth or of the state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I also remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. On that note, I welcome Professor Graham Samuel. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
It has.
You're nodding. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, Professor Graham Samuel. I'm with the Monash Business School, but I think for this purpose I was the independent reviewer of the EPBC Act in 2020.
Thank you, Professor. I invite you to make a very short statement if you have one, but if you're happy to proceed to questions, I think
happy
that
to
would
proceed
be
to questions.
the
You have my
committee's
submission.
preference. Thank you. And I will go first to Senator Hanson-Young, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for being here today. We know this committee has sought your opinion on things all in relation to EPBC reform a number of times. So a number of these questions, I guess you'll get asked today, are ones you've covered before. Firstly, you've now seen the full package that the government has put forward.
I have, yeah.
And have you seen the standards, the draft standards that have been released?
There's only one I think that's been released. It's the MNES standard. I haven't had time to go through that yet. I think that's awaiting submissions by January, but I'll go through that over the next few weeks.
Yeah. And just first up, has the current minister engaged with you throughout the process of this latest iteration of the development of this package?
Since the minister took office, I've had several meetings with him and with members of his office, and we've talked about various elements of it. But as it's got close to the formulation of this package, then it's become the minister's process. Mm-hmm.
And your submission that you've given us today, you wrote that? I did indeed. Yeah, it wasn't drafted or checked by the Minister's office? No, I've had no communications with the Minister in relation to the submission, and a copy was only provided to the Minister's office after the committee authorised the distribution. One of the issues that you raised that was fundamental to the review that you did into EPBC, the existing law, was that there was a lot of weasel words in the Act, a lot of a wriggle room for decision makers to either take a stronger environmental position or a weaker environmental position when making decisions. Is that a fair assessment? Absolutely. That goes to the heart, I think, of the criticism over the EPBC Act. Yeah. Are you satisfied that those weasel words have been tightened up in this iteration put forward by the Minister?
Well, I think what's going to be important, Senator, is the rules, as I call them, the National Environmental Standards. And my exhortation there, both in the review and then subsequently in this submission, is to remove the weasel words, to be quite, I use the word granular, and granular is intended to be very detailed, supported by guidelines and then supported ultimately by rulings by regulators. And the fundamental requirement in the Act is that rulings by regulators should not be inconsistent with the NES, the environmental standards. So the standards are going to be the important iteration, if you like, of where we're at. And of course, the important thing about the standards is that they're disallowable instruments, so they have to go before the Senate and can be disallowed by the Senate or by the House of Representatives, as the case may be. So, parliamentary control over the content of the standards is preserved.
So you're saying, really, in order for any of this to work, it's the standards that are the linchpin. They're the rules, and they have to be strong enough, and they have to be enforceable.
There's no question that and I've said in the submission and in various public comments, and it's in the review, that the standards are the fundamental foundation stone. But you've got to put in place the structures first and that's what this legislation does. So it puts in place the structures, including the power of the Minister to produce standards in the form of regulations. And then, of course, the NEPA, the National Environment Protection Agency, and the Environment Information Authority or Agency. So that's putting in place all those structures, and then the standards should follow, and they need to be, frankly, they're the ones I think that will get the greatest attention, and they need to because they're the rules.
Could I ask you about forestry? Because I remember having a number of conversations with you, both in public hearings such as this, but also in your consultation process that you ran, that your concerns around the regional forest agreements that oversee the logging of native forests in the states, that they are exempt from existing EPBC law. Is that still a concern of yours?
Oh, absolutely. You recall, I think, in the discussions we've had, and I've said so publicly, I hate the RFA exemption. It shouldn't be there. And the only thing, because it's the subject of agreements which run through until 2030, it was essential that the National Environmental Standard be created to actually put some boundaries around the RFAs. If it were possible, I'm not sure it is, to actually remove the exemption. Frankly, that's what I do, but I don't think you can do it. I think it starts to run into some serious difficulties with states and territories. We have seen a move made by Victoria. Originally, Premier Daniel Andrews said that how do I quite describe it, the RFA exemption or forestry and the deforestation of native forests would cease in 2030. I had a bit of a chuckle about that because that was when the exemption ceased. But then he brought that forward, I think it was to January 23 or 24. And so Victoria's taken a lead there, and I commend them for that. But it is fundamentally important that if the RFA exemption is to still be there, and I wish it wasn't there in the first place, but if it is to still be there, it should be governed by a very tough national environmental standard.
And it does seem extraordinary that the destruction and logging of native forest that is critical habitat to threatened species is exempt and has a carve-out of our national environment protection laws. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, you've heard my views. I don't like the RFA exemption. Didn't like it at the time doing the review. I do remember at the time saying to the members of the Secretariat, is there any way we can abolish this, get rid of the exemption? And they said, no, look, you can't. It'd run into all sorts of, I don't know about constitutional, but... political problems, perhaps. Well, there are some... look, invariably when you've got this, you've got political problems, particularly with the forestry workers. But Victoria managed to deal with that or bit the bullet. It had to, by the way. I think that what Vic Forest was doing was how do I put it? Well, we're under parliamentary privilege, so I thought it was criminal, but it was and I think the
consequences.
Sorry. Yeah, but it was awful what was occurring there, and I think the Premier Andrews ultimately appreciated that and decided that was it had to stop.
Thank you. Back to the issue of various loopholes, weasel words, the fact that there is too much wriggle room around the existing laws. What I'm interested in is we have a number of submissions, and I just want to thank everybody for getting submissions in so quickly, actually, Chair. I think the community affected on these issues of this inquiry has come along very quickly, and we've got some very thoughtful submissions. And in them, Professor Samuels, there is a lot of criticism that this package puts in even more discretion for the Minister of the day to, even if the standards exist, even when the standards exist, that they don't actually have to be enforced if the Minister sees
I don't think that's right, with respect, Senator. I think that the words "not inconsistent" are very important.
Satisfied.
Yeah, but the word. Yeah, the words "not inconsistent" have, to me, seem to be the overwhelming words and the words that will govern the decisions by the regulators. And as you know, I envisage that ultimately states and territories will be accredited to make those decisions. It won't be the minister or the federal minister that will be doing it. But it's fundamentally important. It seems to me that when you've got those rules, the rules have to be followed.
Yes, and I guess that's the concern.
I'll have to move the call on.
This is the last bit. I guess this is the concern, Professor, that the legal strength of a test that the minister, for the minister to be satisfied that a decision is not inconsistent is actually, it's quite a weak legal test. So how do we overcome that?
Through the NES. I think the NES is going to, I'm hoping the NES will put a straitjacket on regulators and indeed on the minister. Now, one of the discussions we had with the consultative group, which I've referred to, they're listed in the Appendix A to the report, was to say, look, the NES are going to control what accredited states and territories can or can't do. They will also control what the minister can or can't do. Now, then the question is, well, they said to me, we don't trust the states and territories. I said, yeah, but the NES will keep them under control. And then I had my Environment Assurance Commissioner, we call it now the NEPA, the National Environment Protection Authority, to oversee what states and territories are doing and to oversee what the Commonwealth's doing. It was very interesting. Around the table, there was hardly an agreement as to who could be trusted, states or territories or the Commonwealth. Didn't matter. I said that's the nature of a democracy. But in the end, the NEPA, as it will be, will provide an annual or maybe more regular audit report on decisions made by the Minister, by the Commonwealth Department and by states and territories, their regulators. And that report has to be tabled in Parliament. Now then, ultimately, it's going to be a matter for the electorate to decide whether or not the Minister has abided by the NES and the like. But you've got to have, ultimately, there is an accountable authority. In this case, the senior authority will be the Federal Minister, the Commonwealth Minister, who will be accountable and answerable for any criticism that's made in the annual audit report that's put forward in my draft by the EAC, the Environment Assurance Commissioner, in the legislation by the National Environment Protection Authority.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got a few questions, Professor Samuel. Good morning. And then I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Senator McDonald, who's online. Professor, Australian businesses have said of the proposed reforms that they do not work for business and cannot be supported in their current form, and that's also supported by the West Australian Premier. He said of the resource sector that we also need to make sure that industry continues to be encouraged. So can I understand, do you support the legislation in the current form without any amendment?
No. If you look at my submission, I've done two or three things. One is to raise a concern about the national interest exemption. or override. I don't think that didn't work out. And I have to say that my recommendation on that was, it was made in a paragraph or two, but I didn't think more carefully about how you would define rare circumstances as used in the recommendation, nor define what the national interest is. Now, in the submission, I suggested that should be removed, that out of the legislation, and that these sorts of issues should be dealt with as part of the MNES, that is the standard relating to matters of national environment significance, and that the national interest should be a balancing factor. Now, whether the minister takes that up is for him to deal with, and for Parliament to deal with.
What is the risk if he doesn't?
Sorry?
What is the risk if he doesn't take that up?
Abuse of power by a minister. A minister simply, and also the risk for the minister is there'll be a conga line of lobbyists that'll be outside their door saying, well, look, you just used the national interest exemption. So I would take it out of the legislation and simply say it is now a balancing matter that ought to be taken into account in determining approvals and assessments, and I've detailed that in the submission. Also made an attempt with the assistance of AI, so I make that declaration, to provide some guidance as to what might be the national interest. But it'd be impossible to set out in detail every item that would be regarded as the national interest. You'll either have too many or have too few, and trying to define defence. Defence, it's very broad. Now, the other thing...
Can I just ask you to summarise very quickly any other amendments?
Sorry,
just summarise very quickly any other amendments that you are proposing?
Amendments? No, I haven't proposed other amendments. What I've done, though, is to provide a caution and an exhortation, particularly in relation to the rules, the national environmental standards, that they be very explicit, quite granular, quite detailed, and I've identified what I call a self-help hierarchy.
So can I just move? Sorry, just to move on. Apologies, because we've just got such.
But I just wanted to pick you up on one thing with your question. Sorry, Senator. You said that business is opposed. I'm not detecting that from the Business Council.
No, that's not correct, Professor.
Sorry,
I said that business cannot support the legislation in its current form.
Yeah, I'm not picking that up from comments made by the Business Council or others. I think what they're saying is this is a lot better than what we've had. It achieves the balance of efficiency and efficacy.
Yeah, so Professor, we won't speak for other witnesses other than just to say that they've made it clear they don't, as a general proposition, don't want to pass the bill in their current form. But can I quickly move, because I've got such truncated time. Yep. So in your 2020 recommendations, you did not recommend an EPA, and noting in your submission to this inquiry, you state that the proposed EPA structure will have a conflict of interest, which can be overcome by limiting the EPA to be specifically defined as one of audit and oversight only. So I just want to understand, do you stand by your 2020 recommendation that the assessment and approval functions must stay with the department and the minister?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think this NEPA or the EPA is an albatross that's been hanging around all this process, flowing on from some promises that were made prior to the 22 election, that there'd be an EPA set up. I think there needs to be a clear delineation between decision-making in respect of proposals for development of the like and the oversight. Now, I had hoped, I have to say, when the review was done, that the accreditation of states and territories would take place very quickly through the use of bilateral agreements. The Minister, for example, has indicated that he is in a position potentially to have a bilateral agreement with Western Australia. And you could potentially see other states and territories following on from that, although that'll be a matter for negotiation and discussion with them. Now, if that happens, the role of the EPA to make decisions on proposals will very quickly diminish to almost nothing. And the fundamental role of the NEPA will be, as I envisage, that is with the EAC. They're both, it's a nomenclature issue, but it will fundamentally become an oversight.
All right, so Professor, I'm sorry to be brief, but I am going to hand over to Senator McDonald because we've got lots of questions to get through. So Chair, if we could just hand over to Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Samuel. I wanted to follow on from some of Senator Henderson's questions, but with regard to the definitions, particularly net gain and the net gain test not being clear in the proposed legislation, do you support the concept of net gain and the net gain test being allocated into the standards?
Yes, I do, Senator. One of the issues that we were concerned about when we put together the review was this, is that offsets, which actually I was really concerned about from day one, that offsets were not resulting in either a protection of habitat or, more importantly, weren't resulting in a net gain to the environment. And so what we had is that you might have a damage to a habitat that, I'll take an example, which was potentially going to cause more damage to the orange-bellied parrot, but what someone would do is provide an offset that would relate to koalas. That didn't seem to me to make sense. So like for like was important, but it was equally important that what we did is we had a net gain to the environment as a result. And I'm pleased that what the government has come up with in this legislation is something that says you can't just buy your way out of a problem in terms of damage to the habitat. You've got to actually have a net gain.
So I appreciate what you're saying, but the lack of definition of net gain and unacceptable impact, I fear, is just going to mean that projects that we do want to see being developed, I mean, I'm assuming that your thrust is that you want to see Australian projects continue to develop whilst managing environmental impacts, and that this is just leaving the door open for lawfare and uncertainty, and that we're just going to see a whole lot of money spent in the courts.
I have to go back to the rules again, Senator, and the National Environmental Standards. When we've got all those out there, and that they're subject to review by the House of Representatives and the Senate, but when we've got them out there, my exhortation, it's in the submission, is that they will be sufficiently granular that there'll be no doubt, and that ought to diminish the prospect of lawfare, ought to diminish the prospect of merits reviews, because it ought to be really clear to business and to environmentalists that particular proposals either satisfy the standards or don't satisfy them. And that's the hierarchy, if you like, of self-help that I've identified in the submission, which is provided for in the context of the legislation currently before us.
All right, well, I'm going to assume then that you would support additional clarity, because we're seeing where there is, within the draft legislation, that there is definitions that have shall, may, variations right throughout the legislation that it will open the door to that lack of clarity. Professor Samuel, just turning back to the EPA CEO, the reforms as they stand means that there is no accountability either to the government, to the minister, to elected officials, the whole point of a democracy, and that the CEO can't be held to account on their performance outcomes. In your submissions, you state that your commissioner would be reporting to the minister. Do you agree? Do you still stand by that position, that the EPA CEO should report to the minister and be able to be terminated by the minister if their performance does not meet the statement of expectations?
Well, I think the important thing is that I've always been a great advocate of transparency. And if the EPA needs to be transparent as to its processes and to the work that it's doing, that needs to go before Parliament, as it would by reports to the Minister. That's what I proposed with the EAC, and I think the same thing's occurring with the EPA. So I'm not sure that a lack of accountability is the correct description of the way the NEPA has been established. Excuse me. It's important that it be independent, but at the same time that reports are made to Parliament for analysis by Parliament, and that will bring accountability to states and territory regulators, to the Commonwealth Minister, and all that will be dealt with as a result of reports being made to Parliament.
But the report, I appreciate that it provides transparency, but it still doesn't provide a pathway for an outcome, particularly if the Parliament is not satisfied. I mean, I guess I return to this question: should the CEO be accountable to the minister?
Well, look, I guess that any authority that is created, and I go back to my days when I was chair of the ACCC, I was always accountable to government and accountable to the minister, but exercised an independent role as chair of the ACCC. I would assume that the same thing applies here.
All right, well, assumptions, you know what they say about assumptions, Professor Samuel, so let's see if we can get some clarity into that, because assumptions are not ideal. I want to turn to a
Senator
specific
McDonald,
issue.
if I can give you just a 1 minute warning.
I appreciate that, Chair, thank you. Specifically, Professor Samuel, the New South Wales government is looking to use the Macintosh methodology in order to justify the koala habitat protections. I believe that the Macintosh methodology was one that you specifically spoke against. Would you be able to delve into your memory on that specific issue?
Look, you are really delving into the memory, and I can't help you on that. I'm sorry, Senator. I just have enough information. I don't have enough information to what New South Wales are proposing to do either.
All right, Chair, if there is time, I would like to come back to the RFAs, but I appreciate there's a lot of senators on today.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I'm going to go to Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Samuel, thank you so much for all your work over many years. Can you convey to the committee as to why it is so important that we get on with these reforms? Why are they so urgent?
Senator, I tried to explain this in the submission that I made. The review was embraced by a large number of people. If anyone doubts that, I've got all the emails in the folder that I've retained, and they are emails almost universally of congratulations, of appreciation for the work done and for the outcome. That resulted particularly from the interim report, the consultation which took place, which was, I visited over 100 different organisations and senators and members of the House of Representatives as part of this process. But then, following the interim report, drew together a consultative group of 19 very, if you like, focused individuals and organisations, and said to them, this will be my review, totally independent. I've consulted with 100 different organisations, but now if you insist on 100% of your aspirations, you won't get it. And it's likely that in those circumstances you'll get nothing. So let's take a quantum leap forward, and I trust that you'll be satisfied with a review that will provide for at least 80% of your aspirations. When it was finished, the review, and it was released in January 2021, those around that consultative group said, yes, you've satisfied that if like undertaking, and as I say, I've got the message of congratulations on the review. Now, we've had 5 years since then. There have been various attempts made to do something, and I won't comment on the political machinations that have occurred, other than to say that I've been bewildered by what's occurred with the current opposition, both in government and then subsequently in opposition. The position there has changed over and over and over again, and it troubles me. We have now a situation where a quantum leap forward has been made. In my view, 80% of the aspirations of the consultative group have been achieved with this legislation. It puts in place the foundation stone. The next thing that will be built on top of that is the environmental standards, which we've already got one, the MNES as a draft. I'll have some views on that, which I'll put to the committee and to the department early in the new year. So, here is a chance to have a quantum leap forward and to actually take us a long way down the route of implementation of the review. That's not to say, and I won't be arrogant enough to say that the review is absolutely correct. What I will say though is that all the relevant stakeholders, with one exception, the West Australian Chamber of Mines, all the relevant stakeholders turned around and said, congratulations, thank you, this is what we had hoped for in terms of the environment. And so in the concluding paragraph of my submission, I say this: it's not for me, it's not even for those in the department that assisted with the review. this is for our future generations, and I'm hoping they can look back to November 2025 and say thank you to our forebears for actually doing something to not only protect but also to restore our environment. I opened, by the way, and this is the last thing I'll say on this, I opened by something that really moved me, and that was when I visited only a few weeks ago the Healesville Wildlife Sanctuary. And I visited there and saw the efforts that are being made by volunteers and by experts at that sanctuary to try and recover the near extinct orange-bellied parrot, which I was amazed about, and also to do some recovery work on what has become the endangered Tassie devil. And it just seemed to me, this is extraordinary. But more importantly, they said to me that thousands of school children had been to the Healesville Sanctuary over the holidays. And that seemed to me that there were parents and children who wanted to see what wildlife was about and were particularly interested in these recovery actions that were taking place. And that says to me, the next generation for whom we're all here really wants to see something done. And this is the big opportunity to do it.
Thank you. Do you think that the current bills balance business as well as environmental interests adequately?
Senator, I have to say to you, as I've said over and over in public comments, what we tried to achieve with the review was efficiency and efficacy. I think we've done both. And the ultimate implementation of the legislation, along with the environmental standards, the self-help mechanism that I've described, which is built into the self-help hierarchy is built into the legislation, that once we've got that, business will be able to turn around and say, we know exactly what's required of us. If we comply with that, we should be able to have a tick, tick, tick all the way through. If we don't comply with it, we know we're going to get a rejection. So, in terms of efficiency, it really makes it a lot easier for business to deal. But, importantly, efficacy is equally there. And for those that are truly concerned about the environment, as I am, as I hope the report indicates, the review report indicates, what it'll do is to say, business, you can't do things which are contrary to, inconsistent with the environmental standards. You can't do things which are going to damage the environment. And if there is damage to be done by what you're proposing and it can't be avoided, remember that there's the avoidance, mitigation and then offset hierarchy, you've got to do something to provide a net gain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anundraja. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Professor Samuel, thank you for your time. I wanted to start off asking about forestry in response to Senator Hanson-Young's questions. You described what Victoria were doing with their forests as criminal. I note that New South Wales Forestry Corp has been convicted for environmental offences more than a dozen times. Is it your view that they're also a criminal organisation, that currently native forest logging just is totally unsustainable?
Senator, look, I might regret the use of the word criminal, but I did so. I did so recognise that I was under parliamentary privilege. But it's a loose expression to describe what I think is, frankly, horrendous in terms of dealing with critical habitat, both the habitat itself, but also the species that are threatened. I've never liked the regional forest agreements. They should not have been subject to an exemption. It goes back in history some time, and I wait impatiently for 2030 when they expire. But I'm hoping that what we'll have is with an RFA environmental standard will actually start to put some very tough boundaries around them, and the sort of thing which I've read about in respect to New South Wales will actually have to come to a halt. Look, we saw it happen in Victoria, and it was outrageous, frankly. But the nature of politics, I think, were allowing it to continue. And then great credit to Premier Daniel Andrews that he actually called a halt and said that's got to stop. It's just not right. Now, I understand the political implications, and there are issues relating to forestry workers, issues relating to communities that might be impacted. But look, we've got to deal with those, Senator, because we are talking about the environment and nature, and I prefer to use the word nature for those future generations that I've referred to in the report and referred to in my submission.
Well, thank you very much. I guess I'm concerned that the bills as drafted represent a departure from your review in some very key areas, and you'll appreciate that I don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to run through a few areas where the reforms seem to have departed from the review and just get your thoughts and confirmation that is the case. It seems that a core tenet of your review was the need for greater certainty. Yet the bill allows regulations to be made to inform interpretations of standards, including where they're applied and what regard a decision maker may have. Do you agree that this does not meet the desired outcome for greater certainty?
Senator, I'm repeating myself a bit, but the fundamental requirement, once we get this foundation structure in place, are the National Environmental Standards. And my exhortation in the submission is that they should follow the review in terms of their granular and specific, clear nature, so that decisions can't be made by regulators and applications can't be made by business or by developers that are inconsistent with those standards. So specificity is very, very important, and the standards need to be granular, they need to be specific, and then importantly, there needs to be the appropriate oversight by the NEPA over adherence to those standards. So anything that might look how to describe it, that might look a bit vague in the legislation is intended to be completely overcome by the instruments which are these standards, which will be part of regulations that will be hopefully introduced the moment this legislation is in place.
Do you think we should see those standards
Senator
before
Pocock,
we
this
vote
will have
on
to be the last question.
Okay. I might ask a different question then. On page 44 of your review, you say, and I'll quote, each individual development may have minimal impact on the national environment, but the combined impact of development can result in significant long-term damage. We've heard ecologists across the country talk about death by 1,000 cuts. Do you think that the agricultural exemption to land clearing, sometimes referred as the continuous use exemption, should be removed so that land clearing is actually assessed against standards?
Yeah, well, I think this raises two issues, Senator. One is the importance of regional plans, and I've commented upon that, and they again should be the subject of an environmental standard, which will describe what regional planning ought to be. Landscape plans is perhaps the other way of describing it. To say that agricultural land clearing is exempt, I think overstates it. And I could go through. I'd have to go through all the details, but there are a number of constraints on that. Again, the environmental standards ought to make it clear that there is nothing you can do in relation to land clearing or forestry or other issues which might impact upon critical habitat and threatened species, and that business needs to understand that if they're going to proceed with certain proposals, that they've got to also take into account the environment, or nature as I want to call it. And I use the word nature carefully because I think words like the environment get somewhat merged into issues of climate and biodiversity. Frankly, the average elector, the average punter out there, I think doesn't really know what biodiversity means. So I use the word nature, and that's what our school children are focused on at the moment. So anything that is going to damage nature both presently and into the future needs to be subject to strict rules in the environmental standards, and they will govern the way that applications for development are dealt with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator Thorpe.
Good morning, Professor Samuel. I just want to Thank you for appearing today, and remind everyone that the devastation and destruction of land and water in this country is a direct result of colonisation to Indigenous people worldwide, and it's not climate change, it's people who've destroyed the very thing that we need to survive. So on that note, Professor Samuel, your review recommended that all standards be introduced in draft form alongside the legislation to ensure that they work together effectively. You also recommended that the First Nations engagement and participation standard be developed alongside all other standards as a foundational element. Now, given we're always, the afterthought and tacked on as a little token gesture in every facet of legislation in the colony, in your view, is the reform package incomplete without these standards, and how crucial is it that we see these draft standards before the bill passes?
No, I think, Senator, that you can pass the bill which puts in place the structure, the legislation, and in particular enables the minister to be able to then promulgate through instruments, through regulation, the standards themselves. The important thing is that the standards are disallowable instruments. And so therefore the House of Representatives, or in the context of this committee, the Senate, has the ability to reject standards if they don't meet up with the requirements that the Senate considers appropriate. I should say, by the way, that, and you'll have picked this up when you read Chapter 2 of the review, I became quite passionate about engagement with First Nations. I was bitterly disappointed with the engagement that had occurred in the past, both in respect of joint boards of management, Kakadu and the like, and with respect to consultation with First Nations in respect of developments. It was almost tokenistic, it was symbolic, and it was not appropriate, and therefore I've made strong recommendations there which ought to appear in the appropriate standard, the National Environmental Standard relating to First Nations engagement. It's fundamentally important that we avoid a repetition of Duke and Gorge, which occurred because there was not appropriate disclosure of the consultations that had occurred. They were potentially tokenistic, and there wasn't appropriate disclosure of responses by the West Australian Government to those consultations. So there's a range of factors there, but there's a fundamental requirement to deal with two issues. That is proper engagement with First Nations, and you don't engage with one person when you've got about 300 communities around Australia involved in First Nations. And the second thing is that when you're dealing with joint boards of management, the members of the boards of management need to be properly informed as to their rights, their responsibilities, the legal implications and the like. And my engagement with, for example, the Kakadu Board of Management showed to me in a most distressing form that had not occurred, and that need to be rectified.
Thank you. I think the people of Murujuga would argue around consultation. I think what we saw at Jukan is about to happen at Murujuga with the support of, unfortunately, the Environment Minister right now. We're going to see the desecration of Murujuga rock art. You stated in your review that environmental decisions must incorporate First Nations ecological knowledge, and that this knowledge must have equal weight in environmental decision making. Do the current bills give First Nations people any meaningful authority, or does it continue the symbolic and tokenistic culture of consult and ignore? And may I remind you, consultation is not consent, even though Labor thinks it is. So I understand you criticise that heavily in your review. So what's your opinion on that now?
Senator, again, I have to refer to the standard, and the standard that was in the review was drafted in consultation with a group that was led by Aidan Ridgway, and a group of about 20 members of First Nations. Now, I'm not aware of where the current drafting of the standard is, but that's the sort of thing that ought to be the subject of a detailed standard in the manner in which I've described just previously in my previous answer.
Okay, and you also mentioned in your previous answers that, you know, it's not up to one person or two people, whereas I understand that it actually is in the consultation process so far and the Heritage Alliance that the Minister is so-called consulting with. It's come down to two individuals that are speaking on behalf of all clans and nations in this country. So what's your advice there in relation to your review?
Look, clearly, because I don't have enough knowledge of that particular matter, I can't comment upon the way the consultation is taking place. My reference to single people was a reference to the various committees that have been established, and, for example, the Threatened Species Committee, which is a fundamentally important one in identifying species that are threatened or that are potentially extinct, had one, quotes, representative, close quotes, of First Nations. That didn't seem to me to be a satisfactory way of dealing with 300 communities around Australia. The Heritage Council, I think, might have had two, quotes, representatives. Now that again didn't seem to me, particularly in dealing with heritage, to be a satisfactory way of dealing with it, although every effort was made by the chair of that council at the time, I think it was Professor David Kemp, to engage in proper consultation. And then there are other committees where when I remember one committee, I went and spoke to them and talked about this symbolic nature. They said, yes, we don't have a representative of First Nations on our committee. Perhaps we should appoint one. I said, you haven't listened to a word I've been saying. We don't want representatives. What we want is proper consultation occurring with First Nations. They're vitally important in terms of dealing with heritage, dealing with preservation of nature. And I did quote at the time a single article that had appeared in one of the newspapers following the New South Wales bushfires. And it was an article referencing the expertise that could have been provided by First Nations, derived over 50,000 years, as to how to limit the bushfires. But no one seems to because they haven't done a university degree, they seem to be ignored.
Senator Thorpe, I'll have to move the call on. If you have any further questions, they can be put on notice, but thank you very much. I'm going to move briefly to Senator McDonald, and then we're going to finish with Professor Samuel. So thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to return to your 2020 review, please, Professor Samuel. You recommended a commissioner, not an EPA, and I just want to clarify why you chose a commissioner as your preferred option over an EPA.
Yeah, I tried to cover this before, Senator, but let me try and make it clear. I was focusing on an oversight role, and that a commissioner, it didn't matter, it would worry me whether it was a single commissioner or two or three commissioners, the case may be, that's a decision by government, but that the fundamental role of the EAC, as I called it, was to oversee the activities and the processes and the determinations that would be made by accredited state and territory regulators and governments and the Commonwealth. I think I was probably being hopeful, I have to say, Senator, that the accreditation process would occur very quickly, and that may not be the case. Well, it's taken 5 years to get to this point, so not sure how it'll happen, although I do, as I said before, note that Minister Watt is already publicly stating that he is negotiating with Western Australia and the West Australian Premier in terms of a bilateral agreement that might apply to Western Australia. I like the context of competitive federalism because if an agreement is done with Western Australia, you can well see other states and territories saying, well, hold on, if that's going to work for business and the environment in Western Australia, perhaps it might also work in Queensland or New South Wales or Victoria, and we might see a rush of accreditations that could take place. So what this is about is actually saying what we want to do is to put in place a body that can act as an oversight. Now, I have said to successive ministers that you don't need a body that's going to be very large if you've got accreditation in place, because it won't be making ultimately assessments and determinations on proposals. But that may be a bit of time down the track. We'll have to wait and see how the accreditation process occurs.
All right, Professor Samuel, one of the key outcomes of your review was removing duplication and red tape and green tape. The proposed reforms have proponents being required to report on Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse emissions, even though the information is not to be used for decision making nor for condition setting. However, there is duplicating superior legislation that requires emissions reporting. And so we're now talking about additional time and cost for businesses who are not required by superior legislation to report, and creates, again, litigation opportunities. What are your views on how we're duplicating these requirements, and to your initial point about, making this a more streamlined tool?
Senator, I wouldn't have thought that disclosure was going to be a duplication. If you've got to disclose, say for the purpose of the safeguard mechanism, then in my view, you should also disclose in respect of a proposal for a development that is seeking environmental approval. And Scope 1 and 2 is where the disclosure occurs. What I did draw a line at, though, was, and Senator Hanson-Young and I have talked about this on previous occasions, I didn't think that a climate trigger as such ought to apply under the environment legislation. It struck me that we already have evolving policies which are in place in respect of carbon emissions, where there's over 100,000 tonnes per annum that is at stake, and that they should be dealt with under the evolving policies of the time. So disclosure is made. You've got to make disclosure for safeguard. You might as well make disclosure as well for your proposal in respect of an environment approval. That needs to be backed up with proper data and proper analysis, and then at that point of time it's referred to the climate division of the department for dealing with under the evolving policies of the time. And those policies will evolve, as we know, over time.
Senator
All right.
McDonald, if I could ask if that's your final question.
It wasn't my final question, Chair, but how much time can you squeeze me?
Can we have one more question, and then if you could put the remainder on notice, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Professor Samuel, businesses, I think that I'm speaking to different businesses to you, because they are very actively approaching me and Senator Henderson and others about how unhappy they are about the additional uncertainty in this proposed legislation, which is what we're seeking to improve through this process. Businesses have told me that the proposed 37 definitions over 8 pages of unacceptable impacts is not working. The criterion is uncertain, it's subjective, and it may catch projects that would objectively be viewed as appropriate. They cite that many already approved projects would not have been approved, and many future projects would not be able to grant and be able to submit an application. The suggestions to overcome this include replacing the definitions with the universal criterion with guidance placed in the standards. Would you support that kind of clarification and change?
Well, as I've said over and over, I think the rules, the environmental standards, are going to be very important in terms of providing granular detail as to what's required under the Act. And that's the purpose of the standards, the purpose of the regulations. The guidelines will be equally important, because they will help to explain how the standards apply and how they might be interpreted. And then I'm hoping that there'll be a compendium of rulings, very similar to what we have with the Australian Tax Office rulings, that people can refer to and can understand how things might apply. Senator, you'll have to forgive me, but I have been involved as a regulator and as a reformer, particularly national competition policy, then subsequently with the ACCC as chair of that regulatory body. And I have to say that I am somewhat cynical about representations that are made by business where they can see a potential opening to try and weaken laws or legislation or regulation or regulators, and believe me, I've been subject to that sort of approach on many occasions, to try and weaken them in their favour. And so while I understand what you've described to me coming from various business groups, I can also say to you that these same business groups, if they're the ones that were the part of the consultative group that is listed in my in Appendix A to the report, they all said to me that the report and the review met their imperatives, it met their requirements, and it's not surprising after 5 years of chopping and changing and detecting some weaknesses on the part of various political parties to what we're dealing with, that various stakeholders, be they business or it might be conservationists, whatever, will start to say, why don't we have a go at getting our 100% aspiration in place, and let's forget the 80% that we agreed to when Graham Samuel sat with us as part of the consultative group. So I am cynical.
I appreciate that, but 37 definitions over 8 pages doesn't pass even the most simple of pub tests, I would suggest. And so this is a separate issue to your review, and this is, we are now looking at black letter law, trying to implement your recommendations, and what I'm trying to seek is whether or not this aligns with your recommendation for greater reduction of red tape, green tape, clarification and certainty, or are we just sending these businesses down a legal pathway with money spent on law, not spent on the environment?
Well, Senator, there seems to me to be a lot of benefit in having granularity in the requirements of the law, because granularity enables business to be able to say, this is more efficient. I know what it is I've got to do. I know what it is I can't do and not permitted to do, and they can. That's the self-help mechanism that I refer to in my submission, and which is encompassed within the legislation. So, granularity, whether it's in the legislation or particularly in the rules, the environmental standards, is fundamentally important to providing efficiency, but at the same time to provide detailed instructions to regulators as to what they can allow and what they can't allow. All that seems to me to be very much in favour of business, but at the same time, in terms of efficiency and efficacy, to provide a very effective set of rules that will then be able to tell regulators and to proponents of developments, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do, and this is how we're going to bring about a net gain to our nature.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Senator McDonald. If there are any further questions, if you would put them on notice, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Professor Samuel, for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice or receive any, could you please endeavour to provide them the answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? And you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you. I will now welcome representatives from Greenpeace, World Wildlife Fund Australia, who are appearing by video conference in the Australian Conservation Foundation. If you'd come to the table, please. Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to the witnesses today. I'm seeing some nodding at the table. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacities in which you appear today? I'll go from my left to my right and then online. So,
Brendan Sides, National Biodiversity Policy Advisor with the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Kellyanne O'Shannessy, go by Kelly, CEO of the Australian Conservation Foundation.
David Ritter, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Greenpeace Australia Pacific.
Elle Lawless, I'm Senior Nature Campaigner at Greenpeace Australia Pacific.
And if I can go to WWF Online.
Nicole Forrester, Chief Regenerative Officer for WWF Australia.
Thank you very much. As you may have observed, we're running a little bit behind time. I appreciate the effort that's gone into your submissions. You are welcome to make a short opening statement, but if you're happy to rely on the submission or submit the opening statement, that would definitely assist us logistically.
Very happy to assist you, Senator. There are opening statements prepared, but we'll hand those up in the interest of time. Perhaps just the one-sentence summary, though, is that it's the position of our groups that the bills as they're currently presented are inadequate to protect nature.
Happy to continue.
Thank you. In which case, then, I will go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for getting your submissions in so quickly. I understand that the time frame's been very short for this hearing, but of course this inquiry goes till the end of March. So if there is other information that comes out, then please feel free to feed things into us. Overarchingly, you've all said that this package doesn't deliver what nature needs as it is. Could I ask you, are you worried about more loopholes being in the legislation than exists right now?
Well, yes, because the 25-year-old Act enables extinction and enables the destruction of habitat because it has discretion, it has loopholes, and it doesn't have a rules-based focus to it. So there are some elements of the reforms that help that, such as the National Environmental Standards that provide those rules, a national EPA that should be a decision maker, and the decision maker.
Sorry, Ms. Shannon. Secretary, can we get this door closed, please? Thank you.
Yes, but there are then these nature advances that have been made have been unwound or undermined by greater levels of discretion, by the idea of devolving the responsibility of decision-making to others, states, territories, not SEMA, where we believe the federal government should hold that responsibility. There are opportunities for efficiency in assessments, and of course the carve-outs for protecting forests and for climate. Well, climate is not in the current Act and is not in these proposed amendments, mean that we can't actually protect nature in this country unless you protect forests and you have a clear plan to have a look at what future projects' impact on climate change would be.
You mention the carve-outs that currently exist and haven't been fixed by the government's proposal that's before us. The two striking ones, of course, is the RFA exemption and continuous use exemption. Just so that we're all clear, those exemptions, what they practically do is allow for the logging or bulldozing of forests and woodlands, even if there is native species that are threatened living there. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. This is absolutely fundamental to some of the existing problems with the Act and not addressed in the package that's currently been put to you. The idea that you can protect nature while you are having vast swathes of Australia's forests, Australia's woodlands being cut down without referring to whether that is going to impact endangered species, whether it's going to impact critical habitat, is obviously absurd. And we see the consequences of that absurdity in the destruction that's actually occurring. So in, for example, the Great Barrier Reef catchment area, where we know full well the consequences of the devastation for the reef as well as for the terrestrial habitat, was 500,000 hectares taken down between 2019 and 2020 and 2022-23. So that is the consequence of bulldozing of forests and woodlands in an agricultural context through continuous use and through state exemptions. And then we see, of course, other carnage that occurs as a consequence of the exemption of the RFAs that were very colourfully described by Professor Samuel just now to the committee.
So they're gaping holes in protection, the fact that this package fails to protect our forests and our bush, even when it's the home of endangered animals. What about some of the other concerns you've got? You know, there is even more discretionary language in this package, and I asked Professor Samuels, of course, earlier about his major concerns with the existing law, that it is riddled with get-out clauses, weasel words, wriggle room. But there's even more discretionary language in this. Are you concerned about that?
Absolutely, because if you don't fix the discretion, you won't protect nature, but you also won't develop this country. You can't have a renewable powered Australia move forward if no one knows the rules around how you develop a renewable energy site, for example. So the key to both protecting nature and being able to have efficiency in our decision-making processes and assessment processes are clear rules that don't have any weasel words in them, and a decision maker that is professional at it, that is a regulator at it, that does it on a daily basis, that understands the environment and understands business needs and can educate business on what they need, and that's the National EPA. So those two elements are critically important to make this law work for nature, and I won't speak for the business community, but I think they would say work for business. But unfortunately, while there are some advancements in the bills on that, then they're undermined by these weasel words, either I think that the Professor Samuel talked about, and the fact that there's the opportunity to devolve or accredit, but really it's devolving decision-making responsibility to others, where the time taken is in the assessment process, and the federal government should maintain its decisions. It can have joint assessment processes with states and territories that maintain the decision-making through the National EPA.
So let me just be clear about that, and keen to know whether this is a concern you all have. This devolution of powers, or accrediting states to make the decision, as opposed to having that held at the federal level, that's a problem for you?
You want to go?
We're just being polite to one another here. Look,
and Nicole.
and Nicole. Look, matters of national environmental significance are properly the subject of the national government, and we don't support the shifting of those sacred obligations out from the national government. No.
So you don't have a problem with having either the states or the federal government doing the assessment, but the final decision should sit at a federal level. It shouldn't be. So let's just take WA for example. Proponent in WA wants to, establish a new mine. The assessment could be, if the state was accredited under the rules and under the standards, could be accredited to run the assessment, but you don't think it should be left to the Cook government to make the final decision?
Yes, so matters of national environmental significance should be the responsibility of the federal government. And also we've often talked about a joint assessment process. Yes, states can be accredited to do that work, as long as, and we have some issues also with some of the processes, particularly around the streamline approval process, that it seems, how are communities going to be engaged properly in that? Communities are reaching out to us terrified at not understanding and seemingly curtailing any opportunity for their say. So you need to have a community engagement standard, which doesn't exist, and a First Nations engagement standard. And First Nations communities have also reached out to us since the bills have gone out. So whilst we think a good structure is for efficiency is to have standards where everyone just knows from day one what they have to do. And those standards should include for nature, for engagement. You can meet those, and if you meet all of those standards, then maybe you can qualify for a faster assessment process. But if you don't know what your community engagement requirements are, then they should not qualify for a streamline. So get the standards right. They provide the rules. Everyone knows what they need to do, and then you can have a single assessment process. It can be accredited, it could be shared, but the decision-making, which doesn't take the time, needs to be held by the federal government, and we say the national EPA, because because different governments make different decisions on nature, and that's not right.
Could I ask you, one of the key issues that's been raised by other submitters in this realm is the overriding of the water trigger. Are you concerned about that? And it seems extraordinary that there is, and the Albanese government extended the water trigger. It was put there by the Gillard government originally, and this is something that it was meant to safeguard Australia's precious water supply, particularly for communities, as well as the environment. Are you worried that water trigger can be overridden by a state government who's desperate to please the miners?
Yes. We don't support this proposal at all. As you've referred to, there's currently a limitation written into the water trigger itself or into the EPBC Act that prevents that water resources trigger from being devolved to state and territory governments. The proposal is for that to be removed. The only reason to do that, because the water trigger only applies to coal and gas projects, is to facilitate the approval of coal and gas projects. As you've referred to, the water trigger was introduced under the Gillard government when Tony Burke was Environment Minister. That was a response to community concerns around the impact on water resources of coal and gas projects. The government responded to those concerns, introduced the trigger. It was clear that that needed to stay with the federal government. As you've also said, and as you know, it was expanded, responding once again to community concerns, including First Nations concerns around the scope of the water trigger as it expanded to unconventional gas in 2023. To now say we'll remove that limitation and allow for that water trigger approval process to be devolved to state and territory governments, I think is extraordinary and dismissive of the community concerns that were recognised when the trigger was first introduced and when it was expanded. Noting that both of those things happened under ALP governments. I mean, the government is fond at times of referring to the limitations that they're subject to under Howard-era laws. These are initiatives that were put in place, expansions that were put in place of what's covered under the legislation under initially the Gillard government and then the Albanese government.
Senator Greenpeace would strongly share that view.
Thank you. And yes, so I mean, the only people who would be happy about that happening would be the mining companies. And this is a sop to the mining companies removing this water trigger, isn't it?
Well, and the Northern Territory government or the Queensland government would much prefer to have the Commonwealth out of the way when it comes to these matters, I expect.
What about the fast-tracking of coal and gas projects that this new package would allow to happen? As coal and gas can use the streamline process, it can use the go zone process, it can use the national exemption override if that's what national interest exemption, if that's what the Minister of the day liked. The coal and gas can even access this new offsets program. Are you worried about what this package does to accelerate fossil fuels?
Yes, Senator, these things would be clearly inappropriate, and our overarching view would be that climate harm is real. Climate harm is part of the physical reality that the people of Australia and nature is facing, that in order for this Act to do what it says on the cover, it needs to have ways of appropriately embedding what climate harm is doing to nature in Australia within the aegis of the Act. And the idea that anything would be introduced that makes it easier to do more harm to nature is simply obscene. And of course, there are multiple ways that we would argue that the Act instead can be improved to take proper account of the harm that climate impacts are doing to nature.
Yes, you make a good point. I mean, the Act, while requires some, or these proposed changes, while on some projects will require the disclosure of their anticipated emissions. There's no consideration of what that should mean. In fact, the Minister's prohibited from considering it in making a decision. that seems absurd to me. And new environment laws in 2025 that don't take into consideration the damage that climate pollution is doing to nature, and how can these really be described as environment protection laws?
That's right, and in particular it's the Scope 3 emissions from these projects that are coming up through the EPBC assessment process that are the knockout punch for nature. They are the emissions, as I'm sure we all know, that are released when the oil and gas is burnt overseas. That is not covered by any Australian policy or law, and there is nothing in place at the moment by any government to drive that transition away from those fossil fuel exports to clean exports. There's a lot of talk, but there's nothing else there. So when the government and the minister says it is covered, it is untrue that it is covered, and it is a knockout punch for nature alongside the habitat destruction that is enabled through this current bill, which is why we want to see the bill substantially amended, because the current status quo is horrific for nature, and that can't be allowed to continue. The bill as it stands is highly problematic. It has some decent architecture, and a lot of that is then undermined by things that could be easily fixed.
Seems to me that based on the problems that exist within the package that's been put on the table, and I take your point that even the bits that are potentially beneficial are then undermined. But if you have an override of the water trigger, you don't stop native forest logging and land clearing. It can fast track coal and gas, expanding fossil fuels. I mean, as it is, this is worse than what we've currently got on the in law, and this isn't a step forward if it was to pass in this form, is it?
No, and with amendments it could be a substantial step forward, because a number of those equivocations, weasel words, can just be removed, and the national environmental standards can be made granular, as Professor Samuel talks about, so that we provide that rules-based decision-making, but also helps the business community know what they're required to meet. So it is not something that our groups support, which is very disappointing because we've worked on this for so long, but it can be amended, and we hope that the Parliament can work on that, because this is 5 years after Graham did his work, 10 years after the original review, and in that time, where nature, habitat, forest destruction, climate pollution is going really unchecked in this country. And if we do not protect nature, we cannot protect ourselves, we cannot protect our economy, our jobs, our lives.
Are you concerned that, I mean, because you've referenced the standards and the rules quite a few times, that they need to be robust and they need to be enforceable. And there's this tension, right? Because the way the law's written, it's that the minister can apply the standards, but doesn't necessarily have to. There's all these kind of exemptions to that, or abilities to justify not doing that. So that's obviously a problem, that the strength of enforcement is not there in the current draft of this legislation. But the standards themselves are not in the law. They're in this package. They're going to be regulations that sit outside. Have you had a look at the two draft standards that have been released so far?
Yes.
Let's take the national environmental standards, those that are relating to matters of environmental significance. What's your take on those that you've seen so far? Do you think that they're sufficient? If they were enforceable,
yeah.
If they were enforceable, and they're currently not in the way the legislation's drafted, but if they were enforceable, do the standards themselves stack up?
So as a statement of high-level outcomes, which is one of the things that the standards are supposed to do, I think they're a reasonable starting point. They lack the granularity, though, that Professor Samuel was talking about, and it's unfortunate perhaps that he hasn't had a chance to have a look at them yet, because I'm sure he'd look at them and say, this is just not what I had in mind in terms of the granularity, the detail that was supposed to be in these standards as subordinate instruments. And there's some specific things that he recommended in his standards, his standard for matters of national environmental significance, that haven't flowed through into the draft standards. For instance, some suggestions around dealing with cumulative impacts seems to be absent from the current draft standard. And the very specific suggestion from Professor Samuel around climate as well, and considering avoidance and mitigation proposals in the context of different climate scenarios. So there's a lot of focus on emissions and how that's dealt with in the system, but he also recognised the need for the fact of a changing climate to be considered in across the board in decision making when you're looking at things like, well, what is the impact on threatened species habitat going to be here? Is this an appropriate proposal to proceed? And that hasn't been picked up in the standard at all. So that's deeply unfortunate.
Do you think that the those climate impacts is that something that should be picked up in this in the existing NES standard, or are you proposing that that should be a standard? There should be a climate standard that sits outside. I think the consequences of climate change for the things that the Act is supposed to protect need to be picked up across the board. They definitely need to be picked up in the core standard, the one for matters of national environmental significance that I was just referring to, but they should be just deeply embedded in the architecture of the Act. They're not at the moment, and there is no proposal to change that, and that's fundamentally problematic. So that could be something that is, you're saying, a reference to that and the importance of that being considered needs to be in the legislation itself. It's that fundamental. Absolutely. I think a simple way of doing this would be just to write something into the legislation right at the outset saying climate change is important from a whole range of different perspectives. You need to take it into account. You need to consider those factors in any decision under this legislation. And that's different to the approvals of projects, is what I'm hearing from you. It's broader than just the approvals of projects. Yes, it's that the climate crisis itself is putting pressure on nature and our threatened species. Correct. Thank you.
So it is broader, but it would then be applied through an assessment, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Dunningham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks all for coming. Good to see you again. It's been a while. I want to start with the broad issue of ministerial discretion versus, so minister versus department decision-making or EPA decision-making processes. Where do you draw the line, or where should it be in your view? How much discretion should the minister have?
I have worked in a regulator like Graham, and then I worked in a department, and I was shocked by the level of direction that you get in a department, because I was very young at the time, versus a regulator. So having the regulator is very important. I think what the minister and the parliament should do is set the rules. So the standards, they're setting the Act, they set the rules in which the regulator must implement and cannot move outside those rules. That's quite a standard form of regulation in Australia, and all the EPAs in Australia operate in that way, although most don't cover nature issues. And then the regulator should undertake the assessments and the decisions based on those rules that are set by the government. So those in the business community who say, well, the elected officials should be the ones that are making the decisions, ultimately they are setting the rules, and the regulator is just implementing those rules and can't go outside. So that is our view. There could be a call-in power in exceptional national emergency situations, but otherwise it should be the regulator. We will note that 99% of the decisions that are currently made are made by a department under the EPBC Act. So it is essentially happening, except for the big difficult ones where the politics gets involved. And I would note that it is very difficult to donate money to a regulator. It is easier to donate money to a political party, and that can, and we believe does, affect the decisions relating to EPBC.
So just two things on that, and if anyone else has views on that first question, I'd be interested to know. Your contention is that there should be very limited, and we'll come back to the issue of when a minister should be able to make a decision. You said, with exception, like in a national emergency situation. But you also made a point there that the difference between, in this instance, APS staff and the level of direction or guidance provided by government, a minister, versus an independent regulator. So 99% are made by officials within DQ, but they would also be subject to some direction or guidance from the minister. Is that right? Under the current EPBC Act?
Yes, because the current Act delegates the decision-making to the department and possibly others. And under the current proposed legislation, the minister would be able to delegate decisions to the EPA. In my view, that is better than the current situation because EPAs are regulators. They have a culture of regulation. They don't have to do anything else to service the minister. And having worked in both, that is my very strong experience. But we need a fully independent EPA that it reports to a board, and that question was put to Professor Samuel, so that they can independently and quite efficiently, by the way, apply the law and the standards set by the government and Parliament of the day.
And so just on this limitation, as you put it, and I'm looking at your submission here, Ms O'Shannessy, on page 2, where you talk about the rules-based approach and the new standards and legislative definitions of unacceptable impacts being undermined by exemptions, particularly the national interest exemption and the proposed new national interest approvals. You're suggesting that the former, being the national interest exemption, should be limited to national emergency. If you can just explain to me what you would define that as.
I believe in the department's submission they have defined it, and I read it and it seemed appropriate for that national emergency. So it could be things like fires.
Things like fires?
For example, where you have to take an urgent action to help Australians, but it is not a coal company or a gas company wants to open up a new mine and that needs an exemption or a approval.
So I'm just trying, because we will at the end of this have to, you know, as part of a negotiation with government, seek to amend the proposed laws in line with what you might be saying or other witnesses to get this as strong as possible. So you've given me the example of a natural disaster, a fire.
Disaster, yep.
What else? Or are you just suggesting...
I can elaborate on this if it
Please.
helps. So the bills include two things, basically defence and security and national disasters. The Minister, in being asked about this earlier in the piece, said that the power is limited to those things, but there was then, then correctly conceded later on that wasn't a limitation. They gave a flavour of when the national interest exemption power could be used. Our contention would be it should be limited to those things. And indeed, if my recollection serves me correctly, and I don't have the legislation because we weren't allowed to take it away with us, that was the proposal that was put forward when we were looking at draft legislation last term, that the power be confined in that way. And it's important that it is confined in that way because otherwise the power is open to abuse in terms of being used in different circumstances that clearly shouldn't qualify under a broad public interest override.
Can I just clarify something, Senator Duniam? That are you suggesting that the national interest criteria or reference in there was not what was put to you in the consultation?
No, I'm sorry, I'm referring to the consultation last term on the nature positive bills and the draft legislation that we saw.
Oh, the secret one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the secret.
But none of us.
So this time round, was it put to you that it wouldn't just be in the case of emergencies or defence, that there would be this broader, undefined national interest?
I'm sorry, I'd have to check the papers, but I don't think the detail of this particular exemption has been the subject of extensive discussion in the last few months in the consultations that I've been involved in.
No, I think that might be right.
Can I take the opportunity to say and push back a little bit on both Professor Samuel's comments and the department's statement that because you have a consultation process, and the processes being used over the years on this have been both numerous and flawed in every way, which is impressive. But because you go in and are consulted, you give feedback. It doesn't mean you've provided consent in any way. In fact, we haven't. And much of what's in these amendments weren't put to us in the conversations with the Minister, both with him and with other stakeholders. We are very happy to go in and provide our view because we want to help create solutions for Australia, but that has been misrepresented, I think, as consent.
Endorsement.
Or endorsement, and well, obviously from what we're saying... and
you're not endorsing it.
We do not, yeah.
There can be matters that were subject of robust disagreement. And that kind of occurred in the context of a process where ministers were seeking to achieve consensus. Well, we can respect that intention, but the robust disagreement characterised the conversation.
So is it fair to say that there wasn't consensus reached across the board on this package that was put in, that's been tabled by the Minister?
Well, I think it's a very lengthy package for a starter, but I think it's also very fair to say, and in fact we've heard this from other interests as well, that no, there wasn't consensus.
Thank you, Senator Daniam.
A great partnership here over the years on agreeing on so much. And
Senators,
where left meets right.
Levity has a place, but a limited one.
Senate committees are not where it lives. You're right.
I believe in climate change.
So do I. So do I. So do we.
Okay. Senators, please come to order. I appreciate. No, that includes everyone. Senator Hanson-Young, Senator Henderson, Senator Grogan. I appreciate the exchange, but if we will come back. Senator McLaughlin. Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Henderson. All right, that's enough.
Okay,
We have limited time with these witnesses. I appreciate that there's an enjoyment out of this, but we do need to keep moving. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. That is excellent. So we've dealt with that. So just to be clear, your preference for ministerial intervention is limited to those exceptional circumstances which are natural disaster and security and defence. And have you cited a definition of what they would be beyond what was provided in the last term of Parliament?
No, I don't believe we have. Because
have you provided a suggestion to government as to what that might be?
No, well, not in the few days that the bills have been out.
Oh, have you consulted prior to?
As Brendan mentioned, I don't believe that came up. I missed the last couple of months, but
look, it's testing memory, but I.
Oh, sorry.
No. Have you? So there's a lot in these bills that we've never discussed.
I'm sorry. We are full of suggestions. We have multiple times suggested how this particular exemption, Section 158 in the EPBC Act, needs to be reformed. Yes, I believe so, but certainly, throughout this whole process since the Samuel review.
Okay. Look, just finally, then, I mean. In terms of the types of projects, because obviously projects of different types will have different impacts, both at the point in time that a project is undertaken and often legacy impacts as well with regard to climate and emissions, etc. I mean, are we talking a level playing field here? I know that there is a hierarchy of assessments and things, but like you've referenced coal and gas. In Tasmania, there's a huge amount of contention over the Robbins Island wind farm and, in fact, more significantly, the transmission line associated with it from where the lines come to the mainland across to where it enters the grid. Are you saying we have to have a completely level playing field, that these laws would be blind to the nature of the project in their application?
Yes, really. I'll add an exception to that if you include climate impacts. But we want Australia powered by renewables, but we don't want forest ripped down high-value forest ripped down in order to build those renewables, and you don't have to because we're the most cleared country in the world. So we can build renewables without damaging nature. That is guided by an EPBC Act that has clear standards, which is applied to everyone. So no carve-outs is a mantra we've been speaking to. That includes the renewable energy. Can't even speak. Renewable and
it's Friday.
I'm still jet lagged from coming back.
The renewables industry.
Yeah, thanks.
I think what Kelly's saying, and what Greenpeace would
Trying
agree
to
with
say.
there too, is that all projects that have impacts on matters of national environmental significance should be assessed under the Act, and that there should be no carve-outs. And the addition that if projects have an impact of emissions impacting nature, then that should be considered in the assessment.
Okay.
So the caveat was that you can have positive benefits for nature for climate change, which you might want to consider. That's why I mentioned that. And I just wanted to note that Nicole from WWF hasn't had a chance to say anything, so might have questions specifically for WWF.
I don't have any group specific, but if WWF want to pipe up and answer any, I'd be more than welcome to hear you. Just on this issue of accreditation, devolution of assessment approval to state and territory agencies, can you just run me through your concerns around, because as I understand it, if there is accreditation notionally, the Commonwealth is saying that this state or territory EPA is equipped and meets our standard. Your concerns with that are, how could you summarise them best?
Well, because we've had examples of where state governments have approved highly damaging, obviously unacceptable projects, like a 3,000 housing development on Moreton Bay in Queensland, Toondah Harbour, and the federal government said no to that. In part, that can be resolved if you have rules that are granular, that are very strong, that apply to everyone. But there are still conflicts of interest that states have, that the federal government doesn't have, and there is a responsibility on the federal government put to it under law, but also under global treaties that the government has to uphold. And that is why we think the federal government should be the decision maker. There are also proposals to essentially fully accredit NOPSEMA with able to make decisions on offshore projects, gas projects in particular, which scares the bejesus out of me. Because if you had a national EPA, you have a regulator that is equipped and used to making decisions in timelines. They can held to account. They can held to account to a minister or preferably a board. But if you're accrediting everyone else to make decisions, they don't have that necessarily that regulatory mindset at all. Their laws can change, and the bill allows accreditation to last through some changes to state level laws. So it is much more efficient for this country and much better for nature to have a single decision maker at the federal level that is set up to do it and will make decisions in appropriate timelines, and to make sure that the assessment process, and I'll use the North West Shelf, terrible decision, but that was a 6-year assessment process. It wasn't a 6-year approval process. They needed to do scientific research. That time was necessarily to do the assessment. That's the bit that takes the time. So you can build in efficiencies there by having merged assessments or joint assessments or accredited processes.
Yeah, I'd just add to that. I mean, the key issue really is that you can put in place a whole elaborate architecture around trying to provide assurance that the Commonwealth's responsibilities that represent, I guess, public aspirations around the Commonwealth's role, as well as our international commitments, can be delivered through accreditation frameworks and so forth. But the best way to deliver assurance is to keep your hands on the steering wheel, to be the driver of the bus when it comes to approval decision making, rather than thinking you can do that from the back seat of the bus, ensuring that national standards and so forth are applied. If you've got that final say in making approval decisions, then that's the best assurance that's possible.
So just with regard to the decision by the Queensland Government, you referenced the example of the 3,000 lot housing estate that was approved by the state government, Queensland, but no rejection by the Commonwealth. Well, And then you referenced conflicts of interest that may arise in the state setting but not in the Commonwealth. What's the conflict of interest there that was present in that state decision-making process?
There were donations uncovered by the proponent to two parties and two governments, both at both levels, but that was
federal and state. Do you mean?
Federal and state, and there were different decisions made by a federal government under different political parties. So the government that rejected it was 10 years after a different government of a different political persuasion said it needs to go to the next level of assessment. So, but there's conflicts of interest because a state government is closer to the economy of that state. It's closer to the economic needs of that state and the pressures that governments, corporations can put on to fast track or approve projects that should never have been approved. This was 3,000 homes on top of a Ramsar wetland. It should have been obvious that that should have been a fast no. And I think it's probably used by, as an example, by the current government as an obvious example of a fast no. But the state government approved it.
Like that Port of Hastings terminal that was on a Ramsar listed wetland.
That is a great example because that is the state government's, as the proponent, saying that we should put a renewable energy project on top of a Ramsar wetland, and the federal government said, well, actually it's our responsibility to protect Ramsar wetlands, so no, that's not going to happen. That was the state government doing it. So clearly there's a conflict of interest, which is why the federal government should maintain its responsibilities.
Thank you, Senator Daniel. I'm going to go to Senator Grogan.
I might just, on that point, you're talking about it as if the state government rules will apply. That's not the case. It would be the federal government rules and structures that would apply, even if you were accrediting the states. It's the federal law that they would be applying, and it would be overseen by the.
It's not strictly correct. I don't think. I mean, the state government's regulations would be accredited, and not just regulations, by the way. They don't necessarily have to be entirely within formal regulations. They can be non-regulatory instruments as well.
But they still have to. They still
accredited
have to
against the standards, but it's not the states being, given the EPBC Act and the standards and so forth to administer. It's their regulatory systems that are accredited.
But they have to apply the federal structures. That's the point.
Well,
anyway, that wasn't the point I wanted to discuss, so I'm going to move on. I'm just going to say that I think your interpretation is not, but we'll clean that up when the department comes in and just be really clear about that. So you've stepped out for us. I mean, I've read all your submissions. You've stepped out all of the things that you are concerned about within the bill and the kind of amendments that you'd like to see come forward. Is there anything that you do like?
There is, indeed. But Nicole, do you want to have a go before?
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to thank my colleagues from ACF and Greenpeace who have done an excellent job, and there's nothing in addition that I would say from the remarks that they've already made that I would add to the record. But yes, putting aside those things that we would like to see very much improved through potential amendments through this process, there are, as Professor Samuels noted, step change inclusions in the draft reform bills that, if those amendments could be achieved, would actually create a critical improvement into the way that the Australian laws are able to protect our nature. And that I would add that right now the Act itself is failing, and so it is important that we are able to come together in a constructive way to look for improvements, building upon what is already noted to be good. For example, the inclusion of unacceptable impacts and critical habitat definitions. We'd like to see an improvement around, as already mentioned, closing the deforestation loopholes regards to that. we strongly welcome the inclusion of new national environmental standards, noting that they need to be strong and outcomes-based, so that the regulator, the EPA, is able to have the best possible framework from which to both protect nature, but also, as Professor Samuels mentioned, provide that clarity and consistency to give them certainty around investment. We are also very pleased to see the mitigation hierarchy included, but we would like to see some tightening around the absolute net gain requirements. We think there's a little more to do there. Of course, we're pleased to see the introduction of the EPA and the announcement of increased enforcement penalties, but as colleagues have mentioned, the climate harm relating to matters of national environmental significance are clearly something that needs to be addressed. And finally, we're welcoming the establishment of the Environment Information Australia Agency that really would provide robust opportunity to have clear and comprehensive data. So in short, yes, there are significant improvements on the current Act included in the package. Thank you.
Senator, can I just follow on my comments there? So look, I do also just want to put on record that we do greatly appreciate the urgency being now shown to the crisis of nature in Australia. That's terrific. And also, if it might be possible just to say a few words about percentages and metaphors, because it's extraordinary how percentages and metaphors can sort of get their own life in public policy debates. And I'm very, very sympathetic to the favourable aura that attaches to the idea of, being 80% there or 80%, good. Have you ever tried to have a bath where the bath is 95% complete but the plug's not in? Or someone who is...
I think you might find I have.
Well, there you go, Senator. Or a house that you're reassured is complete, except the windows haven't been put on or the doors haven't been put on. Like, what we're talking about here, I think, is some architecture that could be built upon to enable the fulsome protection of nature, but it isn't there in the package that we've seen. And so we need that architecture to be fully built out to properly protect nature. And we're not coming from a level playing field. I mean, we see elements of industry that very proudly talk about the boom they have overseen over the past 20 or however many years you want to put the boom over. That is not the case with nature. Nature is not booming. Nature is in radical decline and the threats are increasing. So when we think about the metaphors and we think about the percentages, let's be really careful that they don't have a life of their own that undermines what hopefully this Parliament is trying to do here.
Thank you, Mr Ritter. I must say I'm with Professor Samuel on this, having been around it for so long, so many years. We very nearly came to an agreement in 2013 to make improvements. Then we had 10 years of nothing happening, and we're here now. And I'm deeply concerned that in between my emission-loving fossil fuel coal-fired power building friends and then...
koala lovers.
Thank you. I didn't interrupt you.
Senators,
we'll know that you love the koalas as well.
I left the chair for one moment. So, all right. Senators, I appreciate the passion on this subject, and I appreciate that I wasn't in the chair for a moment. But let's. I know. Well, but before we litigate who's responsible for that little intermission, let's return to our favoured process, which is questions and answers from senators to witnesses. Senator Grogan.
Guilty of discharge, Chair. My apologies. But I do worry that as we sit here and we listen to the commentary, that we will end up precisely nowhere. And I would say that getting 80% there and getting a situation where we are better off than we are standing today on some environmental laws that we know don't work, that to get improvement, the best we can within what is an environment where people talk about having the numbers are in the House. They are not in the Senate. In the Senate, we have to find a solution to improve the situation we are in. And I don't know how you're going to feel, how various people are going to feel if this doesn't happen, but I know how I'm going to feel.
If 80% includes fast-tracking coal and gas and expanding fossil fuels, I don't think it's really 80%, Senator Grogan. It's backwards.
Well, like I say, I'm backing Professor Samuel here, and
all right. With that in mind,
I will hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. We will be trying to go to morning tea very briefly soon. But Senator Pocock, I understand you have questions as brief as you can keep them, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, all of you, for your submissions, your work, and being here today. I just wanted to pick up on the point that Senator Grogan was making. We know that Australia is a world leader in mammal extinctions. We're the only developed country considered a deforestation hotspot. We've seen biodiversity in decline for the whole time that we've had the EPBC Act. I understand from your opening statements that the bills in their current form will not reverse or even halt the decline of nature. Is that your takeaway? If the current proposals were passed, we're not actually going to see an improvement?
That's correct. And I would say to Senator Grogan, who's just escaped for a second, please get us to 80%. This is not there. It's nowhere near there, but it can get there. And as you've mentioned, Senator, we're in an extinction crisis. Every day matters and every decision matters, and this is 15 years down the track. So we really need to get to 80%. We'd love perfection, but I've never experienced it when it comes to a process from Parliament. No offence, or any process really.
And does ACF have any concerns about the operation of the offset scheme as proposed?
Offsets are broken and do not work. Shockingly, and there's been many, many examples of that and many reviews that show that. And so they need to be improved, but linking them to a market mechanism that is unproven and new, but actually proven not to work in states where similar things are working, such as New South Wales, is a massive risk. And I just don't think we should go there. We need to figure out how those systems should work before you would allow a legal process to use a market to provide offsets when the offsets themselves fundamentally don't work. There's other issues with the offsets programs, recommendations such as including the idea that you could destroy one particular type of habitat and replace it with a completely different one that may not be relevant. When you're talking about koala habitat being decimated in New South Wales and koalas going extinct in our life, very soon lives, you can't do that. So we need to go back and have a look at that. The offsets program needs to be better than as recommended. And there's a number of amendments and suggestions that have been put forward many times over the years.
Thank you. I might come back to offsets if I have time, but just to Greenpeace, your organisation has done a lot of work on Labor's approval of one of the largest fossil fuel projects in our history, the North West Shelf. I'm interested in your view on the national interest exemption. We hear governments over many years have talked about gas exports being in our national interest, and I'm interested if you're concerned that projects like the North West Shelf could, under these laws, actually completely be exempted from environmental laws.
Look, it is. Thanks for the question, Senator. It's absolutely fundamental that national interest be confined in the way my colleague from ACF described that it should be, the very narrowest of circumstances. And the idea that massive fossil fuel polluting projects can possibly be in the interests of a nation that is already suffering from extreme climate harm, which, as the Commonwealth Government's own National Outlook assessment has made abundantly clear, is only going to get worse. the idea that would be that could be possibly be in the national interest, let alone in nature's interest, is beyond absurd. It is beyond absurd.
And we know it's a real risk because the potential Prime Minister before the last election said that within 30 days they would approve that in the interests of the nation. So this is open to political interference.
And as the bills are currently drafted, this sort of project, if it's deemed in the national interest, could actually be exempted. Is that your reading?
Well, it's why we have called for these things to be either simply removed or massively tightened up, because there simply cannot be that risk allowed.
And we've also recommended that all fossil fuel projects not be ever considered to be in the national interest.
Yes,
Okay.
it should be
Thank
obvious.
you.
Yes.
And to ACF, the minister's been in the media claiming that standards will apply to regional forestry agreements. Is that your reading? Is that correct?
Well, the point that we've made here is that there is no assurance in the bills that that promise will be delivered. In fact, I'd say that commentary around we are proposing to apply standards to regional forest agreements is more of a deflection than an actual reassurance or an answer, in the sense that unless there's something in the legislation that deals with the current exemptions for native forest logging under regional forest agreements, unless there's something in these amendments that addresses that, then there's no real pathway for actually applying the standards. And I think this is the point that Professor Samuel was making this morning as well, without getting into the complexities about how you reformulate the current exemption or remove it. There is just a fundamental starting point that unless you're actually changing the EPBC Act and in some way addressing that current arrangement, the fact that native forest logging under regional forest agreements is exempt from the EPBC Act, then the recommendations he made in terms of applying standards and really bringing regional forest agreements in under the EPBC Act framework, there's just no reassurance that that's actually ever going to happen.
Well, it's legally not true.
So the RFA exemption, which as you said, Professor Samuel said that he hated, actually remain in the bills as they're currently drafted. Is that correct?
There's critical provisions in Section 38 and Section 42 of the legislation in relation to this, and they are unchanged by the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I might move the call on if you just have one final question.
I do, thanks, Chair. Your submission also raises serious concerns about the continuous use exemption. Is there any reason this loophole could not be closed as part of these reforms?
There is no reason that this loophole can simply not be closed as part of these reforms, and all of our groups are calling for it to be closed in the strongest possible terms as being fundamental to the protection of nature.
Well, thank you very much. I'll put some more on notice. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So just listening to all the evidence that you've given today and hearing both the desperation that you have for laws that actually do protect nature, but what's on the table doesn't do that. Actually, if it's passed as it is, would take us backwards because it puts in more loopholes and fast-tracks coal and gas and expands fossil fuels. Are you frustrated that this legislation is all being talked about as how we deal with approvals rather than how we put in place protection? And it strikes me that all of the discussion is how we make approvals work for business and industry rather than what we're doing, what are the actual laws in place for protecting nature, for the good of protecting nature. Do you think it's upside down?
Absolutely. It needs to say what it says on the label. It needs to protect the environment and conserve biodiversity. It hasn't done that in the last 25 years, and without substantial amendment it won't do that. But it needs to do that because that's the thing that underpins everything else, including the businesses and industries that are asking for the approvals. If you do not have forests that have bees that pollinate your crops, if you do not have an environment, a safe climate to operate in, if you do not have flood or erosion control that nature offers, you cannot have an economy. And we've shown over and over again that Australia's economy is wholly dependent on nature, but 50% of it is quite highly dependent on nature. So this is not a jobs and economy versus nature thing. You need to protect nature in order to live on this planet, and to very much service the businesses that are asking for projects to be approved. So this is the only law in the country that protects matters of national environmental significance. That's why it exists. It needs to do that.
Meant to do that.
It's meant to do that. It needs to do that. It needs to be amended to do that.
Senator, it's why we would say that this is a legacy moment, a legacy opportunity for the Parliament, and why we would call on all parliamentarians to seize the moment to do what is necessary to protect nature, because at some point in the future there are going to be some new generations of young Australians, and they're going to be wondering what this Parliament did in 2025. And they're going to be hoping that this was the Parliament that enabled flocks of birds to rise from native Australian forests and Australian rivers to be full of fish. They're not going to be sitting there thinking, gee, I wonder if those legislators back in 2025 managed to do something to streamline some bureaucratic process that enabled more pollution, that emptied the grey skies that I'm now looking at.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Deputy Chair. I've just one question before we go to our break, and that is, I might pick up from what you just said there, Mr Ritter, and part of your earlier answer. May I take it from that you consider the reform of the EPBC Act a matter of urgency?
Unquestionably, we would consider the reform of the EPBC Act a matter of urgency, because it is, as my colleague said, the one act that is there to protect nature, and nature is in deep trouble.
Thank you very much. We will now, I thank you all for your evidence today and for your attendance today. The committee is grateful for both that and your submissions. If you've taken any questions on notice or receive any, if you could endeavour to come back to the Secretariat as soon as possible, that would be wonderful. And with that, we'll take a short break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And I welcome now representatives of the Clean Energy Council and the Smart Energy Council appearing by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today for those witnesses appearing online?
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Churchill and I'm the Chief Policy and Impact Officer at the Clean Energy Council.
And thank you, Chair. My name is David McElrea. I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer at the Smart Energy Council.
Are there any other witnesses? If not, we have invited very short opening statements with a preference for a submitted opening statement, if that's possible. And if you have an opening statement, as brief as you can, and then I'll invite the committee members to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I might take the moment just to submit an opening statement. Thank you for having us here today. The Clean Energy Council represents almost 1,000 companies across the entire clean energy spectrum. And membership covers utility-scale wind and solar builders, owners and operators, OEM providers, equipment providers, investors, financiers, and a host of other businesses involved in the clean energy sector. All these businesses are in some way touched by the EPBC Act, and there is a universal agreement that our environmental protection laws are failing nature and are in urgent need of renewal and refresh to ensure that they are fit for purpose to meet Australia's modern needs. As senators will recall, the work to review the EPBC Act was commenced by Professor Graham Samuel in 2019 and released in 2021. It's been nearly 5 years since the review was conducted, and we are still in the holding pattern waiting for reform. The previous attempt to reform the EPBC Act was unsuccessful, and our members and industry is hoping that this attempt will be successful. To underscore the urgency of action, I'd like to remind the Senate that we're halfway towards the next review period of the EPBC Act. Reform of the Act is so vital to the protection of our environment and in giving guidance and clarity to industry so that it can meet the expectations of the community around its environmental obligations and protecting the environment. A submission to the committee today is jointly made between the Clean Energy Council and the Smart Energy Council. We prepared our brief submission on short notice and would like to reserve our right to provide further supplementary details as the committee continues its deliberations on this bill. In summary, we can provide cautious support for the legislative package, but put forward by the Australian government. We know that we're still in the process of fully understanding the implications of the provisions in this bill, including and especially those around unacceptable impacts and how decision-making will occur under the proposed regime. However, we do regard the bill as a positive step forward for environmental law reform, which has proven difficult for the Australian Parliament to progress for many years now. In short, we believe this proposal is better than the status quo. To close my opening comments, we also wish to explicitly acknowledge the consultative and cooperative manner that the Minister, his department and his office have taken towards these reforms. We're very pleased with those outcomes. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr McElrea, do you have anything to add to that briefly?
I'm happy to adopt my colleague, Mr Churchill's statement, Chair.
Wonderful. In which case I'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here today and for your submissions. I'm interested to understand, you've got a number of concerns about the way the legislation is currently drafted. Could I get you to touch on the uncertainty and lack of clarification you feel exists with the unacceptable impact test and the decision-making role in relation to that? We've had a number of submitters raise this particular clause with us, so I'm keen to understand really what your major concerns are with it.
Sure. I can probably take that, Senator. Look, again, just to echo my colleague's statement, we have been engaged with the government. We really do want to acknowledge that they have been engaging for the last 6 months on these clauses, but they've only been public for a few weeks. And I think both organisations have used that occasion to share the drafting with our members, and we're just still, I think our members are still trying to work through some of the finer details with environmental consultants and the like about know what terms like roosting or foraging might mean in practice in a site. Broadly, they and we support the attempt at more precision that the government is intending here, but there's just some more understanding that they want to do around what those terms might mean in practice on the ground, and some more engagement with the government on that that they would like. And on decision making, I think, and possibly it's even maybe been clarified a bit since our submission, and surely will be this afternoon, just a little bit of a uncertainty about when the unacceptable impact question will be applied. So at the moment you have you have a referral decision. The minister or the delegate determines whether it's clearly unacceptable. Is it supposed to be that? And as I understand it, what would happen under this is that you would go through the clearly unacceptable process, but then you would still be assessed for whether you're having a significant impact. And so it's not clear, for example, whether the significant impact criteria that are currently applied by the department would still be applied and how the two would work together. So we're just looking for some clarification. We're engaged well with the government and the department. We're hoping to get that clarification over the next week or so. Just as of today, we're still a little unclear of that.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask whether, and obviously your industry is keen to make sure that you can get faster and simpler approvals for renewable energy projects so that we can get on with the energy transition. I mean, the way the bill's drafted as it is doesn't actually guarantee that renewables projects will get any more faster approvals or access to, you're not going to the front of the queue necessarily, and coal and gas and fossil fuels gets access to exactly the same thing. Streamlined process, national exemption, national interest exemption, they get access to the GO zones. I mean, you're still going to be in a race with coal and gas and fossil fuels under the current legislation. Do you think that's a problem?
I don't know that I'd characterise it as a problem. I think it's the case that the government has sought to generally improve processes under the Act and some of the, which we support, some of the changes to administrative procedures that they've outlined, I think should ideally speed up applications or reduce unnecessary bureaucracy for all claims. Regional planning, again, we think is particularly important for renewable energy. I don't necessarily think it's a zero-sum game, though, between us and coal and gas.
But surely the reason why you want to see the further build of renewables is because we've got to reduce carbon pollution.
Yes, so indeed. And yes, and we've put forward, I think, the fact is, as far as I'm aware, renewable energy projects are the largest number of projects by volume in the systems, but by some measure, twice the next largest, which is, my understanding is residential housing. So it's the largest volume. They can be very complex, particularly wind farms, because you're assessing their operation and their construction. So as we put forward in our submission, we're keen to engage with the government on how we can continue to protect nature, but speed that up. Now, that is government policy is an 82% renewable energy target by 2030, and to speed up their explicit policies in the net zero plan is to speed up renewable energy projects. So we're just very keen to continue to engage on that on behalf of our sector about how we can best achieve that. We have some ideas. We think we can continue to protect nature, but we would welcome that. That's an ongoing conversation, I think, with government.
Well, are you dismayed and shocked at yesterday's announcement by the Coalition?
I'm not sure how relevant that is, Chair.
Well, it's very relevant because this bill could either pass with the Greens if we could make sure it protects nature, protects forests, and stops the further expansion of fossil fuels, or it's going to get the government's going to have to work with the Barnaby Joyce-led coalition over here.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, Senator McDonald, I think I can anticipate your point of order. And as I turn to the Deputy Chair with a smile on my face and say that was perhaps a difficult question for the witness to answer in relation to the various parties. If the witness wants to make a brief comment about the bill...
I'm keen to understand whether the...
just on the point of order.
Sorry.
Look, I would also, just on the point of order, agree that not only does this put the witness in a very difficult position, but we are here to inquire into these bills, so this sort of commentary is not constructive or helpful. So I would ask that the Senator Hanson-Young be asked to return to the matters before this committee today.
I've understood both... Sorry, Senator McDonald, I did actually cut you off before you got your point of order, but I thought I understood where it was going, and I understand where Senator Henderson's point of order is going. I think there's a balance to be struck here between the need to stay focused on the legislation we're inquiring into and also recognising that that legislation occurs in a political context. So perhaps if I might deal with it this way, Senator Hanson-Young, I will give the witnesses an opportunity to give a brief answer to the question that you've put, and then I'll come back to you for your next question.
Because surely our coalition colleagues don't really want to know.
Senator Grogan.
Well, Chair, I'll tell you why it's relevant to the witnesses, because in their submission they talk about the need for ensuring that the processes for approvals align with Australia's net zero policy, and we've got a number of senators who will be voting on this legislation who do not align with that policy. So the submitters talk about the need for changes to the EPBC Act and clarification required in this package as it's been put forward to ensure that we can get to net zero.
So I understand that, and that is, I'll give the witnesses now an opportunity to answer the question that was put.
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to take literally 20 seconds. It was, I don't disagree with Senator Hanson-Young in terms of some of the substantive issues, but the characterisation, particularly in relation to Mr Joyce, was just inappropriate, and so I would just ask that we just not make those sorts of reflections going forward.
Okay, well,
I can't promise that.
Okay,
I'm not going to.
No, I understand that, and as I said, this is a highly politically contested space.
Well,
so
I'm just defending.
where I'm going to get to is there was a substantive element to Senator Hanson-Young's question that dealt with the context in which the bill is being considered, and if the witnesses would like to answer that, that would be good, and then perhaps, and not that you probably need this guidance, stay away from some of the more specific political aspects of the reference to Senator Joyce. Or not Senator Joyce, Mr Joyce.
Maybe soon to be Senator Joyce. Please no. Please no.
David, do you want to go first? And I'll follow up.
I think there's a good order being taken.
I'm sorry to take up time, but if we're going to be reflecting on people in the other place and making jokes about it, it makes the whole day a joke. I'm here for serious questions.
That's the problem.
Sorry.
The whole coalition has become a joke. The whole country is laughing at you.
Sorry, Senator McDonald, just let me...
You're a clown
Senator McDonald, let me deal with you. Senator Hanson-Young, please. We need to bring the temperature down now again, and I think Senator McDonald, mate, I don't think the hearings are in that category, Senator McDonald, but I think I accept your point about the issue about raising Mr Joyce specifically. So if we can...
Sorry, Chair. I don't want to take up any more time, but the statement just made by Senator Hanson-Young is completely inappropriate. Imputations on other senators in the context of any proceeding is completely inappropriate, and I would just ask, well, you are a joke was said, and I'm just saying, look, let us try and focus on the on the merits or otherwise of these bills, and please can I ask that those reflections are not made on other senators.
Okay.
I'll keep my comments to the coalition.
And to the extent that we can keep the focus here on the legislation and questions and answers, I've given the witnesses an opportunity to step in and answer the question earlier. I'm keen to keep this process moving so we can get to the substance of it. So, Senator Hanson-Young, may I ask you to move to your next question?
Okay.
I'm not sure they knew how to answer.
Yes, no, that's fine. I would be keen to know what the Smart Energy Council and the Clean Energy Council think, though, of policies to dump net zero, given the importance of this industry to Australia's economy and our future environment. I'm interested to know, in that context, one of the recommendations you make is that there should be a specific standard for renewable energy projects, or a specific national environment standard for renewable energy projects. Could I get you to unpack that, please?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. That's, I think, what I was referring to earlier. Again, we don't. I think we're at an initial stage of our engagement with the government and with, the Senate as we speak today on this issue. So we merely put it forward on the basis that we think there's a strong national interest, a strong economic interest, and a climate interest in accelerating the rollout of renewable energy generation in this country. It is government policy as well. So we are seeking to put forward ideas about how the government can meet their policy. We think we can do that in a way that both preserves nature and the impact on nature, and ideally hastens the construction of these projects, as is clearly in the national interest. Again, one of the ways we put forward is something like adaptive management, which could be a policy that the department adopts where it is comfortable on the impact on nature is managed, but allows construction to occur. So you normally have like an 18-month to 2-year break between approval, which is final investment decision, and when ground is broken. So that is a period, for example, where you could continue surveying and the like, and be very sure that any impact that a wind farm might have could be mitigated. And there are other things I think my colleague, Mr Churchill, might get to in due course about how we can mitigate impact of operating wind farms as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to start by asking you, Mr McElrea, what has changed between the proposal by the former Environment Minister, Ms Plibersek, and the proposal change now put forward by Minister Watt? And in asking that question, I do note the political context that you previously worked for Ms Plibersek as a Deputy Chief of Staff, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So if you could just perhaps explain that context, please.
Well, firstly, I'm appearing in a representative capacity and not in a personal capacity, and I am restricted in what I can say about matters I might know from previous roles that might be privileged, and so I would just say this. I think the previous government put forward, the legislation it put forward was for an EPA, an Environment Information Australia. It didn't put forward any legislation on unacceptable impacts or anything like that. So that's a fairly substantive difference to the two packages of legislation. That's obvious, and the meat of most of the submissions you're hearing is not on the decision maker; it's on the law that decision maker is applying.
So that deal obviously collapsed, and do you have greater prospects or hope that there will be resolution in relation to what's before the Parliament now?
That's a question for you, Senator, not for me. I would like to think
well,
so.
No, I'm asking you based on the draft of the bills. What is your position about whether you believe these should be passed in the current form, or you've obviously expressed some concerns, as we know.
Well, again, I refer to Mr. Churchill's statement. This bill is better than the status quo. We have in our submission and just then expressed some questions, but I think ideally these are matters we can work through quickly with the government and possibly over the course of today. I suspect others, witnesses you're hearing from, particularly from the business community, based on my engagement with them in the lead up to this, will ask similar questions. So ideally they can be answered to the satisfaction of stakeholders, which might enable it to go through. We'll watch that with interest, but again, I say I'm aware, as you've raised, there are others who have also worked on this for a long time in this room. So it would be a shame if the Parliament was yet again unable to progress reform when there are clear wins for business and ideally and for nature.
So I just want to go back to the earlier point that was raised about your submission, which notes that you haven't had time to properly assess the impact of the new unacceptable impact criteria. Given you're seeking for these reforms to be passed, would you support removing the unacceptable impact test from the legislation and instead moving that criteria to the national standards?
I think I might have to take that on notice, Senator. I haven't contemplated that before, so I might just have to take that on notice as to what the implications of that would be. I mean, I suspect the Clerk of the Senate would say to you that wouldn't be appropriate for regulation, to be honest, but I don't know. I'd have to take it on notice.
All right. And so just going back to what's before the Parliament now, do you, if I can just get some clarity, do you support the bills being passed without any amendment?
We're seeking some clarification, Senator, and we're hoping to get that clarification as a result of this process. So subject to that clarification, we are, and I'll let my colleagues speak, but we're broadly supportive of the bills.
And just to be clear, how do you summarise your concerns such that some clarifications are required?
It's some concerns around some of the language in unacceptable impacts, boosting what some of those implications are. And again, I think you'll hear from other witnesses from the business community who will raise similar concerns today. A slight I think what is easily done is just probably a bit more clarity on a decision-making framework, which we just we haven't seen yet, but I think could be addressed by the department today, I'm sure. And I think probably the only other one thing that, again, I think others will raise from the business community, whilst we support net gain, is in the legislative context, is whether that attaches to each protected matter individually. I think just is one other matter we seek clarification on. So does the minister or the NEPA, are they required to have net gain for every single protected matter, or can they look at net gain as a sort of overall test? So that's probably those are the points of clarification we're seeking, as I believe are the other business bodies.
The reason we obviously want to understand what your concerns are, but isn't it the case that some renewable energy projects do cause significant environmental harm? And surely that's an issue for communities, particularly in regional areas?
Well, I mean, I think in the event that under the current framework that they trigger the Act, they have potential for a significant impact. If you clear any nature, you are causing an impact. So they're assessed on that basis, as are all other projects on the same basis. So we're not arguing that shouldn't occur, or that these projects shouldn't be assessed under that. That's by no means. We're quite happy for that. That's important for all projects. So there's no issue with that, or with them continuing to be assessed as they are now.
And so I'll give you an example. Across Western Victoria, there's a lot of controversy about the rollout of high-powered transmission lines and also wind farms. And going back at least 15 years, communities in Western Victoria were raising significant concerns about Brolga populations being severely diminished by the impact of wind farms. Now, there was very little concerns raised about that at the time. So how do you balance the renewable energy projects with the consequential environmental harm that might be caused, including for Brolgas, including for other protected species? Where do you draw the line?
Well, I think that line is frequently drawn, and I think there are many renewable energy projects that operate very well in accordance with nature, and renewable energy companies take their obligations to nature seriously. My colleague Mr Churchill might be able to provide more detail on this, but I think there are many systems in place to manage these impacts, and I know he's got some of that detail for you, Senator.
I mean, just to pick up on that, it's not just... So there's environmental harms, but there's another major wind farm being proposed outside Geelong, which would impact on a regional airport, which is a very important firefighting centre, and the needs of those regional communities, including in relation to the airport, have been literally disregarded. And I would put to you that renewable energy companies, when they're rolling out these projects, could not give a rat's to a large degree about the impact on local communities. And it's made worse because in Victoria there are now no rights of appeal. So what do you say to those communities when they feel they have no rights to stand up against renewable energy projects when they either cause environmental destruction or destruction to the fabric of their local community?
I disagree with the premise of your statement. I don't think that's correct. I think that renewable energy companies do engage with communities, and they do engage with and take seriously their obligations under state, federal, local environmental law, and they engage with First Nation communities. I think that's I don't accept that characterisation. And again, I think Mr Churchill can provide examples of that.
Yeah, but the facts, Mr McElrea, do not support what you say. And I will go back to the Warbra wind farm in Western Victoria, where Acciona had the temerity to construct a turbine 300 metres from someone's home. They could not care less. And Acciona, I would put to you, is one of the very worst in terms of companies rolling out renewable energy projects, particularly across Western Victoria. So time and time again, we have seen renewable energy companies that could not care less about the welfare, about the economic harm on regional communities, and about the environmental harm on regional communities.
I mean, there's a lot of misinformation being disseminated here with that question. It's highly emotionally charged and factually incorrect.
There is no point of order.
It is factually incorrect, Senator Henderson. The things that you've said.
It is not factually incorrect.
Okay.
You go and have a look at the Four Corners story on the Warbra wind farm.
Misinformation, disinformation.
That is just...
Where we've had engagement on the ground with farmers.
Senators, Senator Anandaraja, Senator Henderson, senators, this... back and forth, senators. No, well, hold on. There's a point of order been raised. I will rule on that point of order.
There's no point of order.
Well, thank you for your.
That's not your. That's
so. I will rule on this, Senator Henderson, in the same way. Sorry, Senator. Sorry. While I have the call, please. A point of order has been raised. I don't think that the point of order stands in terms of what's been raised. I am, however, concerned about ensuring that the questions asked are relevant to the legislation. So, Mr Churchill, I think you were indicating that you wished to answer Senator Henderson's proposition, and then I'd just come back to the focus of the inquiry on the legislation.
Well, I am talking about unacceptable impacts including on communities, but I'm very happy to ask Mr Churchill if he wants to add to the answers that Mr McElrea has given.
Just more happily to respond, Senator, to your statement there about claimings that the industry does not consult widely or does not care about its impacts on nature, how it can mitigate those, how it can work collaboratively with regional communities, working collaboratively with farmers and landowners whose properties and assets are built upon. I think it's disingenuous to suggest that the industry does not care, and I don't think that is fair upon the thousands of people who work in the industry, living and working in regional communities. They do care, and they do care deeply, and they make all the efforts to consult properly. Can it be better in instances? Yes. Is it being done well in many other instances? Yes. And I think the CEC's recent publication of its best practice charter is an excellent catalogue of the work the industry does to work with communities to provide excellent outcomes, social, economical, environmental. These are projects that make excellent contributions to regional communities in regional Australia, and I think it's completely unfair to characterise the people who work in the industry as not caring about the industry and the communities where they live, work and operate.
So, Mr Churchill, I'm interested in the facts of these matters, and I look at a number of major renewable energy projects in Western Victoria. I actually was part of a direct negotiation myself with Acciona in relation to one particular wind farm, and we were treated with profound disrespect. So I've had direct experience of being on the other end of a renewable energy company, Acciona, and they continue to be one of the worst when it comes to meaningfully consulting with communities. But look, I will move on because I know there are lots of other questions.
I don't think that's fair,
like
Senator. I'm very happy to talk to you about it after, if you'd like to continue the discussion there. But
sure, we can.
I can speak to some of those members and say to you that they consult extensively.
I'm not going to be told that how perfect the renewable energy companies are. So
I'm disagreeing with your assessment.
Okay. So I think we've reached the end of that particular road.
Maybe you want to hand over to Senator McDonald now?
Yes, certainly, but then I'll have to move the call on pretty swiftly. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. I note that Professor Samuel's recommendation didn't include an EPA, but instead recommended a commissioner. The proposed EPA structure and the CEO role is very different from those recommendations because the CEO cannot be held to account for their performance outcomes. Do you support a change to include that the CEO is more accountable?
To be honest, Senator, I think we haven't had significant feedback on our members on the EPA parts of this bill. They've been more focused on the sort of substantive law changes rather than the EPA. So we might have to take that on notice after to check in. It's not something I feel like I've had a proper chance to discuss. I don't know if Mr Churchill feels differently.
Reflect your views, David.
Thank you. So if you would take that on notice, please, if there is any concerns from your membership around that. Can I also ask, you made some comments around around renewable projects preserving nature, but I'm just wondering how you equate the work of renewable energy projects with agricultural land and food production land. Are you suggesting that renewable projects preserves nature because of... I'm just not sure. Could you expand on that? Because I just don't think that we've got an equivalency around how renewable projects should get special approval processes and yet food producing land areas can't.
Well, Senator, I mean, we're here to represent the renewable sector, so I'll let the agricultural sector speak for itself. But for the reasons I gave to Senator Hanson-Young earlier, I think we are trying to reflect what is a government policy. The government has put forward a policy that it wishes to speed up renewable energy approvals. We are responding to a government signal there for our sector. as to why, as I said, I think because the transition to renewable electricity generation is critical, again, in the long term for nature, but also to the economic future of Australia. It will lower power prices, will drive jobs, and it will drive investment, and we've seen that time and time again. So there are strong economic reasons why, and it will reduce pollution. So there are strong economic, climate and social reasons why you'd want that to occur, and why we think the government policy is a good one.
Right. So you're happy then that the renewable projects will get a streamlined approvals process, but other more traditional industries like food production or mining would not. You're saying that you can have an impact on land or a net gain through offsets, and other industries you'll let fight for themselves.
No, that's not what I've said at all, or we've said. I think there is, as I said to Senator Hanson-Young, I think probably this is particularly a wind farm issue, and wind farms are a different, they have to be assessed both for their construction but for their operation. They run, turbines, and you have birds and bats, right, including migratory species. So there is an additional complexity to their operation. Now, if you clear land for a farm, number one, it's almost certainly not going to hit this act, but it's the act of clearing it that you're looking at, not the act of operating it, generally speaking. So that is another reason why you might look at an adaptive management framework. You can put conditions in place about how you want that, both the collection of evidence and the operation of that wind farm to be managed so that you can be confident on its impact on nature. Those are the sorts of things we think that are relatively unique to this sector. And again, what we've said is we just like the opportunity to explore that with the government as part of this bill, or generally.
All right. How many of your members or your member projects will not be eligible for the new streamline pathways?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. So with the removal of the existing streamlined pathways is what I'm referring to, for projects that can't meet the upfront paperwork requirements, that will remove options for your members for faster pathways for their future applications is my understanding, but I just wanted to clarify that with you.
Again, and I think Mr Churchill's the same, we'd probably just have to take that on notice.
Okay. So I had another question on that. So just on, what are your views then on the existing streamlined pathways? Would you support retaining those existing streamlined pathways so that faster approvals can be options for all types of applications?
So now I'm not quite sure I understand the question. What are the existing streamlined pathways that you're referring to? Do you mean proposed or under the current arrangements?
So there are existing streamlined pathways. You'd be aware of those. Those are the ones that are being used currently by your member projects. And under this legislation, it is proposed that they be abolished and there be a new streamlined pathways.
Right.
And I'm trying to clarify whether or not there should be a mechanism to allow those existing streamlined pathways to run concurrently alongside the new ones.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you saying should you retain what I believe, for example, is like preliminary documentation arrangements as well as the new proposed streamlined pathways? Is that the? I just don't want to answer the wrong question. Well, I guess for existing projects, I suppose once you're in the system, I'm not sure you would be able to transfer. So again, I might just have to take that on notice. I haven't turned my mind to that, Senator. I don't know if Mr Churchill had.
No, I have to take that on notice as well.
I'm sure your members will have a very clear view on the existing pathways that they've been using, which would no longer be available under this new legislation. So I would recommend that you do speak to them, and I hope that they are understanding that this is their opportunity to be recommending changes to this legislation. If they haven't briefed you, then they're missing a good opportunity. Do you know
Sorry,
what the
Senator
current...
McDonald, I'll need to move the call on after this question.
Thank you, Chair. Do you know what is the current timeframe for your members to have applications approved?
Not offhand, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know if Mr Churchill does.
I was reading a speech transcript earlier this week. It said in 2018, EPBC approval was around 500 days. And by 2018, that had blown out to 830. So it is getting longer, Senator.
Okay, all right. Well, when you come back on notice with the answers to that, I think it'll provide some clarity over existing pathways and new pathways. That would be useful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Chair. My first questions are for the Clean Energy Council. I note that your organisation has some public commentary around the need for urgency in passing these bills. Would you mind just re-explaining to the committee why, in your view, you think this is urgent?
Well, Senator, I think if we look at the situation that Australia is in at the moment, we need new electricity generation. More than 90% of our existing coal-fired fleet is due to retire in the next 10 years, in the next decade. It's essential that we start building not just new capacity for additional demand that's coming onto the grid, but also replacement capacity that's also going to be required at the exit of our ageing coal-fired fleet. That cheapest form of new energy is clean energy, and that's what we need to be constructing. That is wind, solar, backed by hydro and batteries. And it's urgent that we get the work underway. I think if we had a time machine, we'd go back 10 years and wish we all started this sooner, but this is the hand that we're dealt with. It's essential that we have new electricity generation entering into the grid, but it needs to be done responsibly. We want to do it right, and the way to do it right is by having strong environmental measures in place that can facilitate the development, but protecting and preserving nature.
Thank you. Now, we know that with the current legislation, there are a lot of problems. Do you see there being issues with the current legislation, how that interacts with the rollout of renewable energy?
Well, Senator, I think that we need to have a harmonious relationship between the two. It's important that we that the deployment of clean energy is done responsibly. We are protecting nature, we are protecting the environment, but we are up against the clock here. We have exiting coal-fired power stations that are either due to retire voluntarily or involuntarily, either through breakdowns or that they are being retired. We need to build new generation, but it needs to be done properly. We need to be protecting nature. There are tools and measures that can be adapted and put in place to ensure that environmental impacts are entirely minimised, but we are up against the clock.
Thanks. So looking at the current legislation before us now, in your view, what are some of the improvements that are going to support the really important rollout of renewable energy?
Certainly, I think the creation of standards is incredibly important. That's one that's been noted and called for by the industry for years. We strongly support the proposed reforms to the offset framework. Similarly, strongly supporting provisions for bioregional planning, changes to strategic and bilateral assessments. There are a number of things as outlined in our submission that the industry is strongly supportive of. Again, as we've expressed already, reserving the right to get some further clarification and information from our members, and happy to provide additional information in supplementary submissions. But as I sort of pointed out during our opening comments, we have a chance now to fix our broken environmental laws. We don't want to lose the opportunity again. I think a lot of these issues can be resolved over the course of the committee's deliberations, but The bill is moving towards where the industry needs things to go, I think giving people the certainty that they need.
Now, going back to your public commentary, I note there was quite a significant focus in it on the benefits of the proposed restorations fund for renewable projects. Would you mind talking us through what do you see the benefits for industry and for restoration within that fund?
We strongly support the proposed reforms to the offset framework, including the creation of those restoration contributions. That flexibility provided through the mechanism delivers better outcomes for businesses and nature. It would enable proponents who may not be best placed to undertake on-ground restoration to discharge their offset obligations through a payment while allowing contribution holders to deliver landscape-scale restoration. I sort of use that as an example on the ground. Alternative options around finding land. It may be able to contribute towards regional environmental restoration options or eradication of invasive species, invasive weeds, making real environmental impacts at a regional level rather than simply going to purchasing a block of property and using that and restoring it that way. It's got really good opportunities there for good environmental outcomes that can be delivered.
Thank you. I've only got one more question, so I'll just got one quick question for the Smart Energy Council. Looking through your public commentary, I note you said, we are in a race against time. Every month of delay pushes us further from achieving energy security, emissions reduction and lower power bills. Would you mind articulating for the committee why you see reform such as the EPBC Act as important and urgent?
Yes, certainly, Senator. I think because, as Mr. Churchill's pointed out, there's a lot in this that is good, and we think will. There's a lot in this that's great that we think will ideally speed up processing as well as preserving nature. We must increase our renewable energy generation in this country in accordance with our goals. That's going to be that's the best way we can reduce power prices, reduce pollution, become a renewable energy superpower, and build the industries of the future and more jobs. So the sooner we do that, the better for this nation. Certainly, environmental law reform is not the only thing by any means that will do that, but reforms in that area that can assist will be welcome and should assist us in achieving what is clearly in our national interest.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the witnesses for their evidence today and for their appearance, and also for the submission that's been provided. You have taken some questions on notice, so if you could provide responses to those questions, we'd be appreciative of those as soon as possible. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
I would now welcome representatives from the Biodiversity Council who are appearing in person and by video conference, Environmental Justice Australia who are appearing by video conference, and the Wilderness Society. As you're approaching the table, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and can we have the Biodiversity Council first, Environmental Justice Australia second and the Wilderness Society third?
Sure. James Trezise, CEO of the Biodiversity Council.
Peter Burnett, Councillor, Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. And Environmental Justice Australia?
Ellen Mabry, Senior Specialist Lawyer at Environmental Justice Australia.
Nicola Silbert, Senior Lawyer at Environmental Justice Australia.
Thank you. And the Wilderness Society?
Sam Zoki-Burke, Biodiversity Policy and Campaign Manager for the Wilderness Society.
Thank you very much.
Senator, I should also mention the Biodiversity Council has Professor Wintle online.
I'm sorry, I just missed that.
Professor Wintle is also online from the Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. Mr. Wintle, are you there?
Yes, hello. Thanks very much. Yeah, Brendan Wintle from the University of Melbourne and the Biodiversity Council.
Thank you very much. You may have heard my earlier remarks about our desire to keep opening statements short, but if you're able to provide it in writing rather than giving it in the interest of time, we'd appreciate that. But otherwise, are there any opening statements? And then I'll go to questions.
I believe James has tabled our statement, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to table ours as well in the interest of time.
Thank you. Okay, in
Chair,
which case...
I would just, on behalf of Environmental Justice Australia, just very shortly say these bills are the biggest rewrite of our national environment laws in a generation. It's a huge opportunity. Our written submission identifies 5 key areas that need to be resolved, but those fixes are clear and can be done, and we call on the Senate to do so.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time today and getting us your thoughts and opinions on and expertise on this package so quickly. All of your submissions talk about the fact that there's gaping holes in this package, that there's more carve-outs, there's a lack of clarity, there's a lack of certainty that protection will be enforced. Coal and gas will be fast-tracked under these new laws. Expanding fossil fuels, it doesn't include actions to stop rampant deforestation, fails to address the issues in relation to native forest logging, and it's got problems with just handing powers over to the states without any guarantees that nature will actually be protected. A lot of work would have to go into fixing this, wouldn't it?
Yes. Senator.
Yeah. Could I ask from a legal perspective, and maybe Environment Justice Australia, I am concerned at the increase in loopholes, lack of clarity, the discretion, further discretion that's in this package. Are you worried that under this package, the way it is, that in fact there'll be more environmental destruction, not less?
Senator, we're definitely concerned with the bills as they're currently drafted for the range of reasons you've just listed, including a raft of new loopholes being introduced and existing loopholes like the Regional Forest Agreement exemption and continuation of use exemption remaining unresolved, despite clear recommendations that those issues need to be remedied in the reviews of the Act. In terms of how the current package looks for nature, and I guess bearing in mind that this is the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, that's the role of the Act, that's the basis on which the Commonwealth has the power to make this legislation. There are a range of issues in the Act that would need to be resolved so that it could serve that purpose. The test of the minister being satisfied that's peppered hundreds of times throughout the bills does not provide the certainty that nature and industry require from the legislation. And as you say, there's a long list of other loopholes. What I would say is you'll see from some of the annexures to our submission that there are easy fixes to these things, and that's the beauty of legislation. The drafting can be amended before these laws are passed, and there are clear ways to resolve the issues that we see in the legislation. So it's not something that requires years and years more reform. It requires simple changes to tighten up what's proposed.
Mm-hmm. And is it your opinion, and based on your expertise, that if those improvements aren't made, that this takes us backwards, not forwards?
I think as we've sort of heard said today, I mean, there's 1,500 pages of proposed changes. There's been a very short time to digest them, and others on this panel will have views about the actual on-the-ground impacts. But there are definitely concerning features that would need to be remedied. The proposal that states and territories could be able to make approval decisions, the scope for the minister to decide when they're satisfied, those sorts of things are of huge concern.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Trezise, are you concerned that these laws, as they've been drafted by the government, allow the continuation of native forest logging?
I think one of the missed opportunities here is to deal with the exemption for regional forest agreements. What we've seen is commercial logging operations across Australia have impacted a number of threatened species, particularly species like the greater glider, compounded with the bushfires that we saw rip across the east coast. And there's a huge opportunity here to address those exemptions, those outdated exemptions that are no longer fit for purpose for threatened species. So fixing that loophole is a really important part of a much larger package of fixes that need to go into this legislation.
Does the Wilderness Society have a comment on the fact that this package, as it's drafted, allows our native forests to be logged even when they're the homes of endangered species?
Yeah, I mean, as James has mentioned, it's widely regarded, the Regional Forest Agreement exemption is widely regarded as not producing positive outcomes by nature. It's I understand it's been subject to comment by Graham Samuel earlier this morning.
He said he hated them, the RFAs, the exemption.
So do the Wilderness Society supporters. This is one of a number of loopholes that we have long called strongly to be removed. And the idea here is that we are subjecting native forest logging and other destructive sectors to the same rules, and that hopefully during this negotiation process in the Senate, we get to a place where bills are actually able to improve the status quo for nature and then have protections that are subject to all sectors without any of these sorts of carve-outs.
Hard to see how they'll be fixed if the government negotiates with the climate deniers over on the coalition side.
I might leave that in the expertise of the people on your side of the panel, Senator.
Could I ask about the issues in relation to offsets? I know Biodiversity Council has some particular concerns about the offset scheme as it's been prescribed in this legislation. You're worried about the offset scheme being used in a perverse way.
Yeah, I might pass to Professor Wintle, who's one of the leading experts on these matters.
Thanks, Senator. Yes, we hold significant concerns about offsets and also the use of the Restoration Contribution Fund as it's articulated. The main concern, I guess, despite the fact that we've only just seen, I think in the last 24 hours or 48 hours, a draft of the offset standard. So all of this hinges on how good these standards are. There are some good assurances in the offset standard that would push us towards making certain that we have like-for-like trades if offsets are implemented. But it's completely undermined by the proposal for a Restoration Contribution Fund where you would see proponents basically paying into a bucket and being allowed to destroy habitats without the necessary guarantees that we would ever see that destruction compensated for those particular matters. And the holder of this Restoration Contribution Fund would be allowed to deviate away from the principle of like for like which is a significant concern, and it's also then that the holder and the Australian people hold the risk that they may not be able to find offsets for those matters that are being destroyed. And we've seen this play out in a number of jurisdictions across Australia already that have instituted these similar sorts of arrangements. And the general scientific consensus is that offsets have so far actually contributed to and accelerated the loss of biodiversity because they effectively facilitate the destruction of nature under the delusion that we can have our cake and eat it too. And so there are significant concerns at the moment with the way that's been set out, particularly in the bill, and we're still digesting how it looks in the offset standard. So we would strongly recommend that the bill be tightened so that under all circumstances, if offsets are applied, a like-for-like test is applied, and we really need to make sure that the offset standard is applied at all times, and it's not just left in the hands of the holder of the fund to decide what the rules will be under any particular impact. So there's just way too much discretion, way too much flexibility in the way it's articulated at the moment, and that discretion and flexibility is reflected throughout the whole bill, or the 6 bills, unfortunately, at this stage.
So just to be clear, you're worried that the pay to destroy or pay to bulldoze or pay to log or pay to dig up will end up dominating because there isn't the requirement for the like-to-like?
There are a number of reasons why we're worried about the pay to destroy approach, and the main reason is that it's been tried in a number of places and it has not done well. It tends in New South Wales, as Ken Henry identified in his important report on the offset scheme in New South Wales, most of the offsets get channeled through this pay to destroy mechanism because it's easier, and because all of the risk then is put into the hands of the Australian people, of the taxpayer, and then we're finding that holder cannot find offsets that are suitable to offset the damage that has occurred, and that's a consistent finding. And we're not seeing anything, particularly in the way the bill is structured at the moment, to make us think that we're going to see an improved approach here to what's occurred in other states. So we're quite concerned about that. Really needs to be tightened.
And the offset scheme in New South Wales has been found to be, just a total failure. I mean, there's allegations of fraud, there's allegations of administration, and that's before you talk about the actual science of whether the offsets are being used to, or can be used to actually offset the actual damage that particular projects have created. It does seem alarming to me that the federal government would just seemingly pick up a system that is so clearly been discredited, even by the Australia's own Auditor General, to then implement it in this way, in this package. So I share your concern about that. But you've got a lot of issues with this package, and as do I. I am very concerned that it doesn't close the loopholes that are currently allowing our forests and bushland to be destroyed. It does nothing on climate and in terms of addressing the climate damage to nature. I want to talk about that for a moment. Do any of your groups, are you worried that the government has just ruled out any form of a trigger or climate considerations? Anyone?
On behalf of Environmental Justice Australia, yes, I'm sure others will think similarly, but an environment law in 2025 that doesn't refer to climate change and climate damage is not fit for purpose, and you can't properly protect nature if you're ignoring the biggest threat to it. There are some reforms proposed to ask for limited emissions disclosure, but they don't then require decision makers to assess or prevent climate harm. Fossil fuel projects can continue to be approved. Our written submission proposes some amendments to address this, but what we have seen is almost all fossil fuel projects in the last 25 years having been approved under the EPBC Act, and we don't consider that the safeguard mechanism provides a sufficient response to the impact that climate change has on nature for this Act to not deal comprehensively with it.
There's an interesting opinion piece that's been published from Tim Flannery on The Guardian today, actually, that calls out how damaging it would be to pass a piece of legislation that doesn't consider the climate impacts. The headline, just for those watching along, is "Labor must not partner with climate vandals on Australia's new environment laws." Would you agree with that statement?
It's a leading question.
It is a very leading question. I think the opportunity before this place is to pass laws that genuinely protect biodiversity, that genuinely protect the places and the communities, to be honest with you, that Australians deeply care about. And I think there is a very meaningful discussion to be had about how to do that in the most enduring way possible. And look, I think everyone on the call, everyone in the room today would love a multi-partisan approach where we get behind a reform that is enduring, that is not weaponised, but at the same time it feels very difficult in the current climate around the climate policy discussion. I was sitting in the audience earlier, so that was, it's obvious to the community and to us that this is going to be a challenging piece of reform. But I guess the plea to the Senate is to find a pathway that delivers meaningful reform for future generations. The current bill doesn't do it, to be really clear. The current bill doesn't get us there. The current bill is full of loopholes. The current bill puts unprecedented power in a future minister who could be exceptionally good or exceptionally bad. And it's that exceptionally bad future minister that I think everyone is really exercised about, because that future minister could do huge damage to not only the environment, but the communities that people are talking about. So I think it's really important that we get the rules and safeguards in place around how this law is going to operate and to buttress against ministerial discretion, unfettered power. You've probably heard that. I think even Professor Samuel was talking about that exact point. The current bill doesn't get us there.
Could I ask, in relation to a number of those elements that allow the acceleration and fast tracking of coal and gas under the under the government's proposal? Coal and gas can have access to the streamlined process. They can have access to the go zones. They can have access to the accreditation approvals through various states. They can have access to the national interest exemption, and coal and gas companies can use the offset scheme under this law as well. Are you worried that unless there is serious amendments, that coal and gas and fossil fuels have an easier ride under this package the way it's drafted?
I would say we're worried that any destructive sector can make use of all of those loopholes and backdoor entries that you've just set out, Senator. On the topic of climate, I think it's also important that this panel remembers that there are more than one way to address and improve climate under this bill, and we know that forests are a key climate change issue. We've put out research in the last month that shows that under the Albanese government there's been a shocking 1 million hectares of destruction of bushland and forest in Queensland alone. That state is now a net emitter of carbon dioxide rather than a sink. Similarly, for native forest logging, you have Australia's Climate Change Authority putting out its target advice and calling on Australia, saying that to meet even the lower end of its carbon emission reductions targets would require ceasing logging of old-growth forests and halving reclearing rates. So clearly there are multiple ways that we need to be addressing the climate crisis right now, and the Wilderness Society and our supporters are really passionate and locked in on the fact that the two deforestation loopholes that this panel's already considered need to be closed, but then all of the new risks that have been introduced in the draft bills must be eradicated and replaced with things that actually improve the status quo for nature, for forests, for koalas and greater gliders.
Thank you. Could I ask about the draft standards, because you've mentioned, you've all mentioned in your submissions and here already this morning, as have other witnesses, that unless the standards are both enforceable without all these get-out clauses and exemptions and discretion in the Act, the standards themselves also have to be robust enough. If they could be enforceable, that has to happen. But as they're drafted at the moment, are you satisfied that if we were able to enforce them, that they would work?
Well, we haven't seen many draft standards yet, Senator, but the ones that we saw in the previous consultation process raised lots of concerns of that type, and there's nothing in the legislation to require that the standards are fit for purpose or deliver the sort of granularity of which Professor Samuel has spoken. So there's very little sort of guardrails or requirements around the standard development process. Obviously, it remains to be seen what might come out of at the end of the day if this bill were to be passed, but there's no guarantees, and that's a problem. The underlying, in my view, the thrust of the Samuel reforms was to move from a case-by-case discretionary-based decision-making process to a rules and standards-based process, and for that to work, or a system, a rules and standards-based system, and for that to work, the standards have to be rigorous, granular, as Professor Samuel says, detailed. They have to address all the right things, and the Act has to require decision makers to comply with them, not just to take them into account, and not to pick and choose which standards apply. So there's a lot of things that need to be addressed about the standards if they're to do the job of delivering the minimum level of protection that the environment needs on a consistent national basis.
Mm-hmm.
Just to add to that, and I see Professor Wintle has his hand up, Senator. We have seen very briefly the biodiversity offset standard that came around just a few days ago, and the draft MNES standard, obviously they're open for comment. I think just at a top level, the draft MNES standard is too vague and it's too high level, and it doesn't talk to the things that Associate Professor Burnett just mentioned, which is that we need granularity to guide decision making, and we need that specificity in the legislation, so they can't be considered in isolation, which says how those standards are going to be considered. At the moment, it's at the minister's satisfaction, and the minister could be satisfied if they're not applied, and the minister gets to determine how they're applied or where they're applied. So again, we're just stepping away from these kind of rules and this rule and rigour to more discretion and more flexibility. You can understand, but there is a bit of smoke and mirrors about it in terms of, yes, we've got standards, but they're not binding. They're based on discretion. The minister can choose to how to apply them or not. And at the moment, the standards that we've seen, at least for MNES, are probably too high level.
Pretty vague.
I'll leave it to others on the panel to add their thoughts as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, James, if that was a throw to me, I could just add a little bit of specificity around some concerns with the offset standards. We're not seeing a compliance framework in the offset standard yet. Caveat here is that we haven't had much time to really scrutinise, but we're not seeing any kind of sufficient compliance framework that sets out clear consequences for non-compliance. Overall, the offsets standard and the offsets basis allows for a declining baseline, so you only have to achieve a net gain against a declining baseline. So that's actually a way of locking in ongoing loss of biodiversity. We really should be thinking about judging the performance of all of our standards against a fixed baseline, and we need to be positive, nature positive or net positive against a fixed baseline. We would recommend the end of the 2022 State of the Environment reporting period. And so we really need to kind of tighten up, I guess, what the conditions are in which we would allow offsetting. We also need to be really clear about what's not offsettable. So one of the good things that they've got in the current bill is this idea of irreplaceable habitat, and the unacceptable impacts clauses at the start of the bill talk about a quick no where there's unacceptable impacts. We support that idea, but we don't support the way it's currently written because it's too vague to ensure that we're actually going to have a clear and objective test, and it's still based on the Minister's satisfaction at this stage. So we really need to tighten up the definitions. We need to have measurable, science-based objective tests rather than vague terms around whether it's unacceptable impacts or whether it's the acceptability of offsets. We would like a list to be maintained by the Threatened Species Scientific Committee of matters, so habitats and species habitats and threatened ecological communities that cannot be offset because they're not available in restoration. It hasn't been demonstrated that they can be restored. So we need clear guardrails, and at the moment we're just not seeing clear guardrails in the bills or in the draft standards.
If I could just add as well, there are a number of standards that were envisaged by Graham Samuel that are MIA right now. So you've heard there are 2 draft standards that are open for consultation. When we've asked the department for what other standards will be part of this future framework, we understand that a data standard and a First Nations participation will occur sometime in the future. There's now radio silence about a community consultation standard, which was something that Samuel recommended, a compliance and enforcement standard. And so if we start to see some of these standards in his vision drift away, we're going to be faced with new accountability and transparency risks. We need to have living accountability based on community rights to information, to participate in decisions, and having those standards on those specific matters is going to be a really important step. So we'd urge the government as well to actually keep its eye on a comprehensive package. Otherwise, what proponents are going to experience is that the goalposts may change over time. To begin with, there may be 0 or only 2 of these standards in force. Over time, new ones might come in, and all of a sudden processes or rules or outcomes are going to vary. That's not what we want. We want to have certainty for nature, certainty for community, and certainty for business. And the way to do that is to have a comprehensive package of all of the standards that are needed to make this system work for nature.
I would add that reference has just been made to the First Nations engagement standard. 4 years ago, the Samuel Review recommended that be introduced as a matter of urgency and provided drafting around that. We've understood that standard was in a process of co-design. As has just been said, it's now missing, but we struggle to see how essential aspects like free, prior and informed consent could be bolted on to such a complex system by way of a standard introduced in a year or two's time.
Okay,
thank you.
Very much, Deputy Chair. Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Chair. Many of you would have been a part of the process in the last Parliament around the nature positive laws, so we may all have PTSD, I'm not sure, but we've certainly been here before. Just in terms of, if we can compare the packages, is the set of bills before the Parliament now closer to where you want them than the nature positive laws, or the reverse?
I'm happy to go first on that one. Thank you, Senator. So I think there are some, look, you've heard our concerns on a number of issues, but I think there are some really important things that have been included that we've talked about. So it's a bigger package, first of all. I think earlier this question was asked of the former minister's staff, and they kind of alluded to some of the dynamics that played out last term. It is a bigger package. There are some important elements: national environmental standards, the provision for them, the idea of clearly unacceptable impacts. We would certainly like to see those tightened. The increased penalty provisions, those are also important provisions. So we are taking some steps, but again, just coming back to my earlier point, there is this broader issue of ministerial override and discretion that could potentially say you could have clearly unacceptable impacts, but there's currently an override in there where the minister can say, actually, we're going to switch that off, and whatever can go ahead, depending on which lobbyist has gotten in at which time. So that's the risk. That's the risk with the current system. As colleagues at Environmental Justice Australia alluded to earlier, it can be fixed. There are changes that can be made to tighten the rules around this decision making. But the short answer of the question is it's a much bigger package than what was brought to last Parliament.
Bigger, but perhaps not better?
It's
really
not
like for like, is what you're telling me. Okay.
It's a good analogy. It's not like for like. There are components of it that are really important, and they have to stay, and they have to be tightened. But there are other components that entirely undermine the new, potentially good parts. So it's hard to compare.
And so on this issue of ministerial override and the impact that may, as you purport, will have on environmental outcomes or other impacts as well. I mean, is this weaker in this legislation than the nature positive proposal of an equivalent nature?
Oh, now you're testing memory.
It's very difficult to make these comparisons, Senator.
Why is that?
It's moved on quite a bit, as Mr Chisholm says. There's a lot more on the table now, but
in terms of ministerial decision making, that's a pretty straightforward component of this legislation.
So in short, yes. So there's a new proposal for the ministerial, the national interest proposal. That's entirely new concept of saying we're going to choose a particular project and say that's exempt from national environmental law. There is currently a national interest exemption in the existing Act. That has really been used for emergency response arrangements. It has been, to be frank, in our view, abused once or twice, but it's not the norm, and there is a cultural norm around it. Introducing a new framework for exempting a specific project because it meets some vague national interest, which is not, there is no definition in the legislation of this may include these things, but there is no fetter on what a minister may consider to be in the national interest, is problematic, deeply problematic, because it creates a framework, as Professor Samuel alluded to earlier. There'll be a line of lobbyists at a minister's door knocking, saying, my project is going to deliver 5,000 jobs or whatever many jobs, so it is in the national interest, and it doesn't matter where it is or what it's going to impact on. And, you know, we've seen former federal ministers come out speaking against this exact exemption. So I think...
Where do you think that sort of weighting should be considered in a decision-making process? Or is it your contention that that sort of thing should not be considered at all?
Well, Professor Samuel's report put it on this basis that the minister should have the power to override the rules in rare cases. So there will be rare cases. You know, we're at war, or as a national disaster, those kinds of things. You do need that kind of mechanism. But the way that the bill is drafted at the moment, the discretion is huge. There is a reference in there to defence and national security, but it's just by way of example, and it goes on to say, but, you know, this doesn't limit in any way the grounds that the minister might have. So it's effectively an undescribed and unfettered discretion, and it's, well, I'll start to repeat what Mr Trezisa said.
Yes, and Dr Burnett, I appreciate that. That wasn't my question, though. My question was, where should those things, like if someone says my project will generate 5,000 jobs or whatever it might be, or 5 gigawatts of renewable energy, where does that get weighted into the decision? Like, where would you say that should be weighted into the decision-making process?
I guess, so where it currently is weighted in would be appropriate, which is in terms of thinking through the economic, social and environmental impacts or benefits of a particular project. Now, I guess the challenge here is we're talking about environmental protection legislation. So at the first cut is this project going to seriously impact and negatively harm a matter of national environmental significance? At some point, I guess the discussion shifts to, well, how do we then account for the jobs that project may develop? Or how do we account for the regional benefits that a particular infrastructure project may deliver? But you've got to bring it back to, what are we trying to achieve with this legislation? Is this legislation about enabling and fast-tracking development, or is this legislation about protecting matters of national environmental significance? And so we can go into the various aspects of those, the World Heritage Areas, threatened species, and it's obviously the threatened species that are much more, have a much wider footprint. So that is the challenge of EIA and how those things are brought into the environmental impact assessment, how those things are brought into those deliberations. But at the fundamental level, we need to be saying, here are the thresholds for matters of national environmental significance, here are the clearly unacceptable impacts, here are the national environmental standards that govern, and that should then be shaping where proponents should be thinking about developing their projects. If we have that upfront certainty, if we have that upfront guidance, a lot of the, I guess, land use conflict, ocean use conflict around these, and this then translates into regional planning. So it is a complex system. But what you're asking is, I guess, how do we trade off against the economic and the environmental outcomes that arise out of these decisions?
Yes, that is my question, because of course we have to have a functioning economy to, thrive, as well as a livable environment that is healthy. So
Sure. That's why you have targets.
And jobs targets, housing targets, and all of the rest.
Professor Mitchell sorry, I'm just pointing out because I can see his hand pointing up at me.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add to Senator Dunningham's question that, the reason, what this Act is seeking to do is create a disincentive to damage the environment and these matters of national environmental significance that often represent the last of the last, And so where we're talking about a project that might have some high social and economic benefits, the Act is trying to dissuade going to the soft target of the threatened species habitat on the public land potentially, and trying to encourage consideration of alternative pathways for development and for achieving those socio-economic benefits. And so I think it's reasonable for this Act to set some clear guardrails on where we say we're not going to trade off anymore on this thing, because that actually will mean very likely the extinction of this species or the complete loss of this threatened ecological community.
Okay, and just were any of these sorts of issues, because there was obviously toward the end of the term in November of last year an agreement reached between some crossbench parties and the government around a set of laws. Were any of your organisations a part of that, and has any of that been replicated in the laws that have been presented?
You might have to specify what you mean by that.
So, on the 25th of November 2024, the then Minister Tanya Plibersek wrote to Senator Hanson-Young, and then the following day to Senator David Pocock, outlining changes to the nature positive bills. And I've been trying to understand what the changes would be to guarantee support of the crossbench. Under FOI, sadly, the documents have been fully redacted. Have you got any insight into what you weren't consulted at all on any of this?
I'll say our organisation was part of the consultation process for those bills. We had communities mobilising and advocating around the country to put the issue of forests, threatened species, community rights and environmental decisions onto the political agenda, but we weren't in that negotiation room.
So no insight?
Not to my recollection or knowledge.
It remains a mystery. Okay, one day we'll find out. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. I have a few questions for these witnesses and then we'll break for lunch. By way of a starting point, I think from each of the submissions there is an inference, but correct me if I'm wrong, that the current EPBC Act is not fit for purpose in order to protect nature and the environment.
Yes.
I see lots of nodding at the table.
Yep.
No contradiction to that. I've listened to what you've said and read your submissions about the ministerial satisfaction test, but to pick up on something that Mr. Tracey said earlier, that the setting of national environmental standards is a positive step in this legislation.
Yep.
That's right. The setting of a test that says that a minister must not approve an action that has the unacceptable impact standard for approval is a positive step compared to the current legislation.
As a framework, from our perspective, yes, we want the tighter in the detail.
With that caveat, which I appreciate you've raised. The concept of a net gain test is a positive step from that framework perspective.
As long as it's defined in legislation.
Okay. In the process of accrediting a management or authorisation framework for a state or a territory, for instance, with those standards, it's a positive thing that those standards would then be applied to the state body, isn't it?
But they wouldn't necessarily be applied, Senator, and this is part of the problem. First of all, if the minister were looking to accredit a state body, the minister would firstly have to make a regulation declaring or applying the relevant standards to that accreditation. And secondly, there's a lot of vagueness in the accreditation requirement. The accreditation requirement is not, for example, that the state must apply the standards. It is the minister's satisfaction that the state system that he or she is accrediting is not inconsistent with the standards, which is pretty vague. So there's a lot of wriggle room in there, and that's part of the concern. So there's no guarantee that there will be a standard, that it will be fit for purpose, but even if it is, that it will be applied by the minister of the day, because we're talking about this could be decades in the future. No guarantee be applied by the minister of the day, or that the minister's satisfaction about the broad equivalence of the state accredited system will be well founded.
Sounds like what I hope and pray.
Well, but to take it back one step to my question, the application of those three concepts with the caveats that have been added to a state process would be an improvement on the current state of the law.
Senator, I think it's too hard to be definitive about this because of all of the discretionary language that my colleague was just referring to. For each of those kind of hallmark pieces that you've just referenced and asked for positive words about, I would say they hold the potential to do what we hope they do, but that it's not there yet because of all of that discretion. Discretion is a way for politics to overcome science and structured decisions. It's the opposite of what's needed right here. So if your concern is for the government to be achieving those elements as working towards nature for its legacy, then it's really important that amendments to the bills are made to actually remove this ever appearing to the minister's satisfaction test and to actually focus on objective tests that are about compliance with those standards, compliance with the unacceptable impact test. And for any accreditation, which we are opposed to accreditation of approvals, but for accreditation of assessments, you need similar objective tests as well as appropriate forms of assurance to make sure that any accreditation doesn't become a runaway train that the federal government no longer has any oversight or control over.
In respect of the issue around.
Senator, can I just point out that Professor Wintle has his hand raised on that?
Oh, sorry,
point?
I had missed that, Professor.
Oh, look, thanks. And I wanted to just perhaps give the Senator a little bit of what you're looking for here. I would say that a lot of the structures that have been put into these bills are positive steps. So the broad structures that have been established that you've referred to, I think, are things that we need to improve outcomes for nature, improve the way these environmental laws work. The problem, as many of my colleagues here have articulated, is that the detail of the wording of how those structures will be applied is currently sadly lacking, and we really need to sort that out. So tick on the broad structures, tick on standards, tick on the concept of unacceptable impacts and a quick no, tick on an EIA, tick on an EPA, but all of these structures that have been put in place, unfortunately, currently have catastrophic flaws in the way that they are planning to be implemented and the discretion that is given to the groups that would implement them.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm just concerned that you're seeking something that is so prescriptive that it's going to ultimately be unworkable. And I see your point. This is not perfect. No one's agreeing that this is perfect, but it's a damn sight better than what we currently have. And we simply are running out of time. And if your quest is one of perfection, we're not going to get there. We're just not going to get there. We're going to be back at square one, which is what we were a couple of years ago and then a decade before that. So you're right, this is a golden opportunity, but if it is so prescriptive and the level of granularity that you want, the best way to protect nature is to not elect crappy governments like them. I mean, like those climate deniers sitting next to me.
Parliamentary language, Chair.
If I could respond to that, I think the problem is that this, as it currently stands, potentially creates more risk than we currently have because of the discretion that could be given to future governments. So yes, I wish we could always elect governments that did fantastic things for the environment and prevented destruction and harm to nature and our last of our unique species. But unfortunately, the reality and history has shown that that's not always the case. We need these safeguards in place. We need much tighter wording. We're nearly there. The structures are in place in the bills. We're nearly there. And as our colleagues from Environment Justice point out, the changes that we need to make now could be made very easily, and that could get us across the line.
Yeah, I would agree with that comment. We're definitely not seeking perfection, but I think everyone on this panel is engaging seriously with the detail of 1,500 pages worth of proposed reforms and proposing amendments that are sitting in documents drafted, ready to go. They could be made tomorrow. So it's not that we're proposing that this process be held up in any way. But if the intention is to have an act that continues forward and provides certainty and protects nature, there are changes that do need to be made.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. We appreciate both your evidence and your submissions. If you've taken questions on notice, could you please provide those answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible. And at this point, we will break for our lunch break. We will have a discussion about how to catch up on some of the timing, and we'll return at... we'll return at 1:35. now for our post-lunch session. I welcome Mr. Schneiders from the Australian Climate Biodiversity Foundation by video conference. Are you joined by any colleagues today, Mr. Schneiders? You're on mute, sir.
How's that?
That's much better.
Beautiful. Okay, solely me, I'm afraid. My chair, Dr. Henry, is in Perth. So.
That's absolutely fine. I was just checking. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. That's right.
Yep, that's correct.
Now, for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, my name is Lyndon Snyders. I'm the Executive Director of the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation, and I'm coming to you from Kumba country in the Gold Coast hinterland.
Thank you. Now, I've said this a few times today, so forgive me for the repetition. In relation to opening statements, if you've got an opening statement, please a very short one, but we'd prefer it if you could table it if possible.
I am happy to go if you just want to go into it. I've got views and I'm happy to, very briefly outline them, but if the senators have questions, we should just go straight into that. I don't mind.
I think that would be better. Now I'm looking around the room in terms of who wants to go first.
I'm happy to.
Okay, the Deputy Chair, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr. Schneiders, thanks for being here and appreciate your submission and getting it to us so quickly, given where we're at in this process and the fact that this package is 115 pages long. I want to go to some of the key concerns that you've outlined. You highlight that there's still major loopholes in the existing laws. As it is, and that this package doesn't close them. Are you worried that under the package as it's currently drafted, our native forests and bushlands will continue being destroyed even when there's native species and threatened wildlife that live there?
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, look, I think overall, when we look at the package and try to assess its likelihood of leading to an improvement in the two primary outcomes that really matter to this piece of legislation, which are the protection, management and restoration of these matters of national environmental significance, together with managing the impacts of economic development activities. Like, that's really what the Act seeks to do. We've been really looking for, consistent, I think, with Professor Samuel's recommendations, and even before then, Alan Hawke's recommendations back in the late 2000s, is consistency, repeatability, and no exemptions. I think all parts of the economy, all sectors, all parts of the environment need to be treated equally under this law if we are to protect and preserve and restore matters of national environmental significance, which includes, things like World Heritage Sites, important wetlands, listed threatened species and ecological communities. So I think anything in this package which continues to leave a lack of clarity, which continues to set aside the protection, assessment, management, restoration of impacts on matters of national and environmental significance is a problem. And as you'd know from the submission, we have some issues, ongoing issues around the treatment of deforestation under this legislation. Also, we have some issues around the lack of clarity around how a new regime which puts the protection and management of matters of national environmental significance into the centre of the new regime, how that will apply to the remaining regional forest agreements that are primarily in Tasmania and New South Wales. But we do also note the expansion of this construct of national interest, particularly around this idea of national interest approvals, is also quite troubling. So we're not seeing how the legislation itself is addressing the existing exemptions around deforestation, particularly continuous use, under, I think, Section 42 of the Act. And we're not seeing how the new regime, with some of the beneficial things like the creation of these binding environmental standards to protect and manage impacts on matters of national environmental significance, are going to relate to the regional forest agreement. So, you know, there's three things here. Continuous use doesn't seem to be addressed. That seems to be a problem, given there is a potential threat to our NES posed by clearing of vegetation. We can't see the mechanism for ensuring the regional forest agreements are assessed and that the MNES values are identified, assessed and protected. And lastly, we're quite concerned that the construct of national interest exemption seems to have expanded quite considerably from what was in the previous Act, and also what was recommended by Professor Samuel. And I noted in his own submission he raised this concern to being far more discretionary and far more wide-ranging than what most people would, I think, consider to be the national interest around issues like national emergencies and national security. So yeah, they're the outstanding issues that we'd like to see addressed through the inquiry and through the Senate deliberations.
I was listening to Dr. Henry's comments in relation to this package last week, and he obviously touched on the issue of the national interest carve-out, which you've just gone to, describing it as quite peculiar. And I think it really does undermine any of the positive things in there. Also, a lot of the wriggle room and weasel words and lack of kind of enforcement and certainty in terms of the decision making from the minister, and other groups have highlighted that. But Dr. Henry also pointed out in his interviews, and I'm sorry he's not here and you're going to have to respond on his behalf, but if you can, he also pointed...
We act as one, Senator.
Yeah, you act as one, right, okay. He said that none of the states and territories are doing very well on environmental protection. And I guess my concern with that is, given the devolution of powers to the states and territories, how do we manage that problem? Because you know, all you need to do is look at what's going on in the Northern Territory right now, and they've got a corrupt EPA, they've got a botched water planning process. They're letting some of these big fossil fuel companies, gas companies, just run roughshod over Indigenous communities. How do we have any faith that that what is being proposed is not going to just give cover to the types of scenarios that we're seeing in places like the Northern Territory?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Look, you know, these are very legitimate and genuine concerns. There's a lack of consistency in terms of environmental management and environmental regulation across the country. There's no doubt about that. Each jurisdiction has a different approach. Each jurisdiction at sometimes is, you know, quite progressive and other times is quite regressive in terms of these matters. Funding for ongoing and regulation is often quite an issue as well. So, you know, I share the concerns that are being expressed by you, you know, also echo, and some of the things that Ken has talked about. I think one of the strengths of the package as it is it does a couple of things. It hasn't been proposed previously when reforms have been looked at around the EPBC Act. You know, it has been a consistent position, particularly from the Conservative side of politics over a number of years, to try to devolve environmental decision-making powers and approval powers to the states. I've spoken against those proposals in the past, and the primary reason why the ACBF is supportive of this package is there are quite a number of checks and balances in place that could definitely be strengthened. but are in place that will make it harder and make it difficult for poor state regulation to be accredited and supported for his package. The primary sort of protections that have been put in this package that haven't existed previously are twofold. One is this construct around national environmental standards, which I'm sure, as Professor Samuel would have pointed out to you earlier in the day, was the centre point of his centrepiece of his submission and his independent review back in 2020. Those have never existed under the regime of the EPBC Act. We've always had process. We've never had specified environmental outcomes that had to bind both decision-making by the relevant minister at the Commonwealth level, and in this instance also would be expanded to the proposed CEO of the National Environment Protection Agency, but which also would provide the floor rather than the ceiling for any ability to accredit state-based decision-making processes or state-based regimes. You know, the importance of putting the actual power to make standards and an uncontested power into the primary legislation in itself is extraordinarily important because it provides decision-making clarity and direction. And some of those other important reforms that have been put in the primary legislation rather than in, you know, policies or, you know, subordinate things like rulings and even disallowable instruments should provide some level of confidence that if a state regime should be considered to be accredited in any form, it's got to meet the standard, you know, and the standard has to be a high standard because the standard is the federal government's responsibility to honour its commitments under the various treaties, including the Convention of Biological Diversity, World Heritage Committee, the Ramsar Convention, and so forth. So I think there are checks and balances in this package that are different to the various packages that have been brought before the Parliament over the last 20 years, and the standards are the centrepiece. That said, diligence and close attention needs to be paid around these matters, and I think the other sort of fail-safes that are sitting there for the time being in this legislation are the role of the National Environment Protection Agency in being able to ensure compliance, enforcement and assurance of any accredited regimes. And then lastly, there is always the fail-safe that any accredited arrangements do have to be brought before the Australian Parliament as a disallowed. I agree with the concerns. I agree with the issue that's being identified around the inconsistency of the strength of state and territory regimes. But I do also genuinely believe the package has got some very important fail-safes in it.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Coalition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Snyders, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to go to Professor Samuel's recommendations that did not include an EPA, but he recommended a commissioner with, of course, the proposed EPA structure and the CEO role to be very different when he made those recommendations, such that the CEO, now under the bills, cannot be held to account for performance outcomes. Do you support a change to ensure that the CEO of the EPA is accountable?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks, Senator. I was quite closely involved in the process during independent review with a few different hats on. Firstly, my former role as National Director of the Wilderness Society, and then I was working on behalf of a coalition of environment groups that engaged in the Samuel approach, and then subsequently with the then Minister Lay in trying to sort of bring a package together to the Australian Parliament to deliver on Graham's initial recommendations. What is being proposed in some respects is consistent with what Professor Samuel said, particularly, you know, he highlighted a whole range of problems with the previous administration of the legislation around enforcement and compliance. He also identified that there was a major problem around the ongoing implementation of existing accredited arrangements like the bilateral assessment processes. And so he was very keen, as you probably would know, on building some sort of strong cop on the beat, as he called it, to ensure that compliance and enforcement was undertaken to ensure that accreditation regimes were delivering the outcomes that required. And so those functions are sitting in this bill in terms of the roles of the EPA. In terms of the changes that are being proposed, and I guess that's getting to the heart of your question, there is some other significant changes which may well benefit from greater scrutiny, so I agree with that. I think it is very important that if the EPA does get stood up, and depending on the powers that are afforded to it, that there is a high level of independence for the CEO, because these are extremely contentious issues. The issues around large development approvals, the issues around what is the most appropriate way to manage the MNES and manage the natural environment, they're not black and white. So I would be restating that the maximum independence possible for the CEO is going to be important, because I think all of us who have been around these issues for a long time see how contested and how politicized these decisions be. I think the
so can I just pull you up on that? Sorry, Mr. Schneider, can I just pull you up on that for one moment? So isn't this also a safeguard, though? So just say there was a CEO appointed who was arguably hostile to protecting the environment. Doesn't there need to be a safeguard under those circumstances?
Well, I think there's a couple of safeguards, isn't there, in normal circumstances. One of the safeguards is, of course, the individual who would be appointed would be bound by the conditions of the Public Service Code of Conduct and what have you. But I know.
Sure, and I know it's a hypothetical, so I'm just sort of saying in terms of understanding trying to get the balance right, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. No, I do understand, and I don't, we haven't had this model in terms of environmental management before. We have got models of independent regulation of activities, and as my chair would often say, significant parts of the economy are now bound by independent decision-making, including the role of the Reserve Bank, and, Ken does a much better job of running through all of those components than I will, because, I'm not an eminent economist. But I think there are checks and balances that need to be provided. I think the statement of expectations is a good balance. That is something that does enable the CEO to be clear about what their role is and what has to be delivered.
Except it doesn't. The statement of sorry, just Mr. Snyder. The statement of expectations doesn't impose any obligations on the CEO.
Well, it can't, can it? Because that's part of that. That's part of the issue about independence, which we're all struggling with. Right? If we do want the best, highest quality decision making that is consistent and reliable, and I've spent a lot of time talking, as you probably know, with industry over the last many years on this matter, and that's one of the things they want is reliability, consistency of decision making. If you want that, you need to be minimising the ability of the minister or even the Parliament sometimes to be sticking their head into the business of, which is essentially the administration of laws and rules.
Okay, can I just put, and I won't harp on this point for too long, but just,
it's okay.
Just for instance, if the statement of expectations, and part of it is that there's a strong expectation that the government rolls out renewable energy projects, and there were renewable energy projects in areas of pristine wilderness. And so therefore, if a CEO was to approve a project that destroyed pristine wilderness, wouldn't that be of concern to you?
Well, under the regime that's being, of course it would, right? But under the regime that's being proposed, the role of either the CEO or the minister, and remember when we're talking about assessments and approvals, we're still talking about a regime where the minister's actually retaining the power to make assessments and approval decisions. This isn't the full-blown independent model of an EPA where the EPA will be doing those things. The minister is retaining that power, and what's proposed under this is a delegation of decisions to the CEO of the EPA. So just, the minister still does have the ultimate power in terms of assessments and approvals under this proposal. The second thing is whether it's the minister or the CEO, under this regime, the decision-making can't be inconsistent with the requirements of the national environmental standards or some of the other provisions that have been introduced into this legislation, including the construct of unacceptable impacts, the fast no. You know, industry and environmentalists have been talking about this for many, many years now, that the shared interest is we want a fast no, and for industry they want a fast yes. They want to know where they shouldn't be going. So I think it's an understandable concern that you're outlining, but I do genuinely think the protections that are hardwired into the legislation around standard-making powers, around the application of the standards, the construct of unacceptable impacts, would make it very difficult for the outcome that you're highlighting to occur.
Thank you. Now, Chair, could we just pass to Senator Dunham for a couple of quick questions?
Yes,
Thank you.
I implore Senator Dunham to be brief, but obviously...
Well, I always am.
Of course.
I will not
He's always brief. Hello, Senator. Good to see you again.
Hello. How are you, Lyndon? We've done this dance for a while now, and unless I recall incorrectly, it is a stated aim of the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation to see the end of native forest logging, is it not?
Oh yeah, I don't think we're hiding our bushel around that one.
No, so my question...
But we do have two criteria, Senator. We
Sure.
talk about the fact that, and the thing that does, you know, we try to set ourselves apart is, yes, we genuinely believe that the best and highest use of native forests is for biodiversity protection and carbon storage. But I do want to stress, as I always do, that we are very committed to the idea of a modern Australian economy and economic development. You know, we're not... anyway, just want to...
No. Look, and I do commend you on your honesty.
That's keeping the native forest logging industry alive. It's taxpayers' money, actually. Let's be clear.
Senator Dunham.
That was an opinion.
Anyway.
But look... Yes, I guess my question is no amount of regulation around native forestry, whether it's in an RFA or in the new EPBC Act without exemption under an RFA, would, in the eyes of your organisation, make it acceptable. Fair to say.
Look, you could say that, but we're not the decision maker here, right? The decision maker around the enforcement of new environmental laws will either be the CEO of the EPA or will be the minister. I think what we are arguing for is consistency, right? And Samuel was pretty clear in 2019-2020 when he said that clearly the regional forest agreements, whatever the strengths and weaknesses were of the forest agreements that were put together back in the 1990s, and as you know, I've got a nuanced view around this, given, you know, very important forests were protected through the RFA process. But the simple reality is the RFAs have not been assessed. The impact of native forest logging operations in the RFAs have not been assessed against this construct of matters of national environmental significance. And good policy suggests that if the Australian government is committed to achieving those outcomes, and they're on the box, right? This is what the EPBC Act's supposed to do, to provide the mechanisms for the protection, assessment and restoration, ideally, of matters of national environmental significance. There should not be a policy problem with having a look at the remaining RFAs to ensure that the activities that are undertaken are compliant with the Australian government's responsibilities. You know, and I think, I don't know if AFPA still shares this position, but I certainly remember last time we had a conversation about this legislation in the previous parliament. Even AFPA was recognising that the application of environmental standards to the RFAs did make good sense.
Okay, one very last question from me, Mr. Schnaaders. Thank you for that. Just on the issue of the emissions disclosures proposed under this version of the legislation, I don't think in your submission you talk
Can you
about...
even say that word, or are you allergic to that word?
You're on fire today, you really are. I would be disappointed if you weren't.
Senator Hanson, Senator Dunham.
Think of those emissions from that fire over there.
Yeah.
Now, the reference to emissions does relate to native forest logging, but do you have a view on this emissions disclosure regime that is proposed under this legislation, i.e. whether this should be retained as part of the proposed legislation or it's better off somewhere else?
My primary issue with the proposal that's been put forward by the Australian government is I'm just not sure what it does next, right? Like, we have got a reasonably, increasingly, over the last several years, we're getting an increasingly sort of whole of economy perspective around managing and identifying emissions impacts from industry in particular. You know, we've got the mandatory climate disclosure regime that's been brought in place recently over the last sort of, the last parliament. People talk about the safeguard, but of course the safeguard is quite limited to one particular part of the economy. It's not, as Ken would say, the perfect policy for reducing emissions, but I'd let Ken talk about that. I think there is nothing wrong, and Graham Samuel recommended, for companies to be disclosing the likely emissions associated with their development as part of seeking a development application. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, and most large companies are now being required to do that anyway in terms of mandatory climate disclosure regimes. I think what's unclear is what does the decision maker do with that information, which may not be the answer. Of course. But it may not be the answer that Senator Daniel's seeking here.
No.
But you know what I'm getting at, right?
Yes,
like, at the end of the day, for a decision maker, whether it was the CEO of the proposed EPA or it was the minister, it would be good to understand the next step once the disclosures have been undertaken and work out, okay, what does that mean in a decision-making sense, and how does that relate to the wider climate and emissions policies?
Thank you, Mr. Schneiders.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you, Mr. Schneiders. Can you just reiterate for us what the problems are with the current Act and why it's so urgent to pass this legislation at this moment?
Yes, thank you, Senator. What you'd see from our submission, we are supportive of this package and we want to see it strengthened, of course, but we are supportive of it. We're supportive of it for a couple of reasonable interpretation of Graham Samuel's recommendations, and those recommendations, were well thought through and did enjoy in 2020 a high level of support across.
Sorry, Mr. Schneiders, we just lost you in transmission for a moment.
And the business sector.
Sorry, Mr. Schneiders, we just lost that last answer. Would you mind repeating it? Thank you.
Sorry. What did you get?
Not much.
Not much.
Just go again.
Please.
Yes. Cool. No worries. From the start?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Gold Coast. That's the Gold. I'm in the wilds of the Gold Coast. They've clearly got internet problems. So sorry, Senator. I'll go back to scratch. As you'd see from our submission, we are supportive of this package. We are very supportive of this package. We would like to see improvements, particularly regarding some of those primary threats to natural and native forest logging, so that's just on the record. The strengths of this are that, it is a faithful representation of what Graham Samuel recommended back in 2020. The strength of that was twofold. One, Graham wasn't, entering into virgin territory here with his recommendations. He was also building on very similar recommendations that were made by Alan Hawke, 10 years beforehand. And there was a high level of agreement between business and environmental interests. Something needed to change, and the direction in which Graham was taking the reforms and the review was broadly supported. The idea of having actual outcomes, environmental outcomes and process outcomes in the core legislation is should not be a revolutionary idea, but certainly for any of us who have tried to interact with EPBC over the last 25 years, and sadly I've been trying to do that the entire time. There is no outcomes. There is process, there is paperwork, there are no clear environmental outcomes. So Graham's construct around creating environmental standards that bind decision makers to ensure that the national interest, as represented by these matters of national environmental significance, is being protected and represented, both in terms of responding to development approvals, but also into the other important part of the Act, involving things like proactive activities such as conservation plans, recovery plans, management plans for important sites and important values. Having consistency and having a set of rules that actually can help a decision maker make decisions without just simply looking at one or two things, either a blank piece of paper or an EIS that's like 9 volumes and as high as a small building. Having clear rules is incredibly important, and the power to make those rules. So for starters, embedding the idea that protection of matters of national environmental significance is the primary goal of the legislation is incredibly powerful. Having in place real clarity around what shouldn't happen, because the corollary of what shouldn't happen is what can happen. And we want an economy, right? And we want economic development, but we want it so that it isn't at the sacrifice for the natural world, because every piece of independent advice we've been receiving for more than a generation now says the natural environment in Australia is going backwards, and that is in no one's interest. That is not in the economic interest, it is not in the environmental interest, it's not in the national interest. So that's incredibly important. The reforms to offsets are very consistent with what Graham was recommending. He called, I can't remember the exact terms, but he was scathing of the offset regimes. It wasn't as if he, as a business person, wasn't understanding that development will proceed, but he said it was a rort, that we always went to the decision first to offset, never to consider avoiding and minimising impacts, always to the offset, and that the construct of no net loss was effectively just leading to ongoing loss over time because of the sheer cumulative impacts of all the changes and the impact of past development on the matters of national environmental significance. There are many other features of this legislation that we support. We support the national EPA. We support a number of these reforms. So we think it is a very accurate and comprehensive delivery of what Samuel recommended. We commend, as we did in our submission, the work of the Q over the last several months to try to pull this massive piece of reform together. And we also note that the real work starts not when a piece of paper gets signed off by the Parliament, although that's incredibly important, of course. The real work comes in actually trying to implement a reformed regime that can be good for the environment and can be good for business. But, we do reserve our position that the loopholes that are remaining do undermine many of the good components of the legislation that's being proposed.
Would you mind, for the benefit of the people listening and for the committee, to just explain what the environmental benefits of the new Act are, particularly with respect to specific measures like net gain? Most people wouldn't understand what net gain is. Yeah. Could you unpack that and perhaps talk a little bit about the Restoration Fund and how that's different to the previous Act?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Senator. I'd love to. Look, I'll come to those two matters because you specifically asked me. But I do think the most important outcome for the environment is the creation of the standards for matters of national environmental significance and the clarity given to decision makers around how to ensure those M&ES are protected and restored going into the future. There's been some really small but incredibly important reforms sitting in this package as well, including strengthening this idea of protection, the identification and protection of critical habitat, that is habitat that's critical to threatened species. We haven't had that concept embedded in this legislation, and I think it will make a material difference and should build confidence in the system that when development is proceeding, it's not continuing to facilitate extinction and ongoing degradation of threatened species across the landscape. In terms of the concept of net gain, it's an important idea to be embedded in the legislation. There is a lot of work still to be done, but that's recognised by all stakeholders that there is only so much legislation can do. Actually implementing the legislation, putting in place the policies, putting in place and getting the data to enable net gain to become a meaningful construct in this legislation is all ahead of us. But what it means is what it says on the box, right? If development is going to happen and development is going to have a significant residual impact, and this is EPBC language, I'm sorry, but a significant residual impact on protected matters. Protected matters are those issues that are called matters of national environmental significance, so species, ecological communities. If there is going to be acceptable development that is going to have an ongoing impact on M&ES that is not an unacceptable impact, then there needs to be complementary and compensatory activities in terms of offsets that exceed the impact on that protected matter. That is quite a big change from the existing legislation and the existing policies and regime that's been put in place. It facilitates the idea of making sure that if development is going to occur, there has to be a positive, a net gain in the abundance and the protection of these protected matters, these matters of national environmental significance. And, I think it's interesting that, many in industry have also recognised that the existing offsetting regime is broken, isn't working, isn't delivering for them either. So I think the fact that many, if not all, of the industry groups can see some merits in trying to change the dial from just kind of treading water in respect to the state of natural environment and getting to a place that when development happens, it actually has a positive impact on the protected matters is an important and quite a radical and good step. In terms of the restoration contribution funds, I think you asked that question before. Again, the devil is going to be in the detail. The previous Parliament and the previous Albanese, the first term Albanese government, did quite a lot of work on this. It is consistent with Samuel's recommendation in that Samuel put a very high premium on the idea that Australia couldn't say it was truly charting an ecologically sustainable development path until we were restoring nature, not just protecting the pretty places, but actually doing everything we could to restore ecological function and ecological processes. So the idea that offsetting, whether through direct offsetting or through this contribution scheme, can facilitate and provide the resources and the opportunities to restore the protected matters and bring them back to health, I think is an important construct. But the devil is going to be in the detail, and the work over the next 12 months is going to be very important. The idea is good. There are some guardrails and protections that are sitting in the draft standard around restoration offsets and offsets in general a few days back, that were put out by the Q a few days back, around making sure that the system doesn't get rorted. And the idea that a developer, rather than taking on the responsibility themselves of managing an offset project, could simply contribute financially to the Australian government and then to put in place what's called, I think, a restorations contribution holder backed by an advisory committee to ensure that money is spent in the right way, in the right place, on a protected matter, I think makes sense, because a number of developers would argue that, they may not have the expertise and they may not have the resources to do the job properly, and the idea that the Australian government, working in partnership with others, would have the funding to do that is not a bad concept. We just need to make sure that as we look at how we implement it over the next 18 months as this regime gets up, that it's done well, because it is a new frontier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nandaraja. Thank you, Mr Schneiders. Thank you for your evidence today. If there were any questions on notice, could you provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? And you go with the committee's thanks for both your evidence and submission.
Thanks so much, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Minerals Council of Australia and the Chamber of Minerals and Energy WA. So you come to the table. Yeah, you'll get. Wonderful. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to the witnesses today. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, I have that affirmed. Now, for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear today? First the people in the room and then those online, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Tanya Constable. I am the CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Brown, one of the Principal Advisors at the Minerals Council of Australia.
Chris McComb, General Manager Sustainability for the Minerals Council of Australia.
And Anita Lejudici, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Chamber of Minerals and Energy. Please call me Anita, not Ms Lejudici.
Wonderful. And are you joined by anyone online? No, you're the only... Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. You will have heard me say this, I think, before about opening statements, but if you would like to make a very short opening statement, great. If it's possible to table it, that's even better, and we can get into questions. But you have that opportunity now.
Thank you, Chair. The minerals industry strongly supports this bill's intent to deliver a system that protects Australia's unique environment while enabling responsible and efficient project development. At present, Australia has more than 230 operating mines, representing 11% of GDP, 1.2 million jobs in the value support chain, 161 billion in goods and services using 63,700 local suppliers, and a conservative estimate of 661 million in community support last year. Mining capital is highly mobile, and while Canada, the United States and Chile, as well as emerging mining jurisdictions such as South America and the Middle East, are acting decisively to cut assessment and approval times and attract investment, it takes years to bring new mines and processing facilities into production in Australia. Modernising the EPBC approval process will allow our industry to deliver investment, jobs and regional benefits faster. When mining grows faster, all Australians benefit. Developing more mines more quickly will allow Australia to responsibly produce sooner and at greater scale, from traditional commodities to critical minerals such as copper, nickel and lithium, to support global decarbonisation and sustainable development goals. We have an immense opportunity before us to boost Australia's position and reputation as a reliable and globally leading producer of the minerals the world needs. The right reforms will help supercharge jobs, investment and Australia's prosperity. And the right reforms will also help Australia to move ahead of our competitors and take the lead in the race to supply critical minerals to the world. A reform package that achieves the right balance, protecting the environment, building public confidence and enabling timely development of Australia's resource projects would represent balance for the mining sector and a lasting win for Australia. The MCA has been engaging constructively with various parties on amendments so this bill can deliver better outcomes for the environment, communities and the economy. However, several fundamental changes must be made to ensure the bill is workable, balanced and effective. The key changes are a single clear definition of unacceptable impacts for all matters of national environmental significance is required. All existing assessment pathways should be retained. Clear accountability of the proposed Environment Protection Agency. Compliance and enforcement measures should be balanced and proportionate. New climate disclosures should be explicitly excluded from decision-making. Greater clarity around the net gain test and refinement of the nuclear actions definition. While the bills include changes that will enable greater efficiency, most business gains will only happen over time. Once the bills are passed, federal and willing state and territory governments should commit to an ambitious, time-bound pathway to accredit state and territory processes. If industry's key concerns can be addressed, the MCA supports the bills being passed. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today and we're looking forward to questions.
Anita.
Just a short statement. Thank you, Chair and committee members. The Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia represents the state's resources sector, a sector critical to the national economy, supporting around 5% of all Australian jobs and 9% of GDP. CME and our members continue to support reform to the EPBC Act that delivers on all three objectives: greater accountability and transparency in decision-making, stronger environmental protection and restoration, and more efficient and robust assessments. Successful reform that balances environmental, social and economic outcomes is essential to a wide range of national priorities, including the net zero transition and the Future Made in Australia vision. Importantly, all three objectives must be delivered simultaneously. EPBC Act processes are often the first step in project feasibility assessments and final investment decisions. An approval regime that is both efficient and robust is integral to Australia's ability to compete for international investment. For that reason, improvements in assessment timeframes must be delivered alongside stronger environmental protections and greater transparency in decision-making. Our preliminary review of the EPBC reform package identifies 5 priority areas requiring adjustment prior to passage: clarifying the definition of unacceptable impact to remove ambiguity and ensure practical application, guaranteeing efficient assessment pathways and timely accreditation of state systems, ensuring compliance and enforcement mechanisms are proportionate and uphold natural justice, refining the net gain test to avoid unintended consequences and improve workability, and confirming that climate disclosures are aligned with existing frameworks and do not form part of approval decisions. Additionally, it's essential that implementation of the bills and future policy development continues to be based on decision-making that's founded on the principle of ecologically sustainable development as enshrined in the Act. We look forward to continuing to work with Government and this committee to ensure the reform delivers strong environmental protection, regulatory transparency and investment confidence for our sector.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to both the Minerals Council and the Chamber. Thank you for the time you spent preparing your submissions for this hearing. If I could start with you, please, Ms Constable. You started with some recommendations for some amendments. So I think it would be fair to say you don't support the legislation in its current form, but I'd just like to ask you to elaborate again on those areas of concern, please.
Thank you, Senator. The first issue was around the definition of unacceptable impacts. It's really a critical new test that's been added to the Act, and this is an area where projects will either be rejected outright or move forward. So as it stands, there are 37 requirements which are unclear and subjective, and it really captures vast swathes of the landscape and it opens up new avenues of legal challenge. So as drafted, we don't believe it achieves the government's intent to provide clear criteria. So it's really a complex area, so that, as has been mentioned, the definitions we consider are ambiguous. The threshold is very subjective, and it's set too high as far as we're concerned. As it stands, it's a concept that has largely been untested. So if it's added in its current form in the 37 different ways, then we believe that it will be added in and it will be unable to be changed. So coming back to a single definition that is well understood is much preferred across all business groups, as we've had discussions over the last few months. So that's the first one. There has also been a new assessment pathway that has been added in. So we believe that the current assessment pathways should be kept there. So that's a simple change as far as we're concerned. There should also be clear accountability of the proposed Environment Protection Agency. The EPA must be accountable to the public through elected officials. The government's statement of expectations should be binding or supported by direction powers similar to the National Offshore Petroleum Safety Environment Management Authority, because the CEO holds a very powerful position. So that position should be removable for failing to meet expectations. So without that accountability, the EPA's role should be limited to compliance, enforcement and assurance. And that was originally intended under the Samuels review and within the recommendation. There is another area related to to compliance and enforcement measures. There are very high penalties and unconstrained environment protection orders. So I think it's not so much that a single quantum has been mentioned in terms of the penalties, but not every issue is going to be exactly the same. You can have high penalties for egregious matters, but there needs to be a difference in what those penalties look like. In terms of the environment protection orders, the stop work orders, that should only be for a specific time, so time bound to the very most 14 days, after which court orders must be taken into account and natural justice provisions apply, and they've been taken out of the Act. We mentioned new climate disclosures being explicitly excluded from decision making, and we believe that that's important because they exist elsewhere. Climate disclosures are within other legislation. They sit within the safeguards mechanism. They also sit within the national greenhouse environment reporting requirements. The net gain test, we believe that that's going to really create uncertainty for proponents. It should not sit in the legislation at this stage. It should sit within the standard. It's going to take time to determine what net gain actually means. We have a firm belief that it needs to be measurable, be able to be quantified, and at this stage it is, there's no detail around what that looks like. The other issue that I mentioned was the refinement of the nuclear actions definition. And while the intent is supported, as it's drafted, it would unintentionally capture commodities and activities unrelated to the nuclear fuel cycle. So it picks up critical minerals, it picks up universities, it picks up medical facilities. So simple changes can maintain the risk and the focus on radiological risk. So I think they're very important areas that need to be looked at carefully, and they are fundamental in terms of amendments to the Act, Senator.
Thank you. That's very comprehensive. Professor Samuel said that having the assessments function in the EPA creates a conflict of interest. You've already made some commentary around assessments in the EPA. Would you agree with that?
At the time of the Samuels review, and I was involved in that Samuels review along with many other people that are appearing, including Mr Schneiders, who was immediately before us, there was a clear intention that that there should be an Environment Assurance Commissioner, a function that looked at the enforcement, the compliance, enforcement and assurance function. And we think that's very important and we support that. But what was not supported was that that particular function also have assessment and approvals, because you're putting the fox in charge of the hen house at the end of the day. That should be separated out. So if the intention is to make sure that there's an accreditation to the accreditation is going to the states, then you don't need to deal with that right at the moment. You should be moving that to the states at the appropriate time once the standards are completed. So you have a strong cop on the beat. The compliance, enforcement and assurance, auditing and making rules. That is totally appropriate, and we fully support that audit occurring for both the states but also the Commonwealth, because that's missing at the moment. And then the assessment and approval function goes into the states, and what you get is a streamlined model that provides benefits to projects because they're being done once. And that's where the streamlining and the benefits come for industry across the board, Senator.
I think that's a good point. And if we look most recently to the government's agreements on critical minerals with the US, we are really seeking to ensure that these, battery minerals, critical minerals and base metals are all more readily available both to our economy and to the world as it transitions to electrification. Can you, you made some points around the nuclear provisions that would capture some of those projects, but are you seeing productivity gains from this legislation that would allow those projects to move forward quickly so that Australia can benefit from that agreement?
Once the amendments are made and we see the standards being put into place, because they're very important in terms of the accreditation of the states, so you will get more streamlined approvals and that occurring once. And that's the issue. It's the benefit to business overall is that accreditation process. Because it will create a much faster set of timeframes for each of the projects going through. It can take, when a proponent is considering a project at the moment, it can take as long as 16 years to get a project off the ground. And that is too long when you compare to the jurisdictions that I mentioned earlier, Senator. Jurisdictions like Canada, the United States, we've got countries right beside us like Indonesia and fast-moving jurisdictions in the Middle East and Africa that are coming online now. So we want to be ahead of the game, and we can through this legislation in getting the balance right that I talked about right at the beginning.
I think there's a suggestion that mining and good environmental outcomes are mutually exclusive. That's certainly not been my observation as I've travelled around to mine sites. What is the arrangement of net gain and the net gain test in the proposed legislation? How do you see that working? What do you see the problem with it as you for projects that are being assessed currently?
Well, I think that there's no clear understanding of what net gain means. Under the current legislation, it's very subjective about how a project is assessed and the types of offsets that might be required for a project under the EPBC Act. And I don't think that the concept of net gain without an explanation of what that really means and how that might be tested, that has been a matter of contention over the last few months with the mining industry, because we want to understand what it might mean for a project before you make a final investment decision. No proponent making an investment decision will go in without understanding what the costs overall are likely to be for a project. So being able to measure it and quantifying it and having an understanding on what you might do to mitigate, if possible, towards the MNES that have been mentioned is really important. So our suggestion was, because things are moving so quickly, put it in the standards and work through what that actually means at the end of the day. Work through that, because we think it's a very complex area that will require careful consideration. It needs to be tested on the ground for various projects, whether it's a mining project, whether it's a housing project, whether it's a property project, a road, rail, infrastructure project. There are various tests that need to be done. So just putting it in the legislation is not the right place. Moving it to the standards, testing it there, that's a better placement for it.
I wanted to ask you about, again, this idea of being able to compete on to compete with these other jurisdictions, some of which, of course, have very poor environmental outcomes that you named. What are the impacts on productivity and, importantly, on investment on Australia if we pass this legislation as it stands without amendments currently?
I don't think that the legislation can be passed without amendments going through, and some of the amendments that I have talked about today are really fundamental. We want to see productivity in Australia, and so it's important to make sure that we get the legislation right. It must protect the environment, but it also must deliver gains for projects across the board. All of the various participants over the last 5 years that we have been dealing with all say exactly the same. It must deliver a range of benefits. So we won't see those productivity gains without the streamlining. That's the key for us. The real benefits come with the streamlining to projects, because we need to have the right policy environment. And we have a number of policy areas that are really, constraining how we might move forward with Australia. Australia has very high wages, and there should be no apologies for that. We have a high taxing environment in Australia. We have environmental approvals process. The planning and the timeframes it takes is far too long. And we also, are competing for the skills for our particular industry, but across the board. Importantly, too, energy costs are too high. So all of those issues combined really see us as a high-cost environment. So wherever we can reduce costs and make our industries much more productive, that's going to be a benefit for industry, but importantly, bring projects to Australia.
I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to hear Professor Samuel's evidence this morning. He did make some comments around industry will always seek to have changes, that industry is always going to be challenging regulators, and he was reflecting on his role with the ACCC. Just wanted to give you a right of reply on that. What would you say to that assertion?
Our industry wants to see good regulation, not bad regulation. We're not opposed to regulation. Regulation is necessary. What we're asking for is streamlined regulation. We make no apologies about requesting amendments that are going to be necessary for our industry, but to benefit business and the environment overall. But what we have the benefit of seeing every single day is the impact on our industry when these things are not done properly. So what we've done in the last few months, but indeed the last 5 years, is to look at what needs to be done, and particularly around this legislation, to ensure that we get the best for the environment, but also for industry. So that's the difference between what Professor Samuels might be seeing and what I'm saying to you today, because we're living it and breathing it every single day.
I think that's an important point. I certainly look at the taxes and royalties from mining that we enjoy that as a society we then spend on, Medicare and PBS and housing funds and whatever else it might be. And I think that is an important point to make, that we can have mining activities and good environmental outcomes, and we should celebrate that. Ms Constable, I just want to also ask you about the current reporting of greenhouse gas emissions in the proposed legislation. Can you describe why that might be? I've suggested that it's a duplication of legislation. What are your views on that?
Well, our industry track the emissions of our members as they're reported in the NGES system and the safeguard mechanism. Our industry and the Minerals Council represents around about 80% of the total value of production in the mining industry, so it's a pretty good proxy for the industry overall. The safeguard mechanism captures Scope 1 emissions, so that's excluding embedded emissions from grid electricity and covers almost 90% of mining facilities. And looking at the safeguard mechanism between the financial years of 18 to 24, the MCA full member mining facilities, we overall had a reduction in our emissions. So we're already reported against that particular mechanism. The net emissions, the NGES system also includes Scope 1 and 2 emissions and shows MCA full members Scope 1 and 2 emissions. And we also had a reduction of emissions overall under that particular mechanism. So we've got two mechanisms where industry is picked up. Why have it in a third act that, the EPBC Act? It just creates more duplication. So that's our argument. Why have it there if it's not going to be used down the track for other purposes? So we're suggesting just remove it completely, or at the very least make it very explicit that it is not going to be used as a proxy, as a climate mechanism.
There was a suggestion.
Senator McDonald, sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask that you have one more question and then I'll move the call on?
Oh, thank you. And I'm sorry, Anita, I haven't turned my questions to you yet. I will just finish, Ms Constable, on this idea. It's been proposed that if you're reporting emissions data under other legislation, that it would be very simple just to provide the same numbers under this legislation. I guess we've seen under the gas legislation that each department asks for the numbers to be cut and reported in a slightly different way, which makes it very expensive. Do you think that would be the same with this emissions reporting, that it would be able to be cut and paste from one report to another and it would subsequently be very easy?
That's unlikely, Senator. We haven't seen it in other legislation. It is always reported in a different way, so it's unclear at this stage. So regulations are yet to come, guidance material is yet to come. So if it's not needed, then why have it in this piece of legislation? It is already reported under two different mechanisms, which makes perfect sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Firstly, Ms Constable, do you support net zero by 2050?
Thank you, Senator. The Minerals Council has a very clear position on this. We support an ambition of net zero by 2050. We support a technology neutral approach using all technologies, including carbon capture and storage and nuclear in the mix. Our industry is not sitting on its hands waiting for things to be done. We are reducing emissions across the board and have at the moment 106 activities across our various members to reduce emissions. We are also focused importantly on getting energy costs down. That is where we sit at the moment, is trying to get energy costs stabilised and to get energy costs down overall.
I think some of the gas companies could give some of their gas to Australians rather than exporting it all overseas? Might help keep prices down.
Senator, I'm talking about the mining industry.
I know, but you're talking about energy prices as well, is what you mentioned. Could I ask the mining, the Chamber of Mining, Minerals and Energy in Western Australia, Anita, you support net zero by 2050?
Yeah, our members also support Paris Agreement and Australia's climate targets, which include the net zero by 2050 target. We do support a single national regulatory framework to achieve those targets in a coordinated and efficient manner.
So you're both pro-target?
Yep, and welcomed the 2035 target and the certainty it provided for industry.
Certainty. Targets provide certainty, don't they? Yeah.
Senator, we have an ambition. Each of our companies take a different pathway, and importantly, you need to have the flexibility in being able to reduce emissions. So not every company and not every sector are going to reduce emissions at the same time and at the same level. And as I said, our industry reports under the safeguard mechanism, and that's important. So most of our facilities, a lot of our companies are reporting under that safeguard mechanism.
Are you concerned about the uncertainty that the Coalition's new policy is going to create for industry, given they've dumped net zero?
Senator, we have a very clear policy, and I'm supporting our members' views. Political parties will take a direction that they are comfortable with. What we want to make sure that we're seeing is also energy costs coming down to be stable as a starting point, because energy costs are going through the roof. It's really important that we get, as I mentioned, one of those areas that are important in terms of policies overall are energy costs, and they have gone up by as much as 40-50% for many of our companies. So reliability, affordability, and to reduce emissions. That three-legged stool is so important to make sure that we get right, and there's always tension there in those areas. So we need to be working on all of it at the same time, but we'll always operate within the laws of the land, but we want to make sure that we're working with government and political parties to see what might be there within the levers to try and reduce those energy costs. Things around competition policy, the rules as it relates to energy. There perhaps are some ways that companies and locations and different industries might be able to work together to bring down those energy costs. And in fact, we're looking at a report to try and understand what might be available to do that in the near future. We're focused on this 3 to 5 year period because things need to happen very shortly for our industries to remain competitive. And it's all about making sure we're competitive and that, because I mentioned other jurisdictions are getting ahead of us in a whole range of industries, not least of all the mining industry.
Generally speaking, both your organisations, the WA Minerals Council and the Australian Minerals Council, you're overall supportive of this package, aren't you?
We support the intent of the package. I think everyone is working very hard to get this legislation through, but it requires significant amendment, as I mentioned, and Anita mentioned, to make sure it gets through.
You mentioned that everyone's working hard to get it through. Have you met with the minister since the legislation's been tabled?
Yes, I've certainly spoken to the minister. We participate in a working group that
I guess I mean beyond the working group, outside the working group. Have you met with the minister since the legislation was tabled?
Yes, Senator. I've met with a range of parliamentarians around the legislation, and the Minister has been one of those people.
You've met with a range of members of Parliament. Who else have you met with?
I've met with a number of people that sit within the Labor Party, the Coalition Nationals, and also the Liberal Party.
Have you met with Have you met with the Prime Minister's office?
Yes, Senator.
Have you met with the Prime Minister?
No, Senator.
Have you met with the Minister for Resources?
The Minister's office just recently, yes.
Yeah, okay. And what about the WA?
No to any of those questions.
You haven't met with the Minister since this legislation's been tabled?
No.
Have you heard from the Minister's office since this legislation's been tabled?
No.
Have you met with Roger Cook, the WA Premier, since this legislation's been tabled? And you haven't had any contact from his office?
We've spoken to Department of Premier and Cabinet, yes.
And have you raised any concerns with them about this legislation?
We've talked through what our only received the legislation shortly before it was tabled, so have only done a very cursory review. So really just highlighting the issues that we've raised here, that for our sector we're looking for a bit more certainty around the unacceptable impact definition, a bit more proportionality in the compliance and enforcement regime, some more clarity around the net gain and the net gain tests. And, you know, the reason for that in a WA context is that there's not as much freehold land, so a lot of land is Crown land, and a lot of it is remote with minimal data. So often a resource company or a development, be it renewables, you know, will be the first people in actually looking at that. So trying to understand how a net gain mechanism would work when we don't have a baseline. So all of the mechanics of how that test would work.
Ms Constable, you in the Minerals Council submission, and you mentioned it when Senator McDonald asked you about concerns that you have. You mentioned this issue with the assessment pathways. I couldn't quite understand I can't quite understand the point you're trying to make. What's the issue?
Senator, with the new legislation, there will be an assessment pathway, a single assessment pathway. So we believe, it's a streamlined pathway. However, our view is that that streamlined pathway may not be as useful for some of our projects as what is being envisaged. Smaller projects, medium-sized projects have been used to having a number of different pathways. So we're just saying keep the streamlined pathway there, but allow the other pathways to remain. So it's a quick fix. Don't take out those other pathways that are already well known, understood for projects that want to use them. So that's what we mean.
But what do you mean by that? There's effectively this legislation and this package creates some extra pathways, the fast track, which is the streamline, the go zones, that's another fast track. The national interest exemption, that's an ultimate fast track. I mean, aren't there enough tracks for you to choose? There are 5 different pathways. If this legislation was to pass the way it was, there's 5 different pathways.
So we're talking about what's already been taken. There's a streamlined pathway as it relates to projects overall, but it can take longer. There have been a couple that have been removed, so we're saying leave those there. So it's that's what we're referring to.
Senator, can I just add to that? Sorry. So there's a couple of pathways that are used quite frequently, like referral on information by our sector. They've been removed and replaced with the streamlined pathway as it's named. But in the absence of detail about some of the other tests, we're uncertain as a industry about whether our projects will actually qualify for the new streamlined assessment pathway. So, you know, all of that detail is yet to come. So the suggestion is, while that is being worked on, to retain the existing pathways so that we don't, you know, halt development.
So have you raised this issue with the department?
We've raised it in our submission to this Senate inquiry. Yep. This is really the first opportunity we've had to discuss policy.
So do you think
intent.
this legislation should be rushed through the Parliament then? I mean, if you got some of these things that you wanted done, and you know the No Net Zero coalition decided to whack this through with the government, would you be happy or not?
We need the amendments to occur to make sure there's a net benefit for industry as it stands. But every act needs to have appropriate scrutiny. So as long as that appropriate scrutiny has occurred, and I think having the hearings and having you as senators scrutinise that legislation and hear from a number of different participants, as long as those amendments are made, and we suggest that that's the ones that we've raised are the fundamental. There are many that you could look at, but we're talking about fundamental issues from our perspective. Then it could be passed. Our concerns sit around making sure that we've got standards that are there to ensure that we get that streamlined approach for industry. So those standards are very important. They're going to take a little bit of time, so we want to make sure that it is very clear that those standards must come very quickly after this enabling legislation to ensure that the net benefits are there for industry.
How fast do you think you should be given approval for a new mine?
There's no time frame that we are saying is appropriate. We're just saying that it is taking too long and the statutory timeframes must be brought down. I mentioned 16 years in terms of considering a mine overall. The statutory timeframes that are there, there's a stop-start period and it takes a long time for projects to be considered in the assessment phase and then get on to the approval phase. So we want those timeframes to be brought right down, and the way to do that is not to have duplicative systems but to have a single assessment and approval system sitting at a state level, accredited by the Commonwealth, that sets clear standards, clear expectations in terms of compliance, enforcement and assurance, so that the states can then be audited and the Commonwealth can be audited around the decision making. So that's where the consistency, the fairness, the consistency across the board comes into play, and that makes very sure that expectations on all industries, on all projects, are well known and can be utilised. It will mean that we can unlock billions and billions of dollars worth of projects every year, because at the moment we're losing out on about $68 billion worth of projects every single year because we don't have the right sort of assessment and approval processes in place now.
Can I ask whether anyone from the coalition, the Liberal Party or the National Party, but more interestingly I'm interested in the Liberal Party, did they consult you before they made a decision to dump net zero?
That's a matter for the...
Did they consult you?
No is the answer.
Sorry. Well, I think that's asked and answered, and I'm going to move the call on now to Senator.
I could see they all got a bit tetchy, though, didn't they?
Well, let's not characterise the people in the room. Senator Anundra.
Thank you, Chair. It was pretty evident from this morning that Graham Samuel said that no one's going to be happy with this. That about 80%, getting 80% there was probably as good as it gets. So my question to you is, what concessions are you willing to make in order to get these reforms through? Because clearly the old Act's not working, approval times are too long, too much red tape, too much cost, loss of business, etc. But what concessions are you willing to make?
Thank you, Senator. We've spent a long time, and in the initial Samuels review, there was a lot of discussion about what various parties were looking for in terms of EPBC reforms. There were major concessions made by industry at that stage relating to what an assurance function might look like. Since that, we've seen a national EPA, we've seen major new concepts being brought forward. So we consider that the amendments that have been put forward, and I've listened this morning to some of the evidence, and certainly my colleagues and I have had various discussions with NGOs over a long period of time. I think these issues are fundamental, and the concessions have already been made by industry. So it's a matter of making sure that just the fundamentals are addressed, and then the legislation can go through. So I don't think that it's fair to say, well, if everybody gets 80% of what they want, something should go through. We need to make sure the fundamental issues relating to this piece of legislation are addressed, and that means that we will all win.
What those critical issues are that you're discussing?
Unacceptable impacts, making sure that we keep assessment pathways. There's clear accountability on the EPA. Compliance and enforcement measures should be balanced and proportionate. New climate disclosures should be explicitly excluded from the decision-making. Greater clarity around the net gain test, and refinement of the nuclear actions definition, because it's far too broad and takes into account things that are not in the nuclear fuel cycle. Those are the issues that are fundamental, and I think you will find are very consistent across most business groups. We might have slight variations, and there may be other issues that are raised, but they are the critical issues that will make sure that we get business projects moving forward.
Can you see? Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Important to implementation of the bill that these things are clarified, because at the end of the day, the black letter law, like if it doesn't meet the intent, well, then we're sort of working at cross purposes. So we do need that certainty to understand what is actually being set up as, you know, the legislative framework.
I'm just concerned that wish list you read out is going to severely water down this legislation, and that's going to impact on your social licence to operate. And we've seen industry after industry fall over in this country because they don't pay enough attention to social licence. So talk to me a little bit about how these reforms enable social licence and allows you to operate in this country.
We have very clear standards around meeting environmental reform. There are sometimes thousands of conditions that are put on mining projects. So if you've got duplication of effort occurring between the Commonwealth and the states, and you're getting that number twice, for instance, and it takes years going backwards and forwards, and if there are appeals at a state level, the Commonwealth will stop their process occurring, and could be vice versa.
Are you speaking retrospective Or
I'm
under the
about
current legislation?
Under the current legislation. I'm just giving you an example of how it works in practice. So you want to make sure that that is addressed. That's what the streamlining will address. The unacceptable impact issue, when you've got 37 definitions and you're trying to look at those definitions from a number of different perspectives, it is all too hard. A single definition across those MNES will create the efficiency and create certainty, because the more you have, the more ambiguity you get and the different definitions.
How much don't mine in native forests?
Sorry, everyone. Let's.
I mean, it's all too hard for the mining industry.
Senators, I appreciate that we are coming to the end of the day. I appreciate that we will shortly go to a brief break, but while we are in session, can we please just permit this to be a question and answer exercise? And Senator Anundra-Raja,
you push and push and push, and you've pushed and you've pushed. This legislation has been written for you, and it's still not good enough.
Senator Hanson-Young,
government policy in this country. They want to keep doing it.
Senator Hanson-Young, please come to order. Senator Anundra-Raja, if I could ask you to ask one final quick question and then we'll go to a break.
Just to explain that it's just about that ambiguity and needing to clarify that. So in Western Australia, we've got the West Kimberley, which comprises North Kimberley, Central Kimberley bioregions in their entirety, Dampier Land and Ord Victoria Plain bioregions, the majority of them, was listed as a National Heritage Place in 2011. So it's pretty much the entire West Kimberley. So we would consider that controlled actions proposed in the West Kimberley impacting the national heritage values could be significant, requiring application of the mitigation hierarchy, the other tests that we're seeing introduced in this legislation, but not always unacceptable. But with the current drafting of section 527F, subsection 15B and C, it's got some terminology in there that could potentially result in any action being considered unacceptable. So it's just taking the time. It doesn't have to be another 5 years to clarify what that definition of unacceptable impact is. And for complexity reasons, it's such a complex piece of legislation, we really suggest that one definition of unacceptable impact that is consulted on with multiple stakeholders, not just us, is a better, more simple way of going to provide that certainty, not just for the resources sector, but for all proponents that interact with this Act and other stakeholders that are keen to see it deliver the three objectives, not just one.
Unacceptable impact is unacceptable impact on your profits.
Thank you.
Your members' profits. That's all you care about.
Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Hanson-Young. Sorry, witnesses as well and coalition senators. I appreciate that. That's a response to what Senator Hanson-Young's done. So can we just come to order, please? At this point, we're going to take our afternoon tea break, and then when we return, we will be back with AMEC. So thank you very much. Thank you, broadcasting, and we're coming back at the end of the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're still a minute away. Very much. Broadcasting, if we can commence. I now welcome representatives for the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies. Thank you for being here today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. That's right, you're affirming at the table. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Warren Pearce, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies.
Sash Pavich, Commonwealth Director at the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies.
Thank you both. You will have, as I've seen you at the back of the room earlier today, you will have heard my earlier invocations around opening statements. If you have one, please keep it reasonably short and then table the balance. And then at the conclusion of that, I'll ask senators to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I have a short statement. I'll keep it brief. AMEC welcomes the development of this legislation. We certainly support the intent of the reforms and indeed we believe that this package of legislation with some amendment can deliver on a greater efficiency for industry and proponents while also providing stronger environmental protections. In that space we believe there are a small number of significant changes that are required but that they are very achievable working together. In these issues our members have expressed concerns with the draft legislation including the broad nature of unacceptable impacts criteria, the lack of detail on the net gain test, the lack of a concrete timeframe around the implementation of bilateral agreements with states and territories, the inability to review the full set of national environmental standards at this time, the purpose of greenhouse gas disclosure requirements, the exclusion of natural justice hearing rule regarding environmental protection orders and the unintended consequences of amendments to the nuclear trigger. We have provided a submission to the committee dealing with the issues that ourselves and our members consider are the key and fundamental issues needing to be addressed. We'll also make a follow-up submission as we work our way through the remainder of legislation to see if there are any other areas that could benefit from adjustment. With that, I'm very happy to take committee and the Chair's questions.
Thank you very much. I will now go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Pearce, thank you for being here this afternoon. I think you've just answered my question in your opening statement. I was going to ask you, do you support the legislation in its current form? And if not, why not? What are the areas of concern? So I think you've answered that. Specifically on the net gain issues, we've just had evidence that particularly in parts of Western Australia where you're based, there is no baseline data. I'm just wondering, you've signalled that you just think there's small, easy amendments that the government can make to get this passed, but I'm not certain that's the case, having just heard that. Would you speak to net gains and what are the recommendations that you would have to make that workable in your views?
Thank you, Senator. To clarify, what I mean is there are a small number of issues that require changes that are significant, but I do not believe they are unachievable in a short time frame. When it comes to the lack of environmental data, in large portions of Australia, particularly areas that have not been substantially explored, there is a lack of environmental data. Outside of Victoria and New South Wales, that is a primary concern in any process where a proponent is seeking to bring for a development application into the environmental approvals framework at both a state and Commonwealth level. And that means that it is difficult for environmental assessment regulators to intelligently make a judgment about the impacts a project might have. The reality is those companies will undertake detailed flora and fauna surveys, environmental studies to provide information about the footprint of their project and some degree beyond that, but they're not in a position to undertake environmental surveys across an entire region. When I think of an example for my members in the Far East Pilbara, so to speak, on the way to the Northern Territory border, there is now a small range of companies making significant niobium and rare earth discoveries that we hope will turn into a new mineral jurisdiction. They are going to, in their environmental studies, turn over and discover that there are indeed a range of species that will sit in the threatened and vulnerable categories that would trigger potentially, without a broader understanding of the natural environment and the species in the region, the unacceptable impacts legislation as currently drafted, and that could prevent their project. If they had a greater environmental assessment of the entire region, they may well find that indeed the proponents' abilities to avoid and mitigate did not present such an unacceptable impact risk. So in this way, the legislation is proposing a range of regional planning assessments that will take place. That is something we strongly support, but it's going to take many, many years for that to take place. It will probably happen in the places that are the most travelled in terms of economic activity in the first instance. Could be decades before some parts of Australia receive that level of investigation. And indeed, that makes it difficult to make those assessments. That's why it's so important that we give some clearer or greater clarity to the unacceptable impacts component, and indeed we provide some level of criteria or clarity around the net gain proposition as well.
Thank you. That's a thorough answer. I was going to ask you about unacceptable impacts. Just turning back to the net gain and the net gain test, given that it's not clear in the proposed legislation, and we've just identified that there's not baseline data in large parts of Australia, do you support the concept of net gain and the net gain test, or should it be in the standards? What are you going to what do you recommend in that regard?
No, we do support the net gain model, and indeed industry has made quite clear in its relations with this, with the development of this legislation, both in this tranche of development as well as the previous two efforts, that we are prepared to sign up to and accept a higher level of environmental protections, and indeed net gain is one way of doing that. However, the lack of detail in how the net gain will be measured by government and assessed requires more detail for industry to have some certainty about how they would approach it and to understand the implications of how they would do it. And so we certainly propose that before this legislation is adopted, that we actually put some criteria to how we do that in terms of a whole of environment approach in that area, and indeed the measures from which a company would be undertaking or what method they would be using, and indeed how that continues not just in its implementation but its ongoing management.
All right. Final question, Chair. I'm just conscious that we're well over time and we need to get to the department. I just want to ask you about Professor Samuel's recommendations that did not include an EPA but instead recommended a commissioner. The proposed EPA and the structure and the CEO role is very different from his recommendations. Specifically that the CEO can't be held to account for their performance outcomes. What are your recommendations around ensuring that the CEO is accountable both to industry, the environment, and of course, most importantly, the Australian people?
Well, indeed, we've sought that accountability in our proposals coming into this process. We were unsatisfied with the previous proposal, which would have had an entirely independent EPA making all environmental decisions. Indeed, our association and others in industry sought to ensure that the ultimate decision-making responsible sat with a minister who is accountable to the Parliament and to the community. We are comfortable that is the model that is being taken forward, and that indeed the EPA would be making decisions in that space when delegated by the Minister, which is essentially the arrangement we have currently, except those decisions are made by the Department. Industry is relatively comfortable with that concept. We experience that at a state and territory level in a number of states, and indeed that process has worked well in ensuring that there is good environmental advice going to the final decision maker, and that final decision maker is interchangeably in the significant matters and the contentious matters, the Minister accountable to the Parliament and ultimately to the Australian people.
Okay. I should ask, have you met with the Minister yourself on this legislation?
We've met the Minister regularly over the last 2 or 3 months.
Okay. What about the Prime Minister?
No, I'm afraid not, Senator. Can you arrange that?
No. Well, Senators Hanson-Young had a burning interest in this, and I thought I should follow up and see if it was a theme that was important. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll put the rest of my questions on notice.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. And I'm very grateful to Senator McDonald for ensuring that there's more information on the record. So, does the package as it stands, do you think it's better than the status quo in terms of for your industry?
It's hard to say that because of the unacceptable piece, the unacceptable impacts component. Would that change? Yes, it would be. I mean, I think the reality here is the legislation as proposed will provide stronger environmental protections that are currently in place.
That's debatable because we've heard from the experts in the environment and that's not the case. So from your perspective, your industry, which is mining and...
Let me restate.
Yes.
From our perspective, more would be required us in terms of environmental protection, and we are prepared to sign up to that. However, we can't easily support legislation where it's unclear whether projects will be able to move forward on a very wide interpretation. We'd like to see that narrowed some. That interpretation may well be favourable in some instances, it may not be in others. But ministers change, governments change, as do interpretations by departments and agencies. Some clarity or criteria around that space is important. But yes, in other cases, we believe there is an overall benefit here for proponents. If the bilaterals are put in place expeditiously, there is a substantial time and cost saving for industry proponents, and indeed that makes it much easier for industry to sign up to stronger environmental protections and additional costs in that space. Equally, I think also this would give a greater level of comfort to industry that duplication is being taken out of this space. And that is one of the primary concerns that we have between the Federation, which is duplicative legislation at state and federal level that we are required to apply to comply with, but mostly doesn't provide a different outcome in terms of the conditions or the environmental outcomes.
In terms of the unacceptable impacts criteria, do you accept that there are some areas that should just not be mined?
Yes.
And where are they?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I accept it as a principle. What I would say is...
Surely if you've got an opinion on what's acceptable and unacceptable, you must have thought about where you think mining should be able to occur and where you think it's too precious of an environment and it's not going to be allowed.
Well, like you've said, Senator, I'm not an environmental expert, but what I would say is this. What I advise my members, if you are seeking to undertake an exploration or mining development in a national park or a Class A reserve, you are going to find a regulatory environment that is not supportive of it.
Do you think that you should be able to mine in a national park?
No, but what I do...
So why use that as an example? I mean, that's just... let's not be ridiculous.
That's hardly fair.
So, allow me to respond. So I think... The reason I give that example is it's quite clear in many cases where government has made decisions, the Parliament has made decisions about what areas are for conservation or high conservation value. The reality is, although we are able to explore in those areas to some degree, the reality is the chance of being able to get a mining proposal up in those spaces is very low, which is why most proponents simply don't do it. However, we should be aware that indeed our natural resources are extremely valuable, and certainly as the technology changes and things become more important in certain spaces, we should not close off those opportunities before we've investigated them. I support every project going through a thorough environmental assessment, and indeed those that touch on federal legislation should also be assessed against national standards at a Commonwealth level.
Do you support the change in the legislation that exempts the water trigger in terms of state decisions, state and territory decisions?
Sorry, let me come back to that. I'm not well across that part of the legislation. we focus more heavily on changes around the nuclear trigger. We'd like to see that removal in natural occurring radioactive materials, which essentially means that the intent of the legislation was to stop those things that have a nuclear componentry, rather than dealing with things like mineral sands or rare earths, where essentially turning over the ground can essentially pull you into a federal environmental assessment without that being the intention.
Can I just clarify that? So you're saying you support the changes in the bill that deal with that issue, or you don't think they go far enough?
We support the intent, however the way it's been written suggests the opposite. So what it says is they actually are including these in rather than excluding them, which was our understanding of the intent of the proposal. So we need to adjust that. I think that is a non-contentious proposal,
do you think,
I believe.
Do you understand the purpose of the GO zones?
I understand the purpose of the GO zones, but I think that's one of those pieces that requires a substantial amount of regional planning to take place in the first place. So yes, we do support that, but equally, you actually need to undertake the assessments before you can intelligently make decisions about where you can and can't go. Ultimately, better environmental data across our country will give better indications to both industry and government about where we should and where we shouldn't be. And indeed, at a exploration level, the federal government is supporting a program that looks to map the geological resources of Australia, which gives us another lens to look at the places we could and couldn't be going.
Do you accept that one of the biggest threats to Australia's environment is climate change?
Allow me to choose my own words, Senator. Yes, we do recognise the challenge that is created by man-made emissions, and indeed is speeding climate change. We have a strong net zero position by 2050. Many of our members are working to that. So the answer to that question is yes.
Yes. So your concerns around the greenhouse gas disclosure, isn't it fair enough that if we've got environment laws that are meant to be about assessing whether projects are good or bad for the environment, that it considers the climate damage on the environment?
Well, in this instance, we're already providing greenhouse gas disclosures to multiple agencies. So we are Do you think that it should be considered that if climate change is damaging to the environment, should that be considered when a decision maker is weighing up whether to give something approval or not? It is decision in the safeguard process. And that's where we strongly...
But it's not for approving. It's not based on the approval, is it?
But
that's after the fact. I mean,
Actually, no, Senator, it's not. Yes, you're right. It is after the fact, but what you see is what I see is companies actually responding to the safeguard measures. The threshold of 100,000 tonnes would catch most of small to mid-sized mines that would probably, on a diesel program, produce 120 plus thousand tonnes. As a consequence of safeguard, as well as the expectations on our industry, many of those projects are making big investments in renewable technologies, solar and wind and battery, to ensure they can get well below the threshold. I now have companies putting forward projects with 70 and 80% renewable energy powering their needs. That is a demonstration that the safeguard process is in fact working to reduce the emissions from our industry. And that's why we support
are you opposed to the requirement as it is in the legislation then? If it's already happening, what's the problem?
Well, we're not opposed to it. What we're saying is we're being asked to do it on multiple occasions. Ultimately, we can support that, and as a concession we are willing to give as long as it's not included in the assessment of those proposals. And our concern is that if it is in this legislation...
What's the purpose of it then? What would be the purpose of it if it's not used for considering whether something should be given approval? What is the purpose?
Well, what is the purpose of the Environmental Information Agency? The reality is actually undertaking this learning around what is happening in our environment provides a whole range of information that government can make a range of decisions on. I don't believe that should be made on a project-by-project basis. And if your proposition is that any project that has an emissions and a positive emissions profile simply shouldn't be approved, then we're going to have a pretty substantial impact on our economic development here in Australia. So, yes, we provide the disclosures. We act in accordance with the law. There are now, I think, 3 or 4 different agencies we provide that information to in different forms. We don't believe it needs to be in this space. However, it is a concession we are willing to accept.
So just to be clear, the greenhouse gas disclosure requirement for just scope 1 and 2, which you already do, companies already do for the safeguard, you see that as a concession that the mining industry is allowing to happen?
Okay. Well, when you put it that way, that's a bit, I think that's a little unreasonable. What I'm saying to you is we already provide this data. We're being asked to do it again. What we are saying over and over to the Parliament
the concession was your words, not mine.
You're correct, they were my words. Allow me to restate it. It is something we are willing to accept, but we are already providing it. Our message to the Parliament and to governments is...
So it's nothing extra?
Senator Hanson-Young. Yes, but also, can we...
If I can get a straight answer.
Well, I think he is answering your question,
I've asked
Senator.
the question 2 or 3 times.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So it's nothing extra? What you're being asked to do is nothing extra?
We're already providing the information.
Good. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time. Can I take you to the critical minerals, right? So a lot of your members, that's their sort of bread and butter, right?
Yep.
In terms of the current Act, can you just compare how the legislation either helps or impedes now, and what the new proposed legislation, what the benefits or restrictions might be?
Well, for example, in a scenario where this legislation is passed and bilateral agreements are entered with the state government, we would go through a bilateral process for a critical minerals project. That would remove the duplication. Currently, most projects that trigger the environmental approvals process go through a process at a state level first, and then ultimately once approved at that process, begin a federal assessment, which takes usually an additional 12 plus months, adds to that time frame. If a bilateral was an assessment bilateral, that is, was in place, that is where most of the time savings is. The state would then undertake the assessment of both the state legislation but also the federal legislation against the national standards, and would make a recommendation to both the state and federal minister. That would remove potentially 12 plus months from our approvals process, assuming of course the company met the expected conditions and requirements. That would enable us to essentially develop projects more quickly, realise investment faster, and indeed what we are up against in the critical mineral space is a race to market. Lots of countries are competing in this space. We are competing for this investment. Our ability to get to market quickly determines whether we can actually find the investment to build the projects and take that market share of that growing industry that provides critical minerals into the renewables technologies and into the broader decarbonisation supply chain.
Thank you. And I just want to take you back to the nuclear trigger. Could you maybe just unpack that a little bit more, because some people find that alarming, that, what if we change that, is that going to have a negative impact in terms of the kind of protections we have in place around nuclear action? But can you just unpack that for us in terms of what the relevance to critical minerals might be?
So essentially this deals with a thing called norms, naturally occurring radioactive materials. So there are certain parts of our country where if you simply walk over it, there is naturally occurring radiation. If you turn over the soil, there is an element of radiation that is present. Now, that is not dangerous. At least not dangerous. However, the way in which we have previously framed the nuclear trigger in the EPBC legislation, the threshold is so low that projects that are in mineral sands that often contain elements like thorium or rare earths, so both important critical minerals that we are hoping to develop, find themselves pulled into the federal EPBC legislation to get an assessment that is should be fairly perfunctory, but often can add 12 months to the process, simply because the threshold was never intended to capture it, but has by having such a low threshold. All that is proposed here that we actually change the terminology from nuclear actions to radiological exposure actions, align it with our PANZA, which is our radiation body, and ensure that those projects can move forward without risk and without being pulled into an unnecessary approvals process.
Great. And I know I'm on a tight time frame here, so I've got a quote here from you guys about looking for swift passage of a well-balanced bill that'll provide certainty that the industry needs to get on with the job. Is the urgency piece for you about the getting to market, which you explained to us previously?
It's about competing for investment in every regard. We are sabotaging ourselves with duplicative legislation that slows us down. We are in a competition for investment worldwide. We are a high-cost place of doing business for many good reasons. We have high standards, we value those. But in this space, when you are trying to move quickly, as indeed Australia is attempting to do with the United States on the critical minerals and rare earths framework, and to essentially provide supply to meet an immediate and urgent demand. The reality is we do not have a fit-for-purpose approval system. We need to make changes, and that's why I believe it's important that we try to get this right. I think I've heard today say it's not perfect, but indeed it offers us something substantially better than we currently have in place, and with a genuine effort from the people around this table, we can land this in a place that is workable for industry and good for the environment. And ultimately, we can stop continuing to have these arguments that have been running now 5 years since the Graham Samuel reports and 15 since the Hawke Review. Senator, I'd like to argue about something else. And I'd really like
you
to...
and me both, Mr Pearce.
I'd really like to see our projects move forward and take advantage of this once-in-a-generation critical minerals opportunity.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. I'd like to thank the witnesses for appearing here today, their evidence and the submission provided. The committee thanks you. If you have any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? I think there were some questions on notice foreshadowed during testimony, which you should receive. And you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I now welcome representatives from the Property Council, both of whom are appearing by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that right? Correct. Yes, you're both nodding. For the Hansard record today, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Matthew Candelars. I'm the Group Executive Policy and Advocacy with the Property Council of Australia, and I'm joined by my colleague Eleanor Sondergeld, National Policy Manager, Sustainability and Regulatory Affairs.
Thank you. Now, you may have heard my earlier remarks about opening statements. If you have one and are able to table it, that would be much appreciated. If you wish to make one in addition or as part of that, just very briefly, please. And then at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll go to questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will be as brief as possible, but thank you again, Chair and Senators, for the invitation to appear at this important inquiry. We appreciate, of course, the democratic process through which this bill is being considered and our participation in that process. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands from which I am joining you today, Chair, and I'm joining from Melbourne, so it's the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders past and present and acknowledge their connection to country over many tens of thousands of years. The Property Council of Australia's members pursue ecologically sustainable development to build Australia's cities and to provide the vital pipeline of housing supply so critical to support affordability. They include Australia's largest greenfield residential, industrial and commercial property participants, and our members regularly engage with the EPBC Act, the referral and assessment process on projects right across the country. In fact, Chair, by volume, the property sector is the largest user of the EPBC Act referral system. Based on this experience, the property sector recognises the critical importance of reforming the Act to better deliver environmental outcomes and ensure sustainable development. Following the Economic Reform Roundtable in August, Chair, the government announced the streamlining of the assessment of 26,000 new homes that have been stuck in the system for years. We warmly welcomed this announcement. Our members tell us this has had a materially positive impact on their experience in navigating the system. Greater certainty, greater confidence and a culture of why not rather than why. In considering the legislation before this committee, our starting position is as follows. The current system is broken. It is not working for the environment, it is not providing certainty and confidence for business, and it is letting Australians down. Professor Samuel's 2020 review provides a sensible blueprint for reform, and we consider the time for talk about that reform is over. A better framework is urgently needed to improve certainty for the environment, to improve this nation's investability, and to make this nation and to streamline the assessment of new homes right across Australia. The reforms before the committee aren't perfect, but they are better than the status quo. Our written submission includes targeted amendments to improve the legislation, but not to delay it. The proposed amendments speak largely for themselves, although I do draw the committee's attention specifically to the following aspects, and they have obviously been canvassed by a number of participants today. Definitions of unacceptable impact criteria. So while we agree it's essential that the Minister has the power to disallow a project where the impact on a protected matter is unacceptable, the bill proposes lengthy and complex tests to determine this. In relation to protected species and ecological communities, the concepts of irreplaceable habitat and the concept of seriously impacts the viability of a protected matter are not adequately defined. In relation to net gain, our members agree that restoration activities, whether involving on-site repair or environmental offset, should deliver restoration. Our concern with the inclusion of the net gain test in the bill, in the primary legislation, is that there are important definitions that will feature in the National Environmental Standards for offsets, which are yet to be developed. The legislation must also give new administrative arrangements the best chance for success by embedding efficiency in the assessment process. Decision-making should be accountable and transparent with respect to statutory timelines. Treasury data, in fact, Chair, released on 7 October, confirmed that 4,641 new homes were approved through the national environmental laws between August and the first week of October. This is due to the newly established Housing Task Force that I mentioned earlier within the department to process the backlog of referrals. So we are already seeing the benefits of a simple change and the injection of focused resources and a specialist team to process referrals. We support lasting change and reform, however, and we should seek to minimise disruption to the approval of new homes that are finally coming through this system. Reform should retain this specialist resourcing for housing referrals for the duration of any transitional period and at least until the end of the National Housing Accord period in 2029. Many components of the proposed reforms are a step in the right direction, so we do welcome improvement that will make landscape scale approach, including regional plans and strategic assessments, more workable, commitments to improve the quality and availability of environmental information through the new Environmental Information Australia and ministerial power to make protection statements, and the inclusion of new process for restoration contributions, a feature that could mobilise significant private sector investment into strategic environmental restoration projects. With our suggested and targeted amendments, Chair, these legislative reforms will form the backbone of essential for developing and implementing the national environmental standards that establish a fairer and faster system for everyone and that balance pro-environment and pro-investment outcomes. So we look forward to your questions, happy to dive into any aspects of our written submissions, and I will unapologetically, Chair, and for the entire committee, throw to my far smarter colleague in Eleanor to answer a number of those questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Candelars. May I go to Senator McDonald?
Good afternoon, and I do love that you've brought your phone a friend with you. How very wise of you. May I start with what is the current timeframe for your members to have an application approved?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Obviously, it's impossible to say in any specific circumstance. Every project, every assessment is on a case-by-case basis, but it isn't unknown for our members to be facing a process of up to 4 years for an assessment and approval or rejection.
What modelling have you undertaken to work out how long it will take for applications to be approved under the proposed legislation?
We haven't conducted any modelling per se, Senator, but what we do know from extensive consultation with our members is that they see a number of the reforms proposed through the legislation before this committee as being an improvement on the status quo, removing or having certainly the potential to remove duplication in process, providing better certainty and confidence around statutory timelines. And we have seen, again, I mentioned earlier, the streamlining of the 26,000 new homes that was announced on the back of the Economic Reform Roundtable. There's been an injection of resources, a targeted focus, and leaving aside, if we may for the moment, the details of the legislation, a lot of this does also come down to cultural reform throughout the system. So we're very hopeful that improvements through the legislation before the committee, subject of course to the amendments that we've floated and flagged here today and also through our written submission, will improve those timeframes considerably.
Given that you've just been the beneficiary of those more streamlined approval processes under the existing legislation, would you recommend keeping that pathway as a bridge with the new pathways that have already been proposed?
Absolutely, Senator. We'd love to see that pathway continue. Again, we are seeing progress through this streamlined task force. Better resources, a better culture, a culture of why not rather than why. And we've seen the results of that flow through certainly to October. And I mentioned the data earlier. I think it was the Treasury data on the 7th of October. So we'd love to see the pathway continue, certainly through the transitional period, but also through to the end of the current National Housing Accord period in 2029.
How many of your members currently report Scope 2 emissions?
I'm going to throw to the wonderful Eleanor.
It varies, Senator. All of our corporate leader and national members have a net zero target, and many of them do already report Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. With the incoming climate-related financial disclosure requirements, we are seeing that there will be an uplift across our membership, not just our large corporate developers, but also through to some smaller companies as well who are starting the process to be ready for that reporting.
Right. I'm just trying to clarify how many projects or perhaps size of projects will now be captured under this reporting that wouldn't be otherwise, and will require them to, I assume, hire additional staff or, have additional compliance that they won't have to meet otherwise.
Senator, if I may, based on the proposed thresholds for greenhouse gas disclosure under the EPBC reforms, we wouldn't expect property development to be captured by the requirement to disclose that emissions information on a project-by-project basis.
Right, so that means that you'll have none of your members having to disclose under the EPBC, is that correct?
It appears likely, yes.
Right.
And sorry, if I may, Senator, sorry to jump across. Not necessarily none. Obviously, there are exceptions to any rule, but certainly based on the feedback we have and the proposed thresholds, it's unlikely to be an issue for the vast majority of our members, noting, of course, it's an issue that others providing evidence have raised for their own sectors.
Yes, sure. So that's for both Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. I just want to clarify that because I had initially asked you about Scope 2.
Yes, that's right, Senator.
Terrific. And Chair, I'll leave this as my final question so that you can keep moving. I just wanted to ask if the proposed unacceptable impacts definitions, the 37 definitions that have been identified, how would they affect projects of your members? Would any of the already approved or future projects fail under these new definitions?
That's not entirely clear to us at this stage, Senator. That speaks to some of the challenges we've identified with the clarity of some of the proposed definitions. We've provided some more detail in our written feedback, but critically for us, it comes down to threatened ecological species is the primary point of contact between our members and EPBC referrals and controlled actions. We're really looking for some more upfront certainty about in particular where irreplaceable habitat would be defined to be located for threatened species, and also when it comes to assessing the viability of those impacted matters, we do question whether or not that's something that might be better placed within the conservation planning process rather than within an individual project assessment.
Okay, well, hopefully those recommendations have been heard by the government. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and evidence and your submission. I'm interested in your recommendations around redefining the definition of irreplaceable habitat and the link to the critical habitat register. Could you unpack that for me? And I'm interested as to where you got that advice from.
Certainly, Senator. This is something that our members have discussed now that the full package of legislation has become available. Primarily, we see the move towards the critical habitat register as a positive one. It's really important that members of ours understand and can identify where there are areas that do require conservation and careful management. I suppose that is where the opportunity potentially to link irreplaceable habitat to that register has come through those member-based discussions. Really, this goes to that upfront certainty about making sure that where there are likely to be areas that do require that high level of conservation, that those are really clearly mapped out and provided upfront so that it doesn't take anybody by surprise when there's a referral that does need to be made.
Okay. And the concerns you've got in relation to the protection statements, is that just not understanding what the impact of those protection statements will be, or are you asking for them to be negotiable?
Senator, we are broadly quite supportive of protection statements. We see this as an important feature of the legislation that will allow a more rapid response from policymakers and decision makers to provide up-to-date environmental data. I'm not sure we've provided, we characterise our feedback as questioning the value of that particular process, but happy to take any specific question or notice on that point.
Could I go to the overall point? Obviously, the government has responded to the discussions out of the productivity roundtable about needing to prioritise housing as part of dealing with a more streamlined process under the EPBC reforms. How do you feel about the fact that there is this new streamlined process that's been created, but there's nothing specially mentioned or that says that housing gets in the fast track? In fact, at this point, everyone's in the fast track. It feels like everyone's been given a VIP card and they can go over to the VIP line and you're still going to have a queue. And if everyone's got access to the Virgin Premium entry line, then it's not very premium, is it?
If I might offer where we see housing being prioritised in the EPBC legislation and legislative settings more appropriately is likely to come through the development of bioregional plans. There's a couple that are currently underway in terms of being piloted, and those regional plans will be where priority development activities, which would include housing, are likely to be captured as a sector of priority under the reforms. In terms of the streamlined pathway itself, that to our members does not appear to be a critical change in the current legislative settings, because largely it just combines a couple of the assessment pathways that are currently captured by the existing settings. So the most streamlined pathway from our perspective will really actually be through the bilateral and accredited process with state and territory processes, and also those regional plans once they're developed.
Mm-hmm. So the streamlined process that the government's touting around and saying that this is going to speed up housing approvals is actually not going to be that helpful for you?
Senator, there is a reduction in the timeline, for the statutory timeline associated with that streamlined pathway, so it is certainly an improvement. But
you're hanging most of your hopes on the bilateral, the bioregional plan, so the GO zones. Is that what I'm hearing?
In terms of something that specifically speaks to housing, Senator, yes. But in substance, many of the proposed reforms do improve the overarching process, not just for our sector, but we would posit for others as well.
Those bioregional plans, there's 8 pilot sites. Have you had any negotiation with the government about those sites? Have they consulted you about those sites?
There is currently, Senator, some open consultation for the New South Wales pilot, and South East Queensland is underway with piloting as well. And there's the 2 key sites that will cover urban development, so the housing component to the bioregional plan. We have had some limited engagement on those fronts so far, but looking forward to some further engagement in the future.
Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, is this does this 15-page reform package, does this make it simpler and faster and easier for you? Is it very clear of what's going to happen?
Senator, the clear opportunity we see will be the development of the national environmental standards, and these reforms are really critical to provide the statutory backing to be able to progress with that process in earnest. And that's really where we're seeing the most important opportunity for reform.
And those standards, of course, aren't in the legislation itself, and we don't even have them all.
No, certainly, Senator. They instead will be, it's necessary for the legislative change to empower the development of those standards.
And obviously, Senator, will be subject to an extensive, as they should be, an extensive consultation process. So the legislative framework is obviously so critical to kicking off that consultation and getting these reforms moving.
And can there's been 2 draft standards released. There's the Matters of National Environmental Significance and then the offsets one. Have you had a chance to look at both of them?
We have, Senator, but we have only just begun discussing the implications for those standards with our members, and so aren't able to properly comment on those at this stage.
Yeah, and you realise. Last question. And you realise that they are they're proposed to be in a disallowable form, so they can't be amended once they're finalised. They're just, the Senate either has to accept them or not. So, what do do you feel like you've got enough certainty from government that they're actually going to do what they need to do for you?
I might jump in there, Eleanor. Senator, as Eleanor suggested, it's probably premature for us at this point to comment, but obviously, as a member-led organisation, industry association will consult. We are consulting, but we'll continue that consultation with our membership before providing a definitive response on the merits or otherwise of the standards as they sit.
Yeah. Okay.
Draft standards.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Deputy Chair. Senator Walker.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, but I'll try and keep them nice and quick.
Thank you.
I note that the Property Council has been publicly supportive of prioritising the reforms for this legislation. Do you see these as urgent, and if so, why?
Yes, we do see the reforms as urgent for a few reasons. Firstly, the current system, as I suggested in my opening statement, the current system is broken. It doesn't work for the environment, it doesn't provide certainty for business, and it doesn't provide certainty for the community. So that is the most pressing reason for urgency. Secondly, in terms of the sector that we represent, the broad property sector, but particularly in the current context, the housing sector. We're in the midst of a housing affordability and supply crisis. As I outlined earlier to Senator McDonald in response to her question, our members can wait up to 4 years to make their way through this system. So the very fact that 26,000 homes were streamlined through that assessment process, that's not to say the approval was streamlined, the assessment was streamlined, but the very fact that that was necessary shows the urgency in reforming the system.
In what ways do you think the current legislation is impeding increasing housing supply?
I'd probably refer back to my answer for your previous question, Senator. 4 years, up to 4 years through the system, waiting for a yes or a no. Our members operate through approval systems all over the country. We operate waiting for planning approvals, going through a planning assessment in every state and territory, of course, and the Commonwealth Environmental Assessment and Approval System. For our members' time, certainty is as important as anything else, and an early yes or an early no are critically important. In fact, an early no is just as important to our members as an early yes. So what we don't want and what we can't afford is the indefinite maybe. That's obviously having a significant impact on the number of new homes that can come to market and therefore increase housing supply as we're chasing obviously a welcomed and ambitious 1.2 million new home target.
Thank you. Do you think that being able to achieve better restoration at scale will be important for both environmental outcomes and community support for more housing?
Yes, Senator,
Yes.
absolutely.
That's it? Okay. Do you see this reform as important to continuing to clear the backlog, which I know has already been discussed?
Yeah, obviously there are two different streams here. There's the bus sitting at the station, and that is certainly, you know, the streamlining and clearing the backlog under the current system. That's critically important, but you know, it is a band-aid over a wound, and that is the wound that is the broken system as it stands. So we do need lasting structural reform. We certainly hope that there is a way through. I'm an optimist, Senator. I believe in the powers of the Senate to constructively work together and find a way through. Obviously, the bill as it stands isn't perfect. We've outlined that. We've outlined some concerns, but we do think that targeted amendments can be found, and we can have a better system moving forward and one that comes sooner rather than later.
Thank you. I also note that offsets are an issue. Can you talk about how you think a restoration fund would be an improvement for the housing industry?
I am happy to provide a first response on that front, Senator. A restoration contribution process our industry sees as a welcome development, primarily in the context of development where there may only be a small quantum of offsetting that might be required in order to be able to contribute to more meaningful environmental outcomes. We see a restoration contribution process as a positive move whereby a government stakeholder would be able to strategically pool funds across various different projects and invest in a greater outcome for the impacted matter. We also would welcome the optionality, I would say, when it comes to finding appropriate offsets. We think that this could be a useful tool to help support and reduce the timeframes associated with what are currently part of the post-approval delay that our members experience.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. I would like to thank members of the Property Council for being here today and for your evidence and for your submission. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide the answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? There may be some that are forthcoming if they were foreshadowed during the course of this proceeding. So thank you. You go with the committee's thanks. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and I think also the Threatened Species side. Okay. I understand that the Threatened Species Scientific Committee representative may be running a little bit late, but that won't impede us from beginning. So I welcome the department witnesses to the table. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. That's right.
That's right.
Yes,
Senator,
wonderful. Thank you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer, to superior officers or a minister where relevant. This resolution prohibits only asking questions for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of that claim. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary of the Environmental Regulation and Environmental Regulation Group. We'll keep it there.
Thank you. Shane Gaddis, Head of the Environment Law Reform Task Force. And I'm Greg Manning, Head of the Environment Policy Regions and Markets Division.
Annalise Lartinen, Acting Branch Head in the Environment Law Reform Task Force.
Blaine Wentworth, Acting Branch Head in the Environment Law Reform Task Force.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'd have heard my earlier indication around opening statements. If you have one, I'd ask you to keep it incredibly brief, but otherwise we'll move to questions.
Chair, thank you. We will take the opportunity to make an opening statement. I have cut it back considerably, but I think it's worthwhile just clarifying really our submission and some of the testimony you've heard today. So thank you for the opportunity. We've heard, as you've heard from the Minister in recent months, the Australian Government is committed to reforming Australia's national environmental laws and establishing a National Environmental Protection Agency. These reforms respond to a 2020 Samuel Review, which recommended a range of reforms to strengthen and streamline the EPBC Act. As senators, you will have heard throughout the day today, there's a range of views in relation to the bills, with different stakeholders who engage with the EPBC Act expressing divergent perspectives. Some are seeking more or less discretion in decision-making, more specifics in the legislation versus legislation that sets out general frameworks, and stronger environmental protection versus productivity gains for business. And the full detail of all aspects of the reforms upfront versus progressing these details through implementation. In total, the balanced package of reforms to Australia's environmental laws subject to this inquiry are the culmination of years of stakeholder consultation and that respond to these differing stakeholder perspectives. As you've heard today, there is broad support for the reform and the need to move quickly in implementing these reforms. Some focus of the key aspects of the reforms that I think are worth clarifying in relation to the operation of individual projects vis-a-vis the unacceptable impact criteria for protected matters. The current Act already contains a legal test to protect against unacceptable impacts, but this is undefined, and there are no criteria for how a minister would form a view. This results in a large degree of uncertainty. The inclusion of the unacceptable impact criteria in the reforms will clarify which impacts cannot be approved and would provide greater certainty and predictability for proponents by indicating which impacts must be avoided. These criteria have been designed in consultation with experts and stakeholders and are based on existing impact assessment guidelines. To reach a decision, the Minister must consider the relevant criteria, taking into account a range of information about the protected matter, as well as project information and other information received during the assessment. The proposed reforms also include measures that will support the application of the unacceptable impact criteria, including rulings, national environmental standards, and protection statements. These tools are designed to provide more certainty and predictability over how these tests will be applied and create consistency in decision-making. Increasing this transparency regarding what will and won't be approved will reduce the time and effort taken by a proponent, as they will know these expectations up front when designing their project. Similarly, I would like to address how accreditation and bilateral agreements with states and territories would operate under the reforms. The aim of these reforms is to reduce duplication between the Commonwealth and states and territories in environmental assessment and approval processes. This was a key recommendation of the Samuel Review. The Minister may enter into a bilateral agreement or an approval bilateral agreement with a state or territory government. Under assessment bilateral agreements, proponents can access a streamlined assessment process with only the state regulator to talk to during that process. Projects will still require an EPBC approval decision made by the Commonwealth, but these approvals can be better aligned between the state and Commonwealth. Under approval bilateral agreements, proponents are not required to engage with the Commonwealth in order to get their project approved. The Commonwealth would take an oversight role, as envisaged by Professor Samuel, to monitor the operation of the arrangement and the environmental outcomes, including national environmental standards. To enter into an agreement, there are various steps. There would be benchmarking of the state and territory legislation and supporting documents, negotiation, legal review and finalisation of the proposed agreement, public consultation for 28 days and consideration of comments, and approval by both parties entering into the agreement. The bills would deliver on the recommendations of the Samuel Review to improve strengthening the accreditation framework by applying environmental protections under bilateral agreements that are consistent with the reforms. This means state and territory processes would only be accredited where they meet national environmental standards, prohibit unacceptable impacts, and achieve a net gain. These bills strengthen the ongoing assurance mechanisms to ensure that environmental protection requirements are being met. And finally, the bills improve flexibility by allowing accredited processes to incorporate documents like standards as in force from time to time, and allowing minor amendments to accredited processes without having to formally remake the agreement. So to conclude, our submission to this inquiry details key aspects of the reforms, the extensive consultation to date, how the reforms will operate in practice, and its linkages to the Samuel Review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If we could have a copy of that opening statement to the Secretariat and then to members of the committee. I also note that there are two additional members at the table.
Yes, Senator Declan O'Connor-Cox, Acting Head of Division, Environment Regulation Division.
Thank you.
Professor Ian Gordon, I'm Chair of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. Apologies for being slightly late.
No, that's okay. Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. I'm just trying to understand the rush to pass the legislation. Is it the view of the government that, and can I confirm the Minister's earlier statements, that he wants the legislation passed by the end of the year?
The Minister has publicly stated that that is the government's intention and desire.
So this committee is doing its work, reviewing the bill, and we don't report until March. And I'm just wondering why the government is not respecting the work of this committee.
That would be a question for the government, Senator. We are appearing during the inquiries now and next week. I think it's important to note that the government has been consulting extensively on this legislation. This Samuel Review dates back 5 years. There has been extensive consultation. There's been a lot of work that has gone into the amendments to this piece of legislation. The Minister himself has met with over 100 stakeholders. The Department has met with over 160 stakeholders, and that's just in the last 6 months. We are hearing time and time again about how the current laws are broken. It is well known and well canvassed the major issues that both proponents and environment groups have with the legislation, and the government has put forward what it feels is a balanced package of reforms that should be urgently passed this year.
Well, that's an opinion, which I suggest is perhaps not for you to convey to this committee. But Ms Parry, consultation does not equal endorsement. And from almost every witness that appeared before us today, they're all raising concerns. So it appears that despite the consultation, no one is happy. So can I ask you to respond to that proposition, that this
I'm
this
not
bill
sure what
has
the question is, Senator.
does not meet the threshold, and I say that in a number of very important respects, including in relation to the unacceptable impact criteria, which has received a great deal of concern, and some witnesses today have said that that leads to greater uncertainty.
So again, I'm not sure the specificity of your question, Senator.
Can I ask you to address the concerns that I imagine you've heard the evidence today?
Well, I have heard the evidence today, and as I reflected in my opening statement, there's a wide range of views on these reforms. We have heard a wide range of views throughout the entire consultation process. There were a wide range of views on Samuel's review itself. Where there is a strong degree of consensus, Senator, is in the fundamental aspects of Professor Samuel's recommendations, which these reform bills pick up those key components. There is strong consensus that these environmental laws are currently not working for proponents and they're not working for the environment. There is strong consensus on the need for transparent environmental standards. There is strong consensus on the need to be looking at much more regional and landscape planning. There's strong consensus around transparency and an upfront yes and an upfront no.
Ms. Parry, I'm just going to focus on the areas where there's not consensus, and one of them I've raised.
I'm trying to indicate to you, Senator, that there is a high degree of consensus in major aspects of the reform. Where we have got to in terms of where you've heard differing views today is around things like unacceptable impact criteria.
Yes, could I just ask why so many stakeholders have concerns about the unacceptable impact criteria, and what are your recommendations to address those concerns?
So, Senator, I think what I'm here to provide testimony on today is the bills that are in front of us. I can't speak to why different proponents have different concerns about unacceptable impact criteria.
No, but Ms. Parry,
what we are trying to do is provide absolute clarity upfront in the bill.
Ms. Parry, could I just, if you can't address that question, that's fine, but could I just ask you to address that question? Have you made any recommendations in relation to the concerns raised by stakeholders about the unacceptable impacts? And if so, what are those recommendations?
So, Senator, we were recommending and providing advice to the government throughout the entire drafting process.
Ms. Parry, sorry, I'm going to stop you there because we've got very limited time.
And I'm trying to answer your question, Senator.
I'm just asking, have you made any recommendations in relation to the concerns raised by the unacceptable impacts criteria?
We have provided extensive recommendations to government throughout the entire process of the drafting of the bill, and those have been incorporated into the bill that is in front of this
in relation to the
committee today.
Sorry, Ms. Parry, I'm just going to ask you to address my questions. In relation to the concerns that have been raised about the unacceptable impact criteria, if you've raised recommendations or passed those back through to the Minister's office, could you please summarise what they are, and therefore what you're recommending should be further changed in the bill to satisfy those concerns?
So, Senator, right now the government has introduced a package of bills
Ms.
with
Parry,
that definition. Senator, if I can please finish my sentence.
You are badgering the witness in a really unfair fashion.
Excuse me, I'm asking.
And I'm trying to answer your question, Senator.
Okay, so could I ask you?
I'm genuinely trying to answer your question.
Stop interrupting
Parry.
Senator Henderson.
Excuse me, I just want to ask if you could please advise what those recommendations are.
I am trying to answer your question, Senator. We provided extensive advice to the government that went into the formulation of the unacceptable impact criteria based on extensive consultation. That advice, the government took that on board and put forward a package of bills that has passed the House and is now in front of this committee. Our advice has been submitted to the government.
Okay,
they can hear through this committee, through this inquiry process, and through the ongoing consultation, what some of those concerns are. We will continue to provide advice to the government, but right now, the bill in front of this inquiry and has passed the House reflects the process today.
Ms. Parry, could we please on notice have a copy of the advices that you have provided to the Minister's office, including in relation to the unacceptable impact criteria, please?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you very much. I want to just address the government's purpose of these reforms, or one of the stated purposes is to address productivity. The business sector has said, as currently drafted, the reforms do not deliver productivity improvements. The Business Council Chief Executive even saying, business still has many concerns that need addressing if we want the EPBC system to support growing the economy. The Premier of Western Australia has also raised concerns that the government must deal with the resource sector and he says we also need to make sure that the industry continues to be encouraged. So can you outline how the legislation as drafted improves productivity?
I can. Do you want me to start?
You start.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a number of productivity enhancing measures in these reforms, Senator. One is to provide upfront criteria through unacceptable impacts in the legislation that would define quite quickly for a proponent what's a quick yes, what's a quick no. There are standards which again increase that transparency, so proponents know when they are developing their applications the kinds of things that an assessment officer would be taking into account as they work their way through the system. We have streamlined assessment pathways, we have reduced statutory timeframes, and we have provided productivity benefits through the offsets regime, where proponents can choose to discharge their obligations currently as the current Act allows, but also once steps have been taken to avoid and mitigate, proponents can discharge their obligations to a Restoration Contribution Fund. And again, that has been strong feedback from industry to make sure that they can discharge that at a more landscape scale and can discharge it again from a productivity benefit.
Ms Parry, and I maybe ask this to other members of the department here today. In terms of the concerns that have been raised, including about productivity, has the department, based on the bills that have been passed by the House of Representatives, has the department provided to the Minister any potential further amendments to the package of bills? Have they been drafted? Because the Minister has indicated he's willing to consider further changes. So what role has the department played in proposing further amendments to the bill which have not yet been made public?
So, Senator, as you would be aware, as bills move through the House, the government may call on the department to draft particular amendments. Yes. We are in that process now of advising government as these bills move through. But right now, that's how the government treats those amendments, considers those amendments, is a matter for government.
No, I understand. But could we please on notice have a copy of those advices, including the amendments, the proposed amendments that have been drafted?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Do you have any of those proposed amendments with you today, or any documentation?
No, we don't, Senator.
And can you give me a summary of the
No, I cannot, Senator.
And why not?
Because, Senator, that's a matter for government as to which amendments they might consider. We don't have that information today. We are here to talk to the bill that is currently in front of the House.
No, but we're also able to ask any questions.
Sure, and I've agreed to take that on notice. I have agreed to take that on notice, Senator.
No, just a different question though. You're taking on notice all the advices you've provided to the government.
Yes, I have.
Are you able to provide us with a summary of the amendments that have been drafted to date, the further amendments?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You're not able to answer that question, or you want to seek further advice? I mean, which you can do.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm going to take that on notice,
Senator.
Senator.
Do you have a list of amendments that satisfy the mining industry and a list of amendments for satisfying the koalas?
Senator,
before I come to you, and I will bring the call to you, Senator Hanson-Young, but Senator Henderson, I'm going to share the call in a moment.
I just would like to finish just quickly. So just to finish off, you'll take that on notice.
I'll take that on
notice,
Senator.
We're in the middle, obviously, of having hearings next week. We don't report till March, but we would be grateful if that information could be provided to the committee as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll leave it at that, Chair. We will have further. Senator McDonald has got further questions, but I'll hand the call over. Thank you.
We'll take the call and then come back, and once we've hit our mark, we'll have another discussion. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to ask this 1,500 pages, there's a lot in here. You've obviously heard there's a litany of concerns that particularly those in the environment space have with this legislation. I'm interested to understand the streamlined assessment pathways, and there seems to be confusion over this, and there's even confusion between your submission and the explanatory memorandum. So I'd like this cleared up. Your submission says that the streamlined assessment pathway will replace two existing pathways, the referral information and the preliminary documentation processes. You say that the public environment report pathway will be rolled into the EIS process. However, the explanatory memorandum for the bill says that the streamlined assessment pathway replaces all three existing pathways. So which is it?
I can take that. So, Senator, the public environment report pathway is functionally identical to the environment impact statement pathway. So if you work through in the existing Act those provisions, they are identical in those two sections. So that is one of the three pathways that are being removed. So I think in terms of the explanatory memorandum, it's reflecting the fact that there is one new pathway that is being introduced and three pathways have been removed. In terms of practicality, the streamlined assessment pathway is aligned with the assessment on referral information and preliminary...
Sorry, I'm missing what you're saying.
So in terms of practicality, the new streamlined assessment pathway is aligned with the assessment on referral information and preliminary documentation pathways, but the public environment report, as I said, is identical, so that was in the new system projects that would have been going through that pathway would go through the EIS pathway.
So, how many pathways are there going to be at the end of this? And I'm asking this because it has, even just in my conversations with you over the last few months, this seems to have changed. So I'd like to understand very clearly on the record what are the pathways that will be available if this package passes.
Following commencement of the new bills, there will be the accredited assessment pathway, the streamlined assessment pathway, the EIS pathway and the public inquiry pathway.
So that's 4?
Correct.
What about the public interest? What about the national interest exemption?
So the national exemption proposals are taken through one of the regular pathways. So it's a consideration when going through another pathway. So it's not a separate pathway by itself.
It's just a bonus. It's like you get the ladder if you're doing snakes and ladders. You get zoom straight up if you land on the right spot.
Sorry, I'm not sure the question you're asking there.
So it does create another pathway. It's just an extra fast.
Maybe I could help out with that, Senator. So it's the end of one of those pathways that Mr Wentworth described. So at a point in time, after a full assessment has been done, if a minister decides that that the project doesn't meet all of the standards, the unacceptable impact criteria and the net gain, but that project is in the national interest, it can then be approved even though it didn't pass those tests, but it still goes through the normal assessment pathway. It's worth probably mentioning...
It could go through any of those 4?
Yes, it could go through any of those 4.
And at the end of that, if under the existing law, or the law as it is, as passed, if under the law it wouldn't be approved, the minister can just come over the top and approve it anyway?
I wouldn't quite characterise it that way, Senator. So there is a full assessment is done and a full consideration of whether or not it's in the national interest for that project to go ahead, even though it wasn't able to meet all of the environmental standards. Now, that could mean...
So it's only you... Sorry, just to clarify. I just want to clarify. So it can only be... It's only used if that application hits a hurdle. If it can't achieve all the...
otherwise, Senator. So if the project could go through the full assessment, meet all of those standards, it would be approved in the ordinary way. So there wouldn't need to be an extra consideration at the end. At the end, if it meets those criteria and it can't meet, for example, if it could only meet 90% of the net gain, if it couldn't quite meet some of those standards, the minister can still condition it fully, except for that small residual part that can't meet the standards. It's worth reflecting on the fact that currently the national interest exemption allows the minister of the day to rule it out altogether. So the national interest approval significantly improves on that process by allowing for a full environmental assessment and then for full conditioning except for the residual part which can't meet the statutory tests. So it's a substantial improvement on the current national interest exemption, which exempts the entire process from assessment and approval.
Where did the advice for broadening the scope of the national interest exemption come from, in terms of beyond just emergency, the examples of bushfires or floods or defence? Where did the broadening of what can be applied to?
Professor Samuel recommended in his report that in rare circumstances a project which doesn't meet the national environmental standards could be approved in the national interest. Yes, but
Professor Samuels presented to us today that this is much broader than what he proposed or what he envisaged.
I can only go to what was in his report, and it's consistent with one of the recommendations in his report.
Could I ask about the streamline process? Your submission estimates that 60% of projects would go through the streamline process initially, and then over time more. Do you stand by that?
So I could talk in the principles about what we're trying to achieve under the reforms.
No. You've put in your submission that you estimate 60% of projects could go through the streamline process initially.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Do you want me to answer the question?
I would like you to be able to answer the questions if you actually follow what I'm saying. So, first of all, I want to know whether that is correct.
That is correct, Senator. If it's in our submission, we consider it to be correct.
You consider it to be correct. Good. So, what is then the assumption of how much more that will be improved?
So,
how many more? You're saying it's 60% initially. Are you then aiming for what? 80%, 90%, 100%?
Can I answer now?
Yes, please.
So the objectives of the reforms...
No, sorry, Senator Henderson, don't interrupt at this
The objectives of the reforms are to provide more clarity. So you've heard from witnesses all day that there's need for more certainty, predictability and clarity for the approval process.
With all due respect...
So if I could answer, please.
Well, I would like you to answer the questions that I'm asking you, not to give the spin around the reasons why government has done something. I haven't asked for that. I'm asking for answers to my questions.
Senator Hanson-Young, just at this point, if the witness would be given an opportunity to answer, I appreciate that we're short of time, but the answer had not extended for an extended period. So, Mr Geddes.
I'll get there very quickly. With greater certainty around what the regulatory requirements are on both the proponents and the decision makers, we would expect that more proponents can provide the information up front for a streamlined assessment, and therefore we assume that more people will use it over time.
Okay.
That's the fundamentals for that figure.
So you don't have a model that shares or KPIs that say to what percentage?
No.
You just think it will grow from... You assume in the beginning it'll be 60% and you assume it will grow?
Exactly.
Okay. The streamline process itself does limit the existing pathways, the existing public consultation timeframes in the existing pathways in the existing law. Is that correct?
In some circumstances, if they went through one of the PER processes or an EIS, they would be required to do additional public consultation. So in those circumstances, it would be limited to the consultation around the referral decision and any work that the proponent did beforehand. You may recall that the Leader of the House committed to a community engagement standard as part of the reforms. Yep. So additional requirements for those early projects will be set out in the standard. So 60% of projects initially, the department assumes will go through the streamline process. At the moment, what pathway do the majority of projects go through?
Declan, can you answer that?
Senator, I don't have those figures here, but I think if you look at that 60% figure, that's around about the level that go through those lower levels of assessment, if you like, so those REs and PDs from my recollection, and through accredited assessments as well. So, but I'd have to take on notice the exact figures.
Can I just quote you from just for everyone's benefit? on page 6 it says the over 60% of projects that currently go through these pathways. So I think...
What I'm trying to work out is what's the most used pathway currently? And I'm surprised you can't answer that question.
We'll take it on notice, Senator, because those things change over time. So we will take it on notice. We'll get back to the committee very quickly.
The reason I'm interested is because all of those pathways have a longer and more thorough public consultation process than the proposed streamline process. So I'm trying to understand how many projects are going to be put into the streamline process, the 60% of them, and therefore have less public consultation, less consultation with their local communities. Is that why you don't have the information?
I've already taken it on notice, Senator.
Senator Hanson, I'll have to move the call in a moment. Do you have one final question?
Is there any prioritisation within the streamline pathway for the projects that the government has said are their priority? Is there anything that guarantees that housing and renewable energy projects would be prioritised, given that's why we're being told this whole bill needs to be rushed through?
So, Senator, there's no legal pathway that guarantees a project will go faster, but this government has made commitments for both a housing strike team and a renewables strike team, which my colleagues might like to articulate in a bit more detail, where additional resources have been provided for government priorities, which speeds up those projects within each of those criteria. They're not legislative. They are where the government has provided additional resources and
the
direction
administration.
in the administration and the department, and an indication to the department that those should be moved through faster.
Is there anything to stop? Final question: okay. Is there anything to stop coal and gas projects using the streamline process?
Not as it stands, Senator.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Okay, I'm going to try and be really quick because I do have a couple of sort of clean up on aisle 5 kind of questions. The accreditation of the states. Now, Ms Parry, I know you went through that in your opening statement and you've responded to further questions. What we've heard from various stakeholders is that they believe that it will be the state process and so therefore it won't necessarily be in line with the federal rules should these bills pass. Yep. Can you just clean that up?
Sure.
Will there be an inconsistency? Will there be any risk there?
No, Senator, there won't be any inconsistency, and I will call on my colleague to go into more detail, but as I indicated, in essence, the accredited process can accredit state legislation, it can accredit policies, it can accredit processes, but the key there is that it accredits to the Commonwealth standards. So it has to meet the Commonwealth standards. If they cannot meet those standards, it will not be accredited.
Yeah. So you would probably say that the states who are looking to accredit may need to change their way they're doing it in certain aspects to ensure they meet the Commonwealth standard.
That's right.
Thank you. With the streamlined assessment pathway, again, there's been a sense, and I think you've cleaned it up there, saying that it is the resources applied at the department end that will speed up certain projects based on government priorities. Are some proponents more... we've heard the characterisation that some proponents are going to get priority into the streamline process over others. Is that true?
No, Senator, I think, and I just want to be really clear about that as well. The same assessment pathway, and even for the priorities of the government, they still have to go through the process. So it's a economy-wide assessment process. What the reforms are trying to do and what the streamlined assessment pathway is trying to do is say for those proponents who can provide all of the required information right up front, right when they're developing their proposal. And if we can be clear as regulators what the standards are, what the factors in that a proponent needs to take into account, what those matters of national environmental significance are, what those unacceptable impact criteria are, if a proponent has all of that up front and can document that, they are going to work their way through the system faster, irrespective of what sector they are in. It is all about transparency, providing that criteria and information right up front for proponents to use.
Thank you. And then on to ministerial discretion, because that's had a bit of bounce around the court as well. Can you talk to us about why it's drafted the way it is and how decision makers will deal with this in their manner of going through those approval processes?
Sorry, I just need to ask a qualifying question. Just when you say ministerial discretion, around which element of when you say why it's crafted the way it is, which element? The streamlined pathway or the
I think
or the package?
That's the problem. It's riddled throughout it. That's exactly the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the issue is there are various references to ministerial discretion.
Yeah.
Can you give us the justification for those ministerial discretions, and also how an assessor would then, how you would go through those tests and get to that approval decision? So,
Senator, if you think about the EPBC Act, it regulates such a broad number of matters, right? So it goes from World Heritage areas, you've got National Heritage places, you've got Ramsar wetlands, listed threatened species and ecological communities, and there's upwards of 2,000 of those, and they're all different. You've got nuclear actions, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, water resources, Commonwealth Marine. They are all vastly different. Some projects trigger multiples of these. So while proponents are and ENGOs are eager for prescription which tells you what to do in all circumstances, given those 9 nationally protected matters and the diverse range of things that the Act has to regulate, there needs to be some discretion so that decision makers can weigh up the individual circumstances for the project. It's impossible to go through and say in the middle of Australia you've got a certain activity, it will be the same as an offshore wind farm in the Gippsland or a nuclear action around a uranium mine. They are all different, which means it's very difficult to get a very prescriptive level of regulation which fits all the purposes, which means we do need to try to find, to the degree we can, rules which fit all of them and then allow the decision maker some discretion to apply that. And you will have heard all day from Professor Samuel through the ENGOs and the mining sectors, they were all after a degree of prescription. We are trying to provide that in the Act to the degree that we can. We will then need to follow that up with the standards, subordinate regulations which need to be made after this, and then we'll need to go through and do policy and guidelines after that. So we have a little bit of work to do. If the Senate passes the bill, we'll get on to that work and we'll consult with people to remove the uncertainty from each of those parts of the regulatory hierarchy and give people that certainty, but there will still need to be some degree of discretion.
So because the legislation enables the standards, do you feel, I'm getting the impression, I just want to know what your view is, that if the standards, it's kind of chicken and egg, if the standards were in place, people might be more comfortable, but the standards are a product of the legislation passing.
That's right.
Do you have a sense of...
Well, Senator, the bill provides the head of power for the minister to create and make standards. So that's first and foremost what's contained in the bill. What the government has done is put out 2 draft standards as regulatory instruments. They are out for public consultation now, as we've heard today. They're currently on our website and subject to further consultation, and they are disallowable instruments. What the bill does is enable a minister to make standards.
Great. I'm being wound up, so that my last piece that, again, I'm hearing around and around that people are uncomfortable with is the provision for accrediting NOPSEMA.
Well, that's a different pathway altogether.
I'll start, Senator, with the policy rationale for why we would want to do that, and then I'll pass to Mr Wentworth for the process that would follow. So, Senator, NOPSEMA has been accredited to do Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act assessments since 2015. Various stakeholders will say they've done a good job of doing that. Over that time, they've developed quite a specialist capacity to develop, to work through the offshore area, to the degree where the department even at times outsources some of their assessment work to get their experts to provide advice to us on some of our assessments. So over the period of that accreditation, they've proven to be a very good and credible regulator and have done a lot of environmental assessment work.
And they've done that for 10 years? For 10
years. The environmental assessment process for that is very hard to change. They would need to go through a lot of reassessment they have to change their regulations and at the same time go through an accreditation process with the Q through the strategic assessment process. the policy justification is that in those circumstances where we can set the standards through the EPBC Act, the Resources Minister then simply gives effect to those standards through a regulation under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, and it's easier to change from time to time rather than have to go through and change strategic assessment and the regulations. The same Commonwealth Parliament oversees it, so there's less risk than you would have with state and territories, so it seems a more streamlined way to get to the same result.
And they will also have to hit the Commonwealth standard as it stands in the bill as the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. In consultation with senators on the committee, we were set to finish at 5. With your indulgence, we will continue to permit 5 minutes for each of Senator Pocock, Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Henderson to ask questions, and then we'll adjourn. I'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your time this afternoon. Earlier we heard evidence from the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia that they received a copy of the bills shortly before it was tabled in Parliament. When were they provided the bills?
I'm going to have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have the exact date, and I need to verify that they did in fact receive the bills, but can I please take that on notice?
Senator, I can confirm that they did receive the bills roughly a week before they were introduced, but we'd have to come back to the committee with the exact date that they were provided.
Thank you. That would be great. Who else was provided the bills ahead of them being tabled in Parliament?
We'll come back with a list of stakeholders with that same question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. The list of stakeholders and the exact date. Why were the bills given to them before they were introduced into Parliament?
So, Senator, the Minister had been engaging in a targeted way with a range of stakeholders on a weekly basis, both at a senior level and then at a more technical level. There was not sufficient time for an exposure draft of the full bill, so we went to those targeted stakeholders that had formed the Minister's roundtable group to see for targeted consultation shortly before the bills were introduced to the Parliament.
And whose decision was it to provide the bills to groups? Was that a decision of the department or a decision of government?
It was a decision of the government on the advice of the department.
Mm-hmm. And who decided which groups to give it to?
We provided recommendations to the Minister and his office, and they provided the decision back to us.
Mm-hmm. Please can you also table or provide the advice in relation to early access to the bills?
I think, Senator, that might be subject to an order of the production of documents from the Senate already.
Well, that's fine. I'm asking for it here.
That's not material.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can take that one notice.
And just to move on to the Samuel Review recommendations, your submission includes an attachment A, that purports to identify how and where each Samuel Review recommendation is addressed. And you told Senator Henderson that all of the key aspects of the Samuel Review are picked up in the legislation. And I'm keen to get a bit of clarity around recommendations made but not seen in this legislative package. And so could you maybe just confirm, in your view, do the reforms implement all of the Samuel Review recommendations?
So, Senator, I think that I might have said key recommendations, not all of the Samuel recommendations. It doesn't implement all of the Samuel recommendations.
Okay. So maybe recommendation 2 of the Samuel Review included a requirement, and to quote, transparently disclose the full emissions of the development. And your response in attachment A of your submission is that proponents will disclose scope 1 and 2. This is clearly not full emissions as recommended by Professor Samuel. What about scope 3? Why aren't they included?
Senator, that was a decision of government in terms of how the emissions were being characterised and disclosed as part of this package.
Thank you, Ms. Barry. I'd like to ask about recommendation 15 of the Samuel Review, which is effectively the removal of the RFA exemption, which he told us this morning that he hates. Your submission acknowledges this package of 7 bills, more than 1,400 pages, does not include this change and says, and I'll quote, "It is intended that the national environmental standards would apply to RFAs." We heard evidence earlier that there is nothing in this package to end the exemption. Is that correct?
Senator, that's a 1 minute warning.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. There's no changes in the current bill for the Parliament to remove that exemption.
Why is that? What's the policy reason that it changed to give effect to this recommendation is not in this legislative package?
Yeah, I would just refer you back, Senator, to the comments the Minister made here in this room, actually, at the last estimates hearing, where he's indicated the intention to apply those standards to the RFAs, and in fact that he's working through that at the current point in time.
Thank you. I'm asking what's the policy reason? I've seen drafting of an amendment that's it's a page and a half. You've done almost 1,500 pages. Why haven't you included this?
Well, a decision as to when and how and in what form taking that commitment that the Minister has given forward is a matter for the Minister. So,
Senator Pocock, I'll have to share the call if there are any further questions.
Can I just clarify, Chair? Can I just clarify something on that?
Very briefly.
Sure. And so just to clarify, there's no actual policy reason. This is just a decision of government to not close that RFA exemption.
I could just clarify that, if I might, Chair, quickly. Sure, I mean, this is removing the RFA exemption and applying standards is not a simple matter to do when those industries have not been regulated under the Act for quite some time. So I think there are some valid policy reasons why a quick change would not be warranted from a policy basis. These are not simple things to do, Senator.
Okay, on notice, please provide me with those reasons.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Henderson, 5 minutes. Senator Hanson-Young, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Geddes, you just referred to advice that you gave government in relation to the provision of the bills. So I guess I'm just reiterating the importance of providing to this committee all advice given to the government in relation to these bills. Are you able to expand on any other advice that you've given to the government in relation to these bills?
Could you narrow that down a little bit, Senator? I've been working on this project for 4 months, so there's been lots of advice that I've provided to government.
Well, for instance, were there any non-disclosure agreements entered into in relation to your consultation?
No.
No.
And any confidentiality agreements?
No.
And just so there was undertakings given in terms of the...
No formal undertakings given,
okay.
Senator.
All right, well, I'll just reiterate the importance of us understanding all of the advice given to government.
Yeah. Senator, if I may, I'd say that we did not provide the entire bills. We provided extracts of parts of the bills which were ready at the time. So I could see that it was a response from the Senate why they weren't put out. We provided them as those parts and not all the bills that were drafted. Key components that the Minister wanted to engage his roundtable on were shared, not the full entirety of the bills.
If you could provide that correspondence, please, and all the other advice that you've provided, including any responses from the Minister's office, we would be grateful. For projects where it's not practical to provide upfront documentation, what percentage of applications would fall into that category?
Senator, that falls in the category of the question we took on notice earlier. So that would be the projects which go through an EIS, an accredited arrangement, or the current public environment report process. So that falls into a subset of that one we took on notice.
And Senator, just to be clear, we would have to be able to break that down probably in more recent times, because obviously the Act goes back 25 years, so we would, that's quite an exhaustive piece of work, so we would probably want to break that down into if there's specific years that you are looking at or kind of more recently.
Look, probably if we can just look over the last, perhaps since 1 July 2022 would be a start, but we might come back to you if we've got, if we want to expand that. So for those which don't meet the upfront pathway, will they have any way to be processed faster than today? There's a lot of concern about the, I guess, the current streamlined pathways being removed and the barriers that will present for any new project.
Sure. So just to, I guess, expand on my previous answer, assumption is that the projects currently going through the preliminary documentation and assessment on referral information would be able to go through the streamlined pathway. They do provide enough information up front to be able to make access that streamlined pathway. For projects that aren't able to provide that information up front and going through the EIS pathway, there are still improvements that we're making in terms of the broader application of the Act with standards and all the other information and guidance that are enabled under the Act that would make assessment processes smoother regardless of the pathway, so it would have broader applicability.
Can I also ask, over the last 6 months, what engagement have you undertaken with Indigenous representatives?
We have undertaken engagement with Indigenous representatives, primarily through the Department's Indigenous Advisory Committee, but again, I can take on notice any specific... I don't think that was attached to our... I don't think we might have itemised, actually. We have. In Attachment B, we did itemise all of the engagement that we have undertaken since between 13th of May and 29th of October, and specific Indigenous organisations are listed there as well.
Yeah, look, I will leave it at that. Thanks, Chair, and we'll follow up with any further questions or notice. And we may actually seek that you come back to the committee, but we'll see how we go.
Okay, thank you. We've got till the end of March.
Well, we have.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Yes. And can I just, sorry, Chair, on indulgence, it's just very important that you comply, and I know it's, when I say you, I'm talking about the Minister and the Department, with our request for documents, because it's very hard for us to properly consider these bills unless we have all the relevant information.
Senator, I can assure you that we will comply.
Yeah, thank you.
With any orders of the Senate.
I know that this isn't always not...
Thank you. No,
not always your decision.
Appreciate this discussion. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could I just clarify, is it Mr Wentworth? Sorry, thank you. In relation to the question, the answer you just gave to Senator Henderson, did I hear that correct, that existing applications that are on foot, if this legislation would pass, could go into the streamlined pathway?
No, existing applications would continue under the current arrangements unless they chose to re-refer, so right. to withdraw their process.
Yes. Okay, so they could pull out of the existing process and resubmit under the streamlined process. Got it. Does the emissions disclosure requirements, which we understand, of course, are only Scope 1 and 2, are those requirements, do they exist for project applications regardless of which pathway they choose?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so even if it's an EIS, if it's the streamlined process, if it's the accreditation process, that's correct. Disclosure would have to exist. Thanks for that clarification. This is to the Threatened Species Committee. Can you just remind us how many species are currently on the threatened species list?
2,175.
2,175. And how many of those species will get are guaranteed to have more protection under this package as opposed to what currently exists?
I cannot answer that. I don't know.
No. Has the government asked you for that advice? No, sorry. I'm asking the Commissioner. Has the government asked you that advice?
So far, the government has not asked us that advice as to how many species would be protected, have greater protection under this bill.
Have you considered the question?
So we are in the process of writing a submission, which will be tabled this coming week.
A submission to this inquiry?
To submission to the inquiry.
Are you worried that there's nothing that actually guarantees protection for any of these 2,175 species under this bill?
I think that the Threatened Species Scientific Committee will continue to do its job to support the government in terms of provision of expert advice from the committee in meeting the requirements for protecting Australia's unique biodiversity as best as we can.
Habitat protection is key, isn't it, for protecting threatened species and stopping them from going extinct?
Yes, and ecological communities obviously also, of which there's 107 currently on the list.
And climate change, is that an impact on our threatened species?
Yes, that will be an impact on threatened species and ecological communities, and that needs to be taken into account in determination of what the new bill will view.
You'd be worried, wouldn't you, if new projects that pumped out a lot of carbon pollution made climate change worse wasn't considered when you're thinking about whether animals are about to go extinct?
I'm here as the chair of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, and we will continue to do the job that we are expected to do.
Does the government have any examples you can give us of any of these threatened species that are currently on the threatened species list, and whether any of the protections, any of this legislation would give them more protection?
We can, Senator, point to the parts of the bill which would provide them more
I know,
protection.
but I've asked this question before, and you have not been able to answer it. I don't understand why. If the whole purpose of this legislation is to fix environmental protection laws, then you should be able to tell us what further protection you're going to give to the threatened species that are facing extinction.
So, Senator, maybe I'll try again. So, environment protection statements is an element of the reforms which will make it clearer which parts of recovery plans proponents need to adhere to. Those clearer requirements will provide more protection for those species. Rulings can be used to determine critical habitat areas which can't be developed. You've spoken extensively about regional plans and being able to set aside conservation zones which provide real benefit to threatened species.
But surely you have some idea about which species this new administration, all of these new rules, will actually save. Because if you don't, this all feels very administrative and not very practical.
Senator, as the Commissioner just said, there's 2,100 species. We can't go through species by species and tell you which ones will specifically...
But surely you have some idea of which ones you could say. The Maugean skate, will that have further protection under this legislation?
Senator, I think as you've just heard Mr Gaddy say, the intention of the reforms has been well canvassed by us today and through our submission, does offer increased protection for all matters of M&ES that the law covers.
What animal will you stop from going extinct under this legislation? They can't answer it.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. We've now hit that additional time and gone, in fact, a little over, but thank you very much. May I say thank you to the evidence for the evidence given by the department. If you have taken questions on notice, so if you could provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, to Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat for their assistance. I thank my colleagues for their
Thank you, Chair.
patience and good humour today, and the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.